That would enable commercial borrowers to split their overall returns 50/50 with their silent partner creditors, see sleeping partner. But rising debt leverage has expanded the volume of today's interest charges to absorb most profits in real estate, and also in corporate takeovers by raiders financing their leveraged buyouts with junk bonds, see debt leveraging. The aim is to make tax-favored asset price gains. Real estate investors are willing to pay the entire property income as interest in order to emerge with such capital gains when they sell to the next greater fool. Such bubble economy speculation is productive only to the extent that asset price gains outpace the rate of interest. See cash flow/EBITDA and pyramiding. Such bank lending to bid up asset prices adds to the economy's debt overhead without expanding the means of production or earnings. Personal loans are deemed unproductive because they must be paid out of income earned elsewhere rather than being invested productively to earn an income. Junk education loans sponsored by for-profit colleges are said to be backed by human capital, but this is a double-think euphemism for false promises that their degrees will enable their graduates to earn enough additional income to pay back the loan and its interest charges. The U.S. government recently recognized the need to write down such debts. These loans are an example of fictitious capital, assets on the books of banks, and the government that guarantees such frauds, with no real counterpart in the ability to be paid. Productive vs. unproductive labor. Defining productivity is fairly easy when the measure of output consists of uniform commodities, steel, crops, or automobiles produced per man-year. But today's National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, define the productivity of labor by gross domestic product, GDP, per work year, regardless of whether it produces commodities, financial services or simply makes money by zero-sum speculation. Goldman Sachs's Lloyd Blankfein has bragged that his firm's partners are the economy's most productive individuals, as measured by the huge amounts of money they make. This reasoning is circular. It claims that people are paid according to their productivity as measured by their wages, salaries, and/or bonuses, which are assumed to be paid in proportion to their productivity. But what about economic activity that is merely extractive and predatory? Value-free economics abandons the classical definition of productive labor or investment as that which produces profit on real production. At issue is what is real and what is mere overhead. Adam Smith and his followers defined labor as productive only if it produced commodities for sale. That was in an epoch when most services were performed by servants, maids, butlers, coachmen and other employees of the wealthy, as consumption expenses. This personal employment was deemed to be part of the rentier class's overhead. Church officials, government workers, the army, tutors and teachers or other professionals in what today is called the non-profit sector also were deemed unproductive. To Karl Marx, labor under industrial capitalism was productive to the extent that it produced a profit for its employer. He pointed out that even prostitutes were productive, of a profit, if employed by their madams, just as steel workers were productive of a profit to mill owners. His three-volume Theories of Surplus Value reviewed the classical discussion of productive labor, value, and price. From the classical vantage point, rent extraction, debt leveraging and related financial overhead is not part of the economy's necessary core, and thus would be viewed as a subtrahend from real output and productivity. Post-classical economists stopped distinguishing between intrinsic value and market price so as to avoid the critique of land rent, monopoly rent, and financial and other rentier charges as undesirable overhead. After Russia's 1917 revolution, Soviet statisticians reverted to Adam Smith's definition of physical productivity, material output per worker. Their non-capitalist society had no rentier class, and the state did not charge interest or rent, so no implicit rent of location or cost of capital was measured in their national income statistics. These exclusions left Russia somewhat naive when it opened its economy to the West in 1991, not realizing that the main aim of neoliberal investment was rent extraction from natural resources, land, and monopolies, see rent theory. The post-industrial epoch in the West itself has seen industry turned into a vehicle to extract economic rent and interest, and to make capital gains from asset price inflation as a total return on equity. From the classical vantage point of the industrial economy at large, this is an overgrowth of unproductive investment. The quick collapse of Russian manufacturing after 1991 is an object lesson in the effect of replacing industrial productivity with rentier asset stripping. Profit. Classical political economy defined profit as the return to capital invested in plant, equipment, and related outlays to higher wage labor. Today's popular language uses profit indiscriminately for income, regardless of its source. See John Bates Clark. The U.S. National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, report rentier income from land or monopoly rights as earnings, conflating economic rent with profit earned on tangible capital investment. Progress. Today's word progress has degenerated from its 19th and 20th century meaning of democratic reform. Every process of social decay euphemizes itself as progress, as if moving forward in time is invariably upward, not retrogressive. See stages of development. So there is real progress and false progress. The neoliberal ideology favoring rentier income over wages, deregulation, financialization, and privatization over public investment is antithetical to classical political economy's definition of social progress as replacing feudal privilege with progressive income tax and regulatory policy promoting greater equality of opportunity and income, mainly by taxing economic rent and windfall to property and financial gains. Theories of progress treat the debt buildup as cumulative and irreversible, in contrast to ancient society's idea of circular time with periodic financial clean slates to restore economic balance from outside the market. Without debt cancellations, economies evolve into oligarchies, which depict their takeovers as progress and thus as morally justified on the ground of its seeming inevitability. See End of History. Progressive Era, the 1890s to 1920s, when leading politicians sought to cure society from the excesses of the Gilded Age. Major changes in public policy included the income tax, 16th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, direct election of senators, 17th Amendment, to counter government corruption, prohibition, 18th Amendment against the vice of liquor, and women's suffrage, 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote. Labor unionization helped raise wage levels and improve working conditions, promoting the rise of a middle class largely through rising home ownership, better access to education. Socialist parties were formed and gained influence throughout the world, while government investment in basic infrastructure provided a widening range of public services at subsidized prices or without cost. These progressive moves led to a countervailing response. Creation of the Federal Reserve System in 1913 shifted control of banking away from the U.S. Treasury to Wall Street. 3 And after World War I, banking practice throughout the world shifted away from the German emphasis on industrial banking to the Anglo-American tradition of collateral-based banking and speculative finance. This reaction sought to justify itself by sponsoring a counter-revolution against classical political economy, rejecting the concept of economic rent as unearned income. Today's junk economics rationalizes privatization and financialization, reversing the tendencies toward the less polarized distribution of income and wealth that underlay economic progress from the 1930s to 1980. Propensity to save. To John Maynard Keynes, the portion of income an economy does not spend on consumption. This refers to net saving, which has fallen to zero for the United States, because the 1% lend out their savings, and new money creation, to become the debts of the 99%, appearing as debt on the liabilities side of the balance sheet. Gross saving remains as high as ever, but it was all lent out leading up to the 2008 crash. Keynes treated saving simply as hoarding, not as debt payment. But since the 2008 crash, a large number of consumers have been obliged to save by paying down their debts. That is why reported net saving rates have risen. For most families this does not mean more available money. Just the opposite, banks have stopped lending and repayment time has arrived. The result of this rising propensity to save is debt deflation, which occurs when amortization, not to mention interest, paid to the financial sector exceeds new lending. 4. Property. It was mainly with land in mind that the French socialist Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–1865, wrote, "Property is theft." Military conquest has been the traditional lever to privatize land, but as property becomes burdened with debt, foreclosure becomes the main lever for creditors to pry it away. In the past this was achieved by usury on an individual scale, but recently the public domain has been privatized as creditors oblige indebted governments to surrender to IMF conditionalities. See privilege and kleptocracy. Prosperity, the opposite of austerity and the ideology of scarcity as propagated by junk economics. See Simon Patten and the Economics of Abundance. Protecting savings, banks and bondholders are euphemized as savers, identifying their interests with those of pensioners and family savings. But if all credit were as productive as is depicted, debtors would be able to pay and there would not be defaults leading to a crash. But the economy's overall volume of savings, other people's debts, mounting up at compound interest cannot be carried ad infinitum. In the end it is an impossible task. Something must give when bankruptcies wipe out borrowers. Governments are called upon to make savers whole by compensating banks for losses on their credit creation and bubble lending. See moral hazard. Protectionism, the policy of imposing tariffs and quotas on imports, subsidizing exports, preferential buy-at-home government spending, and blocked currencies to provide higher returns for domestic industry and agriculture. This has been U.S. policy since the Civil War, while promoting free trade for other countries. See American School of Political Economy. The protected sectors claim that higher prices and profits will enable them to invest more in raising productivity. That is how the spokesman for England's landlord class, Thomas Malthus, defended Britain's Corn Laws, its agricultural protectionism, after 1815. But whereas British policy protected land rent, American protectionism supported profits on industrial capital formation. American industrial strategists from Alexander Hamilton through Henry Clay, Henry Carey, and E. Peshine Smith argued for tariff protection to serve manufacturing. Public domain, the commons, consisting of land and natural resources, infrastructure, and government enterprises. Natural monopolies such as canals, railroads, airlines, water and power, radio and television frequencies, telephone systems, roads, forests, airports, and naval ports, schools and other public assets were long kept out of private hands. Their privatization since 1980 has turned them into rent-extracting opportunities for hitherto public services. Financing their purchase on credit, often at giveaway prices paid to debt-strapped or corrupt neoliberal governments, enables these monopolies to include interest, dividends, and high managerial salaries in their cost structure. The most rapidly rising consumer prices in the United States since 2008, for instance, are for health insurance, privatized Obamacare, education, and cable service. Privatization and economic polarization thus go together. Public investment, Simon Patten called infrastructure investment a fourth factor of production, after labor, capital, and land, supplying basic transportation, communication, health services, water and power, and other public services. Investment in such infrastructure is often the largest category of a national economy's capital formation. Unlike private investment, its return is to be calculated not by the profit it makes, but by the extent to which it lowers the economy's overall cost structure. Its aim is to provide services at cost, below cost, or freely as in the case of roads and other basic needs. Yet Friedrich Hayek called public investment the road to serfdom, a doublethink term for economies freeing themselves from rent-extracting monopolies. By minimizing the economy's cost structure, public investment and ownership is the main defense against such rentier tollbooth charges. Its virtue lies in avoiding the profit, interest charges, and rent extraction that private investors and their financial backers build into the price of supplying water, roads, transportation, power, communications and other basic needs. By contrast, socialist policy advocates keeping natural monopolies and infrastructure in, or transferred to, the public domain. Public-private partnership, crony capitalism in which governments guarantee a specified return and absorb the losses on cost overruns, akin to Pentagon capitalism. Pyramid, ancient Egyptians devoted their surplus of food, labor, and raw materials to building stone pyramids to deify their pharaohs. Each time a pharaoh died, a new monument and its funerary cult removed land and labor from the economy. Our modern economy devotes its surplus to a debt pyramid. Unlike Egypt's pyramids with their wide base tapering off toward the peak on top, today's debt pyramid is inverted, a narrow base of production and earning power at the bottom with a widening financial overgrowth expanding exponentially at the top, fed by the magic of compound interest. Interest and amortization charges on this debt leave less income available for the rest of the economy, making the base more unstable as it grows financially top-heavy, until the debt superstructure tips over and crushes the economic base beneath it. See Ponzi scheme. Pyramiding, debt leveraging, called gearing in Britain, involves using as little of one's own money and borrowing as much as possible, as long as interest rates are less than the rate of profit plus capital gains. For these total returns, income plus asset price inflation, to continue to exceed the interest rate, an exponential increase in bank credit is required to support enough asset price gains to enable borrowers to borrow the interest falling due. The process is inherently self-terminating. The real estate bubble burst in 2008 when banks stopped lending new home buyers enough to keep bidding up prices fast enough. Existing mortgage debtors were unable to borrow enough new credit to pay their debt servicing costs once asset price gains stopped. The analogous Ponzi schemes end when there are not enough new entrants to finance the pace of cash withdrawals by earlier players. Q is for quandary. Quandary. Quantitative easing, QE. Quantity theory, tautology, of money, MV equals PT. Quantum finance. Quandary, a situation where a party cannot change position without making its situation worse. See optimum. Unlike a problem, which implicitly has a solution, a quandary has no way out to save matters. Examples include the Federal Reserve's quantitative easing policy from 2009 to 2016. Keeping interest rates low helped revive prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds, and thus saved the largest and most reckless U.S. banks from insolvency. But these low interest rates also pushed pension funds and insurance companies into shortfalls in the rate of return needed to pay retirees and policy holders. On the other hand, raising interest rates would cause the dollar's exchange rate to soar. It also would raise borrowing costs and hence the cost of debt leveraging. Speculation would be cut back, rolling back prices for bonds, real estate, and stocks, threatening a new wave of insolvency for economies mired in debt. Hence, the policy remained frozen throughout the Obama administration. Quantitative easing, QE, central bank support for bank credit creation to drive down interest rates and reinflate real estate and stock market prices. In the wake of the 2008 crash, the Federal Reserve and European Central Bank, ECB, promoted new bank lending and arbitrage speculation as an alternative to writing down debts. The hope was that new bank lending would reinflate the bubble. The European Central Bank's QE, as much as it takes, said its president, Mario Draghi, lent money and purchased bonds to bail out banks and bondholders for their bad loans and investments. But it did not create money to revive businesses or indebted homeowners and consumers. Focusing only on subsidizing bank balance sheets, its aim was to save the financial sector and the 1% behind it, not the economy. So QE had little effect in coping with the underlying problem, which was debt deflation. In fact, Eurozone governments imposed austerity, sacrificing national economies by giving priority to creditor claims. In the United States, the Federal Reserve accepted mortgages and other bank loans at full face value as reserve deposits, enabling banks to meet their capital ratios and create new electronic credit. But the $4.2 trillion U.S. Federal Reserve creation of bank reserves did not increase commodity prices or wages as the quantity theory of money implied it would. Banks engaged mainly in speculation. They bought foreign bonds and currencies, and lent to hedge funds and for corporate share buybacks, mergers, and acquisitions. None of this financed new investment. The US and European economies remained debt-racked and suffered deepening debt deflation. Without QE, the banks would have had to sell their loans in the market at falling prices, at rising interest rates, further lowering the price of collateral-backed bank loans, forcing yet further sell-offs. So in the name of saving the market, the Fed and ECB overruled it in the aftermath of the 2008 junk mortgage crash. Apart from banks, other sectors of the financial markets suffered along with the rest of the economy, above pension funds and insurance companies. Money managers urged an end to the Federal Reserve's quantitative easing policy to hold down interest rates. One argument was that higher interest rates are necessary to support workers in their role as consumers as well as pension plan savers. It was almost as if labor obtains its spending money mainly from bonds and stocks. In the first place, a fund manager opined in a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the Fed's policy of zero or near zero interest rates means negligible returns on savings. Consumers thus have less to spend and those nearing retirement need to save more. 1. This depicts workers/consumers as rentiers, not debtors. The trick is to get indebted voters to think of themselves as savers, benefiting from higher interest rates rather than suffering as debtors. In human terms, the Fed's policy means emergency room nurses in Texas work longer hours to make up for low yields on CDs, dairy farmers in Iowa forego equipment purchases to save more for retirement, charities for the homeless in Manhattan reduce services as foundations cut grants, and local governments from Albany to Sacramento close libraries to fund pension plan deficits. 1. The higher retirement savings required by nurses, farmers and charities, for whom widows and orphans are stand-ins, are a result of how the economy has been financialized. Debt service and compulsory savings are owed by these nurses on their home mortgages and education debts, by farmers on their equipment and mortgage debts, and by local governments on their borrowings. Higher interest rates make these charges heavier. What is needed to alleviate their financial squeeze is debt relief, see clean slates, along with a shift of Social Security and pensions, health care and education back to the public sector, to be financed out of progressive taxes on rentier income and wealth as well as public money creation. Quantitative easing thus was a policy to save only the banks and bondholders, not the economy at large. The effect since 2008 has been to sharply increase the power of the 1% over the rest of the economy. In the United States, 95% of the population has seen its real income and net worth decline during 2008 to 2016, despite the soaring stock and bond markets. And while real estate hedge funds such as Blackstone have made a killing by buying up foreclosed properties, home ownership rates have fallen back from 69% to 63.5%. The decline has been especially sharp for blacks, who were the major victims of junk mortgage loans, and for individuals under 35 years old, who cannot afford to buy homes as long as they remain saddled with student debts and other obligations in the face of a falling wage economy. The easing in quantitative easing has thus been only for the top of the economic pyramid. Quantity theory, tautology, of money, MV equals PT. The myth that monetary and credit expansion inflates consumer and commodity prices. Most bank lending inflates asset prices, because most loans are spent on real estate, stocks, bonds, and packaged bank loans. Credit creation to finance the 2001 to 2008 real estate bubble siphoned off a rising swath of income from homebuyers to pay their mortgage debt, leaving less income available to spend on goods and services. Quantum finance, financial methodology developed by quantum physicists and mathematicians on the basis of correlation analysis, projecting the past, applied most notoriously by the Black-Scholes mathematics that drove long-term credit management broke in 1998. See Nobel Economics Prize. This marginalist approach is based on correlations of small changes. It leads to economic nearsightedness. But to non-mathematicians, the complexity of the formulas became a selling point that made many bad financial instruments of the 2000s appear plausible, precisely because they were opaque when being sold by unscrupulous investment bankers and traders. Wall Street's smart boys won huge sums at the expense of pension funds and wealthy marks. R is for rentiers and the race to the bottom they sponsor. R2P, responsibility to protect. Race to the bottom. Reaganomics. Real economy. Real estate. Real wages. Real wealth. Reform. Regressive taxation. Regulation. Regulatory capture. Rent. Rent, economic, see economic rent and rent theory. Rent of location. Rent, monopoly. Rent seeking. Rent theory. Rental income, as distinguished from economic rent. Rentier. Rentier income. Ricardo, David, 1772–1823. Road to serfdom. Rosetta Stone. Rule of 72. R2P, responsibility to protect, a euphemism for responsibility to privatize. The Obama administration's military hawks used this Orwellian term, see doublethink and newspeak, to destroy countries possessing oil resources or pipeline routes not under American control, or other countries with assets that U.S. strategists sought to pry control away from sovereign governments. At best, the term means responsibility to protect oligarchies and privatizers adhering to the neoliberal Washington consensus. Race to the bottom, the policy of countries trying to increase their exports, and attract foreign investment inflows, by cutting wages levels. Toward this end, austerity programs ultimately are self-defeating. Without raising education and living standards, labor productivity can be increased only by working labor more intensively and cutting back health care and pensions. When the state of Alabama cut education and health spending to minimize taxes, ostensibly to attract business, companies pulled out on the ground that the state's labor force was too low-skilled and in bad health. New Jersey's economy and employment likewise suffered when it cut taxes instead of modernizing its transportation and tunnels to New York City. Reaganomics, the policy of cutting taxes for the wealthy, especially for real estate investors, while increasing the Social Security tax on employees. See Alan Greenspan, Laffer curve, and tax shift. The effect was to quadruple the public debt during the 1981 to 1992 Reagan-Bush administration, while dismantling environmental regulations and deregulating finance to produce a wave of savings and loan, S&L, fraud, junk bond takeovers, and a stock market bubble. This was euphemized as wealth creation, not debt creation. Real economy, the national income and product accounts, NEPA, define real output as all the economy's transactions fit to record, but not crime and fraud. This GDP measure is then deflated by an index number for price inflation of goods and services. But not all of this is real in the sense of actual production, consumption, and new capital investment. The essence of the tangible economy is the circular flow in which employers earn profits, which they invest in capital goods and pay their employees, who spend their income to buy the goods they produce. See Say's law. Fig.7. Fig.7. Banks, landlords, and monopolists do not make products. Yet the NEPA include the fire sector as part of the economy, not as a subtrahend diverting wages and business income to pay interest and economic rent. The fire sector uses its legal privileges to extract income from the economy in a zero-sum rentier activity. So real does not refer to the actual production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services. What turns out to be most real, in the sense of being an inexorable burden, to be paid first off the top, is the superstructure of debt and credit, monopoly rights and privileges in which the mode of production is wrapped. See also government and the two economies. Junk economics conflates this dominant fire sector with the production and consumption economy at large, refusing to acknowledge its different role, dynamics, and its political and legal levers of control over government policy. Real estate, literally royal estate, reflecting the idea that land and its rental income is held for public purposes and to defray public expenditure, originally to supply fighting men and corvée labor. As land and natural resources have become privatized, they also have been financialized, that is, bought on credit. Seeking debt-leveraged asset price gains, investors are willing to pay land rent to banks as interest, creating a debt overhead for the economy as a whole. Banks thus have ended up with what originally was paid to the community or government as taxes. Real wages, economic jargon uses the term real in an idiosyncratic way. It refers only to a price adjustment, often applied to concepts that are somewhat unreal to start with. Real wages refer to money wages adjusted for the erosion of purchasing power as measured by the rise in the Consumer Price Index, CPI. The adjustment is supposed to reflect the decline in purchasing power of nominal wages when the cost of living rises. This measure shows that there has not been a real gain of annual wages since the 1970s. If annual wages rise by a nominal amount, say, 2% a year, but consumer prices also rise by this much, there has been no real gain. And if the CPI rises faster than wages, wage earners really receive less. But even this measure fails to reflect the erosion of labor's real living standards. In recent years, wage earners have suffered from a much more unpleasant reality. They are not able to consume anywhere near what they are paid, because a rising proportion of their household budget must now be paid to the fire sector as debt service, rent, and other housing costs and insurance, as well as steeper FICA wage withholding. The Hudson bubble model later in this book explains the accounting. So what really is real is substantially less than what is reported as real wages. The CPI refers to the shrinking proportion of household budgets, perhaps as little as 1/3, that is spent on commodities. What is missing is the rising carve-out for debt, rent, and other fire sector rake-offs. Real wealth, the market price of assets deflated by the rise in the Consumer Price Index, CPI, or a gross domestic product, GDP, price deflator for goods and services. The implication is that wealth is eroded when wages or prices rise. But the wealthy do not spend much of their income on consumption, so this adjustment seems irrelevant. The way that most of the 1% makes its fortunes is not real in the sense of producing value in the form of goods and services. Wealth today refers not only to tangible means of production, but to any bankable asset. A wealth fund consists of financial claims on society's means of production, in the form of mortgages and other bank loans, stocks, and bonds, what Frederick Soddy called virtual wealth, which rightly should appear on the liabilities side of the economy's balance sheet. The problem with confusing real wealth with financial claims is that rising access prices for housing and other basic needs is treated as a gain for the economy as a whole. The middle class imagines itself to be growing wealthier as the price of its housing rises, on credit, causing debt deflation for the overall economy and thus slowing real wealth creation. Reform, the aim of 18th century Enlightenment reform became that of classical political economy, to end free lunches and privilege. But today's postmodern reform aims to roll back these goals. The word reform is now attached to any policy as an advertising slogan, much like the word new. Russia's neoliberal reformers sponsored kleptocracy. The IMF, Eurozone and kindred Washington consensus demand labor market reforms that would reverse the 20th century's workplace reforms and unionization gains. So in today's doublespeak, reform means undoing the progressive era's reforms. Regressive taxation, the reverse of progressive taxation, a tax policy that falls on the lower income and wealth brackets instead of on the highest. See tax shift. Examples include replacing income taxes with a value-added tax, VAT, that falls on consumers, and financing social security and health care programs with user fees instead of out of the general budget. See Alan Greenspan and Laffer curve. Regulation, from a root meaning to rule, as in regal. Every society is regulated in one form or another. Rulers create regulatory systems that in principle, or at least, as a cover story, are supposed to maximize growth and prosperity. When today's governments deregulate, they relinquish planning power to the financial sector. The result is as centralized as is public regulation, and favors rentiers instead of limiting their power. See planned economy. Regulatory capture. Banks and other rent-extracting sectors gain control of public regulatory agencies by blocking nominees who might actually regulate, tax or prosecute the fire sector and monopolies. Reversing the classical objective of checks and balances on privatized rent-seeking, the neutered agencies act on behalf of the vested interests to promote oligarchy. Recent examples include Wall Street pressing to appoint Alan Greenspan as head of the Federal Reserve Board, and to put Robert Rubin's protégés and Goldman Sachs alumni in charge of treasuries and central banks in the United States and Europe. The aim is to remove policy making and law enforcement from democratic government to Wall Street, the City of London, Frankfurt, and the Paris Bourse. Rent, a periodic payment of a stipulated amount, as in property rents paid to landlords, or French rents, government bonds, paying interest on a regular calendric basis at a specified rate. As real estate has been transferred from hereditary class ownership to buyers on credit, most of the land's rental value is now paid to mortgage lenders as interest for the mortgage loans needed to obtain property and join the middle class. See debt peonage, fire sector, ground rent, and ownership society. Rent, economic, see economic rent and rent theory. Rent, monopoly. As with all economic rent, monopoly rent is the excess of price over real cost value. Britain created royal monopolies in the form of privileged trading companies, from the East India Company in 1600 to the South Sea Company in 1711. In modern times, privatized public utilities, such as Carlos Slim's Mexican telecom monopoly, and technology companies such as Microsoft and Apple, obtain monopoly rent, as much as the market will bear, without public anti-monopoly legislation or enforcement, by charging access fees to use their phones or the software installed on computers around the world. David Buchanan's 1814 notes to Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations described ground rent as monopoly rent, resulting from the scarcity of land. Ricardo attributed land rent solely to the advantage of fertile soils over zero-rent land at the high cost margin of cultivation. Monopoly rent and ground rent, including for oil, gas, and other natural resources, are the major revenue flows that today's creditors seek to transform into a flow of interest and dividends. So in principle, monopolies should be included in the fire sector, starting with the natural resource sectors, oil and gas, mining, water, and forestry. Rental income, as distinguished from economic rent, the overall house rent or commercial property rent paid to landlords. This gross rent includes not only land rent but also covers returns for the building's cost value, plus current operating and maintenance costs. For commercial investors, rent is for paying interest. When real estate prices are rising, see bubble economy, their strategy is to put down as little of their own money as possible, using the rental income to carry the bank loan. The aim is to end up with a capital gain when they sell the property. For the economy at large, this process leaves government with no income tax receipts, only a modest property tax that is just a fraction of what bankers receive from the real estate sector as interest. Property taxes typically are just 1% of the assessed property value, compared to about 6% for mortgage interest. Rent of location, the rental income resulting from favorable location, which is now the main monopoly character of land rent. In his 1826 book Die Isolierte Staat, the isolated state with respect to agriculture and political economy, Heinrich von Thunen distinguished this type of rent from Ricardian rent attributed to soil fertility differentials. Location rent is increased by railroads, subway lines, roads, and other transport infrastructure, by better schools and neighboring parks, and by zoning permission to shift land use from agriculture or brownfields to more remunerative commercial or residential use or higher-rise buildings. Rentier, a class of people living on property rent and interest, sometimes called the idle rich or coupon clippers. An early French government bond was called a rente. Bonds used to have coupons attached to them, to be cut out and cashed in at the treasury when interest came due, hence the term rentier. Landlords also collect rents at regular calendrical intervals. In his general theory, 1936, John Maynard Keynes said that he looked forward to euthanasia of the rentier, a class that he called functionless investors, one applying the maxim, if the eye offend thee, pluck it out. The vested interests have sponsored a post-classical reaction claiming that all income is earned and reflects their supposedly productive role. See John Bates Clark and Affluenza. Rentier income, rent and interest are obtained without the recipient having to provide labor or enterprise that contributes to the real economy of production and consumption. See ground rent, unearned income, and John Stuart Mill. The essence of liberal reform early in the 20th century was to free society from economically needless rentier income, as John Hobson expressed. The underproduction and underconsumption of a trade depression are the plain register of certain irrational factors in the operation of the economic system. These irrational factors consist of the rents, surplus profits, and chance gains, which as income not merely are not necessary to evoke or sustain useful human efforts, but which actually repress them. 2. R. H. Tawney described the parasitic character of rentier income. The greater part of modern property has been attenuated to a pecuniary lien or bond on the product of industry which carries with it a right to payment, but which is normally valued precisely because it relieves the owner from any obligation to perform a positive or constructive function. Such property may be called passive property, or property for acquisition, for exploitation, or for power. It is questionable, however, whether economists shall call it property at all, and not rather, as Mr. Hobson has suggested, improperty, since it is not identical with the rights which secure the owner the produce of his toil, but is opposite of them. 3. Other terms for rentier income were virtual wealth, Frederick Soddy, and the late 19th century's fictitious or fictive capital. Today's neoliberal ideology is the diametric opposite of this liberalism, aiming at maximizing the FIRE sector's interest and rent extraction. This explains why rentier income and its asset price gains, which Hobson called chance gains and Keynes called windfalls, are not singled out in the national income and product accounts, NIPA. Rent-seeking, a zero-sum activity in which one party's gain is another's loss, unlike new capital investment and hiring that expand an economy's production and income stream. The classical meaning of rent-seeking refers to landlords, natural resource owners or monopolists who extract economic rent by special privilege, without their own labor or enterprise. Neoliberals have diverted attention from the land rent, resource rent, or monopoly rent that classical economists associated with the FIRE sector. They have redefined rent-seeking to refer only to politicians and labor unions lobbying for special privileges, such as Social Security, a minimum wage and public programs to meet other basic needs. But these programs have nothing to do with classical rent-seeking. They are proper functions of government. In introducing the term rent-seeking in 1974, Anne Kruger applied it to import licensing and quotas that she claimed interfere with free trade, and extended the idea to government regulation in general, including legislation setting a minimum wage, claiming that this led to rising unemployment. 4. Gordon Tullock, a follower of Ludwig von Mises, see Austrian School, defined rent-seeking as lobbying by politicians for special privileges such as higher social security payments. 5. As a high-ranking World Bank and IMF official defending free trade, Ms. Kruger opposed agricultural protectionism designed to save foreign economies from food dependency on U.S. farm exports. Conflating rent-seeking with subsidies to modernize, her 2012 book Struggling with Success, p. 86, accused all government regulations, tariffs, and subsidies of being bad and wasteful. Ultimately, regulation has negative effects on the market in the country imposing the regulation. The political effect of such deregulation and non-subsidy is to let the market pass by default to financial managers, as if their own major aim is not to seek classic economic rents to empower themselves as monopolists and financial rent seekers. Nobel Prize winner James Buchanan's euphemistic public choice anti-government philosophy, that government should make no choices, except to disappear, goes so far as to claim that a tax with more excess burden, such as taxing wages or industrial profits, adding to the cost of living and doing business, is better than a more reasonable tax on land rent with less burden. His argument is that classical rent theory would work, but that this would increase government power, precisely by being reasonable and economically efficient, because government, if allowed to tax in the less burdensome way, may get more revenue, which Buchanan opposes. Point 6. Such language makes a travesty of economic vocabulary. It strips away the classical association of rent with the fire sector, applying it only to the cost of government regulations and pretending that only government bureaucrats receive economic rent, not private sector rentiers. This leaves out of account the obvious fact that a strong government is needed to overcome opposition from predatory vested interests. The political effect of public choice ideology and its self-proclaimed libertarian doctrine is thus to serve as a handmaiden to oligarchy. It relinquishes economic rent to the fire sector instead of taxing it. At the end of this road, imagine everyone paying user fees for everything from fire hydrants to schools, turning every road and parking space into a toll road. Payment for these erstwhile free public services would be made to owners and financiers of these natural monopolies, free from public regulation or other big government acting to save the economy by preventing predatory fees. In the name of opposing economic rent as socialism, aka the road to serfdom, public choice doctrine thus prepares the groundwork for classic rent grabbing, financialization and kleptocracy. Rent theory, a central focus of the classical economics of Adam Smith, David Ricardo, John Stuart Mill, Heinrich von Thunen, Simon Patten, and Thorstein Veblen. See rent, unearned income, free lunch, and zero-sum activity. Alfred Marshall's Principles of Economics, 1890, provides charts to demonstrate the mathematics of rent theory. The common aim of these economists was to base the tax system on land rent, natural resource rent and kindred unearned income instead of taxing wages and industrial profits. I deal with rent theory's central focus on freeing markets from the legacy of feudal privilege in Chapter 3 of Killing the Host. Ricardo refined the concept of economic rent to describe how rising land rents ended up being paid by industry and labor. But the post-classical aim has been to free landlords and the fire sector in general from taxation, and also from public regulations such as anti-monopoly legislation. To avoid being taxed, rentiers sought to deny that economic rent is unearned income, see John Bates Clark, and to exclude its discussion from the academic curriculum, and its magnitude from national income statistics, see NEPA. Politically, rentiers oppose the fiscal power of democracies to tax real estate investors and speculators, owners of natural resources, example oil and gas fields, other natural monopolies and financial wealth. To gain popular support, anti-government libertarians argue that if governments tax away the economy's land rent, economic rent, and other unearned income, they would become leviathans, crushing the economy. 7 Grover Norquist's recommendation to shrink government to a size small enough to drown it in a bathtub reflects Nobel Economics Prize winner James M. Buchanan's euphemistic public choice theory that rejects a land tax on the ground that precisely by helping the economy become more competitive, it would justify taxation, mainly on the 1%, while encouraging big government. Leaving economic rent in private hands as an overhead for the economy at large is deemed preferable to taxing away special rentier privilege and spending it on public infrastructure, which free market advocates insist should be privatized, and social programs, which anti-government ideologues claim is the road to serfdom. The reality is that land rent, natural resource rent and monopoly rent account for an enormous flow of untaxed revenue, accounting for over a third of national income, if you include capital gains. This revenue has empowered the landlord, financial, and monopoly leviathan to turn democracies into financial oligarchies throughout the world, see globalization. To distract public attention from the desirability of taxing this flow of unearned income to finance the legitimate functions of government, the concept of economic rent, and with it the history of economic thought, has been excluded from today's mainstream academic curriculum. It has been replaced by the mathematized tunnel vision of junk economics. Ricardo, David, 1772–1823, a bondbroker, member of Parliament and spokesman, that is, lobbyist, for Britain's financial sector, His Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, 1817, defined land rent as rising when population grew, forcing recourse to less fertile soils and hence increasing crop and food prices. Diminishing returns would provide a windfall to owners of lands with higher fertility, but industrial profits would fall as the subsistence wage rose to reflect the higher food prices for crops grown on less fertile soils. Ricardo denied that fertilizer would make any difference in relative fertility. The way to make Britain the workshop of the world, Ricardo explained, was to repeal its corn laws, agricultural tariffs, and adopt free trade to buy its food and raw materials in the cheapest markets. This served bank strategy, because apart from lending to governments, foreign trade was the major private sector market for bank credit at that time. See Agio. As a Booleanist advocating metallic currency or gold-backed paper currency, Ricardo claimed that foreign borrowing would not worsen balance of payments deficits, but would set in motion self-stabilizing adjustments that would enable debts to be paid automatically. This debts don't matter theory is the source of today's Chicago school monetarism and IMF austerity plans, in which monetary deflation and lower wages are not really automatic but are enforced by political conditionalities. Road to Serfdom. During World War II, Friedrich Hayek wrote The Road to Serfdom to accuse the progressive era's public regulation as leading inevitably to centralized bureaucracies of the Nazi or Soviet type. The book became an ideological Bible for subsequent neoliberals such as Margaret Thatcher to shrink government authority and privatize the public domain. What they failed to recognize that inasmuch as every economy is planned, such efforts leave a political vacuum, which is filled by giant financial institutions. Their mode of planning imposed by the IMF, World Bank, and Washington Consensus has turned out to be the real road to serfdom by loading down economies with unproductive debt, imposing austerity on the populace and using the resulting financial crisis to assert dictatorial powers over government at the expense of labor and of debtors, as in Greece in 2015. Instead of democratic governments leading the world beyond a legacy of feudalism, Hayek's followers are headed by financial planners eager to impose client oligarchies, austerity, and debt deflation, leading to neo-serfdom. The financial sector captures control of national treasuries and central banks. See regulatory capture. The result is that in contrast to public planning protecting society from economic rent and similar exploitation and taxing wealth in ways that promote prosperity, Hayek's Wall Street admirers such as Alan Greenspan shift the tax burden off wealth onto labor and pursue related anti-labor reforms. See free market, labor capitalism, and race to the bottom. By defining serfdom as a government powerful enough to check the power of the property owners and their financiers, Hayek's proposed road to avoid serfdom is actually a road to debt peonage. Instead of progressive tax policy and public infrastructure investment aiming to minimize the cost of living and doing business, by bringing prices in line with real cost value, financial planners aim at maximizing prices for real estate, stocks, and financial securities, especially relative to wage levels. That is the real road to serfdom, dismantling government and turning its planning over to financial centers to create a neo-feudal oligarchy. Rosetta Stone, unearthed by French soldiers in 1799 in a small Egyptian village called Rosetta, Rashid. This trilingual translation of an ancient Egyptian debt cancellation provided the key for translating hieroglyphics. But its content has been ideologically ignored. Fig. 8. Carved on a chunk of black diorite, it commemorates a cancellation of tax arrears and other debts by the 13-year-old pharaoh Ptolemy V Epiphanes in 196 BC. He was indoctrinated by Egypt's priesthood into the ways of former pharaohs who proclaimed amnesties to save the country from over-indebtedness, mainly to royal collectors. See Jubilee Year and Clean Slate. My forthcoming book The Lost Tradition of Biblical Debt Cancellations tells the story of these pre-biblical events in detail. Rule of 72, a quick way to approximate how long a loan or debt will take to double at a given rate of interest. Dividing 72 by the annual interest rate provides an estimate of how many years it takes for the interest to accumulate as large a sum as the original principal, the amount borrowed or owed, at a compound rate of growth. Fig. 9. The result is fairly accurate up to a rate of 20%. To double money at 8% annual interest, divide 72 by 8. The answer is 9 years. In another 9 years the original principal will have multiplied fourfold, and in 27 years it will have grown to 8 times the original sum. A loan doubles in 12 years at 6%, and in 18 years at 4%. This is of course unsustainable. As Herbert Stein, chair of the U.S. Council of Economic Advisers 1972 to 1974, quipped, "Things that can't go on forever, don't." See Sustainability and Compound Interest. S is for Say's Law and Serfdom. S-curve. Saint-Simon, Claude Henry de Rouvroy, Comte, 1760 to 1825. Sanctity of debt vs. debt cancellation. Saving, distinguished from savings. Savings, distinguished from saving. Say's Law. Serfdom. Shareholder value. Sharia law. Single tax. Sinking fund. Sleeping and eating. Sleeping partner, aka silent partner. Smith, Adam, 1723 to 1790. See Adam Smith. Smith, E. Peshine, 1814 to 1882. Social market. Socialism. Socialism for the rich, see state socialism. Society. Socrates, 470 to 399 BC. Sovereign debt. Sovereignty, see government and money. Stabilization program. Stages of development. Stagflation. Stalinism. State socialism, socialism for the rich. State theory of money. Sterile. Stockholm syndrome. Structural problem. Student loans. Super profits. Supply-side economics. Sustainability. Systems analysis. S-curve, the typical shape of growth in nature. Human beings and other living organisms taper off in height and size as they reach maturity. Most business recoveries also taper off as employment, raw materials, and resource limits are approached. Profits slow as rents, wages and commodity prices rise while debt and interest charges grow at compound interest, stifling business expansion, usually in a financial crisis. See economic forecasting. Fig. Point 10. Saint-Simon, Claude Henry de Rouvroy, Comte, 1760 to 1825. French reformer best known for urging that bank lending at interest be replaced with loans taking the form of equity, stock, investment. Following this doctrine, the Perrier brothers created the Crédit Mobilier banking company in Paris in 1852, basically as a mutual fund to finance infrastructure development. In practice, this model was pursued most successfully in Germany in the late 19th and early 20th century. Earlier, Saint-Simon sought to abolish inheritance so that people would possess only the fruits of their own labor. Sanctity of debt vs. debt cancellation. For more than half of recorded history, from 3000 BC to 1000 AD, religion sanctified the cancellation of personal, non-commercial, debt so as to prevent debt bondage and widespread forfeiture of self-support land to foreclosing creditors. The biblical Jubilee year, Dir in Leviticus 25, was a direct descendant of Babylonian and Aram antecedents. See Clean Slate. Today's neoliberal crucifixion of economies on a cross of debt and austerity thus reverses the original economic core of the Judeo-Christian ethic. Saving, distinguished from savings. To most people, saving means accumulating money in the bank for their retirement, or simply to have on hand as a cushion to draw against. But the reported rise in the U.S. saving rate since 2008, saving as a proportion of national income or gross domestic product, does not mean that people have more liquidity and are building up more of a cushion. Just the opposite, post-2008 is a negation of a negation. Banks reduced their credit card exposure, so the population had smaller credit card lines to draw on. Banks also scaled back their mortgage lending and home equity lending, requiring people to pay down the debts that they had run up. This is called deleveraging. It is a form of debt deflation, because it leaves less income available to spend on goods and services. So not all saving is available for actual spending, or even is voluntary. When firms age their bills by delaying payment, these unpaid debts create statistical saving on the part of their hapless suppliers, who accumulate financial claims on the asset side of their balance sheet for unpaid receivables. The firms not being paid are unwilling savers. For wage labor, the main categories of forced saving are Social Security and pension deductions. The National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, treat the amortization payment as saving, but not the interest and fees that banks siphon off. John Maynard Keynes viewed saving simply as non-spending. See propensity to save. But one party's savings take the form of other parties' debts, and to a smaller degree, as tangible capital investment. Savings and debts thus tend to grow exponentially together on both the asset and liability sides of the balance sheet, with a steady rise in the 99% ratio of debt to savings. Alan Greenspan's characterization of taking out a home equity loan as using your home as a piggy bank was a false metaphor. A piggy bank has real savings in it. When savers take money out of a piggy bank, they don't run up a debt, they simply have less saving. But in a home equity loan, the borrower's equity in his or her home goes down, not up. Taking out such loans force people to repay later, by putting money into the real-life piggish banks that made the loans and now demand payment, with interest. Savings, distinguished from saving financial securities, stocks and bonds, cash on hand, hoarding, and direct investment in real estate, corporate business, or even fine art, to the extent that these assets have a market value that banks will lend against, as collateral for potential liquidation purposes. Net worth is the excess of assets over debts, mainly owed to the 1%. Negative equity is the excess of debts over assets. That is the condition into which homeowners fall when mortgages exceed the market price of their property. It also is the case for banks when financial bubbles crash and bank loans go bad, leaving them unable to cover what they owe their depositors, bondholders and other counterparties. Say's law, named for the French economist Jean-Baptiste Say, 1767–1832, this law states that supply creates its own demand as employees spend their wages on buying what they produce. Payments by companies to their employees thus would equal what employees buy from said companies. If this application of circular flow really were the case, there would be no business cycles or depressions. John Maynard Keynes accordingly devoted a large part of his general theory, 1936, to explaining why this circular flow is interrupted, blaming the financial system. By ignoring the fact that finance and property, the FIRE sector, are independent from the real production and consumption economy, Say's law fails to operate mainly because of rent extraction, the culprit in Ricardo's analysis, and debt deflation, explained most classically by the American economist Irving Fisher. Typical American blue-collar budgets leave only about a third of gross wages available for discretionary spending on goods and services, after paying the FIRE sector and taxes. Serfdom, the final stage of Rome's imperial breakdown after the creditor oligarchy blocked the government from taxing the wealthy or protecting debtors. A quarter of the population was reduced to debt bondage or outright slavery. Coinage was adulterated as taxes were cut and economic life on the land reverted to barter as the debt overload crashed the economy. Cities were depopulated as Western Europe dissolved into manors under local warlords who became feudal landlords. In the absence of a debt cancellation, their luxury spending was the main moneized activity. Their status became hereditary, while cultivators were tied to the land as serfs. See feudalism. Shareholder value, an ambiguous term that usually represents a company's book value or the cost of having acquired its assets. This measure reflects the prices paid for real estate, monopolies, and other rentier claims that may have no inherent cost of production in the classical sense, except payments to lawyers and politicians. So meaningful book value is difficult to calculate in practice. A company may carry undervalued real estate at a low outdated price, for instance, making it a takeover target. Alternatively, stock prices may be established by projecting their income streams, predicting prospective long-term earnings. Fast-growing companies sell at a premium over their current reported income. But the financial sector lives mainly in the short run. A company's stock price may be raised by financial engineering to pay out corporate cash flow, EBITDA, as dividends or used for share buybacks. The aim of today's financial managers is to produce higher stock prices, on which their remuneration is based, not more affordable or better goods and services. Shareholder value is often increased by cost cutting, ending pension plans and employer contributions to 401ks, reducing healthcare support, eliminating staff and product lines, and banking offshore to avoid income taxes. The effect is to reduce long-run production. I discuss this short-termism in Killing the Host, chapters 8-10. Sharia law, much as medieval Christian law legitimized charging agio and commercial interest, Muslim murabaha banking enabled usury to enter through the back door by permitting creditors to take their returns as a proportion of the borrower's gain. A loan for real estate may be structured as a rental until the balance is paid off. Or, a loan to a merchant may be structured as a profit-sharing agreement. Lacking Christian financial law, for instance, Spain's Isabella and Ferdinand structured their investment in Christopher Columbus's voyages of conquest as a Sharia loan. Single tax, a tax levied on the land's ground rent, advocated by France's physiocrats and later popularized by the American journalist Henry George. Most classical economists urged extending the land tax to fall on all economic rent yielded by natural resources or infrastructure monopolies. George's policy disagreement with socialists was to leave land and key industry in private hands instead of nationalizing and socializing land and natural monopolies into the public domain, providing their services freely or at subsidized prices instead of being privatized. The movement for a single tax evaporated largely because George and his followers had no clear theory of cost value, price and economic rent, and hence no basis for statistical analysis. Most fatally, their libertarian opposition to big government meant in practice that government would not be strong enough to fully tax land rents and monopoly gains by the vested landed interests and the financial interests behind them. George denounced landlords, but idealized bankers, not realizing that they were becoming the major opponents of a land tax. He had no coherent understanding of interest. Sinking fund, a fund set aside by Britain's Parliament in the late 18th century to pay off the national debt by investing in bonds and automatically reinvesting their interest. The idea was for the balance to accumulate at compound interest, doubling and redoubling until it reached a magnitude sufficient to pay off the entire national debt. But in practice Parliament could not resist raiding the sinking fund to wage war. In any case, its financial surplus would have overburdened the economy with fiscal deflation, the same debt deflation effect as running a fiscal surplus to extract tax revenue via an austerity program. In the United States, Social Security is organized as a sinking fund to accumulate prepaid user fees and invest them in Treasury securities. In practice, lending this money to the government has enabled it to cut taxes on the higher income brackets. This is like raiding the fund in time of war, in this case, a class war waged by the 1%. A pay-as-you-go system, financed by progressive taxation and focused on taxing rentier income would avoid this problem. Refusal to collect FICA taxes on wages from well-to-do earners, currently, income more than $117,000 annually, led President George W. Bush to claim in 2005 that Social Security wage set-asides were so low that the system would be insolvent in half a century. He urged its privatization to steer wage withholding into stock purchases. The aim was to inflate a new financial bubble that would pay retirees out of stock market price gains. But as the population ages, and shrinks in response to debt deflation, stock sell-offs to pay retirees threaten to reverse the stock market run-up and wipe out pension savings, making it a bad idea to privatize Social Security. Sleeping and eating, metaphors traditionally used to describe creditors. Babylonian contracts referred to creditors as eating the interest owed them, in an epoch when many debts were paid in grain. Thomas Nast's 19th century cartoons depicted plutocrats as fat, a sign of gluttony and greed. Werner Sombart, 1863–1941, German economist and sociologist, likened the highest status bourgeoisie to globules of fat floating on top of soup. John Stuart Mill characterized land rent as what landlords collect in their sleep, through no efforts of their own. A sleeping partner, a bank or investment firm, advances money to a trader or entrepreneur, the active partner, to make a profit, which is to be shared with the creditor as interest and/or a share of the profits. Sleeping partner, aka silent partner, a creditor who lends to an entrepreneur to make a commercial profit, which is split with the creditor as equity and/or interest. The essence of such arrangements is that the active parties do the work, not their financial partners. Landlords, bankers, and other rentiers are sleeping partners vis-a-vis the economy at large, advancing the credit needed to function and the land or other preconditions for production to take place. This control over money and credit is analogous to feudal landlords' control over land. Today's counterpart to their claiming the crop surplus is the financial sector controlling money and basic infrastructure to charge interest and monopoly rent. Smith, Adam, 1723–1790. See Adam Smith. Smith, E. Peshine, 1814–1882. The law partner of Whig and Republican abolitionist and protectionist William Seward, his Manual of Political Economy, 1853, provided the argument for the economic platform adopted by the newly formed Republican Party from the Henry Clay Whigs: protective tariffs, internal improvements, and a national bank. A follower of Henry Carey, Smith emphasized the environmental cost of free trade monocultures, soil depletion resulting from cultivation of tobacco, cotton, and other southern plantation crops. Smith developed an energy theory of the value of goods and services. The rising efficiency of energy production over time, from animal and human effort to wind and water power, wood, coal, and oil, led production costs to fall in keeping with rising energy efficiency. As the foremost economist in the 19th century American School of Political Economy, Smith's manual was often reprinted in the United States as a critique of British free trade theory, and was translated into German, French and Italian. In 1871, Smith capped his career by becoming an advisor to Japan's Mikado, using his position to break up the Chinese coolie trade with Latin America. Socialism, the term used by 19th-century writers across the political spectrum for how they expected industrial capitalism to evolve. Ricardian socialists believed that taxing the land's rent, buying out the land or simply nationalizing it would free society from feudalism's most burdensome legacy, the extraction of economic rent. Socialist policy advocates that natural monopolies and infrastructure be kept in or transferred to the public domain. The key problem, of course, is to prevent corrupt management, just as in private investment. Liberal parliamentary reformers in Britain as well as Marxian socialists saw a need to gain control of the government to bring prices in line with intrinsic value. This required being strong enough to overcome the power of the vested interests seeking to protect their special rentier privileges. Many old socialist policies have been adopted: pensions and public health programs, progressive income taxation, anti-monopoly regulations, and consumer protection to free markets from fraud and lawbreaking. Denouncing such policies as socialist thus implies that the free market economics of Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill and kindred 19th-century liberals were actually socialist. The right-wing use of socialism as a term of invective, and reform to mean the reversal of progressive-era reforms, is an attempt to roll back pensions and public investment. The label socialism is applied to any critique of the neoliberal policy of looting pension funds, selling off public infrastructure to pay bondholders, shifting taxes onto consumers and wage earners, and deregulating economies for rent extractors and financializers. See oligarchy and kleptocracy. Soviet Russia's totalitarian state is an entirely different case. See Stalinism. Confronted by Western military opposition to force regime change, it became a war economy under permanent emergency rule. Stalin's forced industrialization without a democratic middle class, indeed destroying the kulaks and bourgeoisie, was the antithesis of early socialism and Marxism. But its traumatic experience threw into question just what socialism and a planned economy was all about. For European socialists, what was planned were to be constraints on privilege, rent-seeking and kindred exploitation. Marx even supported free trade with India, on the logic that British industrial imperialism would lead to modernization of backward colonies. 1 Once freed from post-feudal privileges for landlords and bankers, he believed industrial capitalism would evolve towards socialism in the interest of the majority of citizens, the working class. By the 20th century, the major political issue of politics in Britain and other countries had become not socialism versus capitalism, but the forms which socialism shall take and the pace at which it shall be developed. These various forms were an outgrowth of English classical political economy, as was capital itself too. But many nominally socialist parties gaining office today throughout Europe and Latin America have turned into the opposite of the socialism of a century ago. They endorse privatization and austerity, headed by Tony Blair's neoliberal British Labour Party and Greece's PASOK, and indeed the second, Socialist, International. Socialism for the rich, see state socialism. Social market, Margaret Thatcher's euphemism for her antisocial antithesis to socialism, a financialized and neoliberalized anti-labor market. Public investment and government authority are to be dismantled in order to promote rentier domination by the FIRE sector. Hitherto public infrastructure is to be privatized and run by financial managers seeking to maximize rent extraction. See Chicago School and Reaganomics. Society, the market is only part of society, which forms the context within which markets operate. When Margaret Thatcher said that there is no such thing as society, she meant that human and social relationships outside of market pricing should be ignored, the very definition of alienation. In practice, her slogan meant that the status quo's dominant players would be the market without other parts of society having a say as to tax policy, subsidies, social welfare spending, war or environmental regulation, or workers' rights, human rights, or mutual aid. Socrates, 470 to 399 BC. In Book I of Plato's Republic, 380 BC, Socrates discusses the morality of paying debts. Cephalus, a businessman living in the commercial Piraeus district, states the ethic that it is fair and just to pay back what one has borrowed. 3 Socrates replies that it would not be just to return weapons to a lunatic. Because of the consequences, paying back the debt would be the wrong thing to do. What ultimately is at issue is how this act affects society. If a madman is intent on murder, returning his weapon to him will enable him to commit unjust acts. Likewise, the morality of paying back all debts is not necessarily justice. We need to look at the overall consequences. The morality of paying today's bondholders and other creditors is analogous to paying off the madman discussed by Socrates. At issue is what should be saved, wealthy creditors from loss, and the morality that all debts should be paid, or the overall economy from unemployment and misery leading to emigration, worse health and shorter lifespans. Also at issue is the selfish and abusive behavior of creditors. Later in the Republic, Book 8, 555d 556b, Socrates talks with Glaucon, pointing to the negligence and encouragement of licentiousness in oligarchies. See Affluenza. Their greed, Socrates explains, inserts the parasitic sting of their money into any of the remainder who do not resist. The effect is to burden many Athenians with debt, to suffer foreclosure on their land and disenfranchisement, fostering the drone and pauper element in the state. This leaves the people, the demos, to conspire against the acquirers of their estates and the rest of the citizens, and be eager for revolution. The way to quench this disaster in the making, Socrates suggests, is to enact a law prohibiting such abuses. What law? Asks Glaucon. The law that is next best, commanding that most voluntary contracts should be at the contractor's risk. the pursuit of wealth would be less shameless in the state and fewer of the evils of which we spoke just now would grow up there. This obligation of creditors to share in the risk of non-payment is the principle that American economic reformers urged after the 2008 crash. Banks that made junk mortgage loans beyond the ability of debtors to pay out of their normal income should have their recklessly over-mortgaged obligations written down to reflect reasonable rental values and prices instead of letting banks foreclose or profiteer from home buyers, pushing the U.S. economy into debt deflation. Sovereign debt, debt guaranteed by a government or its central bank, usually denominated in dollars, sterling, or euros. These foreign currency bonds typically are registered in New York or London, and hence are subject to creditor nation courts, not domestic law. Under today's global linkages, this foreign debt is the main lever to turn democracies into oligarchies. The 2012 to 2015 crises in Argentina and Greece showed how little sovereignty debtor countries have in the face of the absence of an international court recognizing the ultimate need to write down sovereign debts. Threats by bondholders to cut off credit, cause banking chaos and seize public assets to pay vulture funds and other creditors enable the IMF, the European Central Bank and even vulture funds to override democratic regimes and public referendums. The upshot is that it doesn't matter what voters want or whom they elect. Economic policy is dictated by the bondholders, and they are rapacious in demanding austerity and kindred IMF conditionalities. Sovereignty, see government and money. Stabilization program, a euphemism for the destabilization caused by IMF conditionalities in the form of austerity. The effect is to deter investment, employment, and wage levels, by cutting public investment while raising taxes on consumers. This creates deepening dependency on foreign lenders, leading to yet harsher junk economic demands to bleed the patient, with leeches in the form of vulture creditors and privatizers. See Inner Contradiction and Washington Consensus. Stages of development, the idea that history has been moving inexorably toward the present distribution of wealth and income, assuming, by tautology, that today's status quo must be the most efficient and hence fittest. See Progress and Teleology. The hypothesized stages of development usually are arrayed in sets of three, example from agriculture via industrial capitalism to post-industrial finance capitalism, culminating in today's dominance by financial planners, as if this is the end of history, not a retrogression to feudalism. Most concepts of stages of development get the actual sequence backward. Headed by the Austrian school, 19th-century monetary theorists speculated that economies evolved from barter via a money economy to a credit system. This misses the fact that the Neolithic and Bronze Age Mesopotamian economies were credit economies. As planting and harvesting developed in the Neolithic, credit became necessary to bridge the time gap for expenses incurred during the crop year, such as ale to drink and agricultural and public services, typically to be paid for at harvest time. All three stages are usually found simultaneously. Economic historian Karl Polanyi's 1886 to 1964, three stages of market development, for instance, distinguish reciprocity, gift exchange, and administered prices from market exchange at flexible prices. Even in today's economies, individuals still reciprocate meals, gifts, and other social obligations. Money developed gradually as a means of denominating and settling crop debts, most of which were owed to the temples and palaces. Rulers set prices for grain, silver, and other key goods and services to enable debts to be paid to these large institutions in these commodities, in kind. The volume of debt grew so large under Rome's oligarchy that the fiscal and monetary system broke down for the vast majority of the population. Except for the narrow warlord-landlord layer, economic units were obliged to become locally self-sufficient. The Western Roman Empire deteriorated as silver and gold were drained to the east. Debt deflation, austerity, and collapse are thus the final stage of debt-ridden economies. This makes the credit or financial stage a transition to economic collapse and reversion to barter, unless political decisions from outside or above the market check rentier power to create a more stable and equitable social arrangement. That requires debt cancellations to bring an economy's debt overhead back within the ability to be paid. Nearly all modern stages of growth theories deny the basic principle that defines the final stage of financialization: debts that cannot be paid, won't be. Either a clean slate or a lapse into debt serfdom is needed to end the preceding cycle and inaugurate a new takeoff or recovery. Stagflation. During the Vietnam War years in the late 1960s and 1970s, U.S. prices rose rapidly, along with interest rates, without spurring new investment and employment. See inflation and money. The opposite condition is today's stagnating deflation. Quantitative easing by central banks lowers interest rates, but fails to induce new investment, what John Maynard Keynes called the liquidity trap, or reinflate commodity prices or wages. Debt deflation causes economic stagnation, ultimately more serious and persistent than inflation. Stalinism, the intermediate stage between capitalism and kleptocracy. One could define neoliberalism in the same way, but it concentrates economic planning in the financial centers, not in autonomous state bureaucracies. State socialism, socialism for the rich use of government agencies, especially the Treasury and Central Bank, to rescue and subsidize commercial banks, bondholders or other elites. The opposite of genuine socialism, such government spending to support a rentier oligarchy, should be called corporatism or neo-feudalism. The 1% euphemize it as a free market, pretending that their gains, usually capital gains, will trickle down to the 99%. The key, of course, is just who controls the state. Under rentier domination there can be no such thing as a real socialist policy. For example, socialized medicine under Obamacare is simply a public giveaway to the financial and health insurance sectors and pharmaceutical monopolies, the same kind of oxymoron as Margaret Thatcher's social market or labor capitalism. State theory of money: governments give value to money not so much by declaring it to be legal tender as by accepting it in payment of taxes and fees. Given its name by George Friedrich Knapp in his State Theory of Money, 1905, translated from German into English in 1924 at the urging of John Maynard Keynes, recognition of this principle is also known as chartalism. Point 4. The essential idea was known long before Knapp formulated it in academic terms. Alexander Hamilton wrote in his 1791st Report on Public Credit, Art 1, Sect 8, Clause 2, in countries in which the national debt is properly funded, and an object of established confidence, it answers most of the purposes of money. Transfers of stock or public debt are the equivalent to payments in specie, that is, metallic coinage. Banking interests push to get governments out of the picture so that they can control money and credit themselves. In keeping with George Orwell's motto, "Who controls the past controls the present," the Austrian school's Karl Menger created a fanciful theory of how money originated without public institutions, temples, or palaces playing any role. This ideologically airbrushed view of history speculates that money emerged when individuals bartered food and other products, preferring metal for the three mainstream textbook functions. A compact store of value, namely, metal, not grain or cloth, a measure of value, and a medium of exchange, that is, a commodity as a means of payment. These three functions have always been public. See stages of development. Metal had to be of a specified purity. To avoid adulteration, silver and gold were minted in temples throughout antiquity, and by governments down through the modern world. Also, metallic coinage has to be weighed, and weights and measures were provided by the temples or palaces, and by governments in the modern world, to avoid the notorious private mercantile cheating. Prices first measured by money were crops, cloth and other handicrafts in which community members paid their debts to ancient temples, palaces, or civic governments for public services, products and taxes. Debts accrued and payments were not made on the spot at the time of purchase, they accrued as debts to be settled when the harvest was in, paid on the threshing floor, or when merchants returned from their voyages and paid the temples or other consignors or backers. All these roles of money involved public institutions, which free market economics denigrates by pretending that governments play no role except to impose overhead transactions costs, not to save the private sector from fraud and cheating. What most mainstream monetary theory leaves out of account is the historically most important function of money, to denominate debts. The first formally moneized debts were owed to Mesopotamia's temples and palaces. That is why rulers set price ratios for grain and other commodities serving as money to pay fees and debts to these two large institutions. Sterile, a zero-sum and hence exploitative economic activity that is merely a transfer payment, not an addition to real output. In antiquity this was typified above all by usury. What was born from the loan was merely the passage of time, not a product or the means to pay. 5. Aristotle described money as being sterile, despite interest being charged. Stoic Roman historians used the metaphor of sexual sterility to characterize usurers as aging homosexuals abusing young boys pledged in debt bondage. The medieval French ruler Philip the Fair made use of a similar metaphor in 1306 to prosecute the Templars and seize their wealth, accusing them of conducting abnormal sexual rites. The physiocrats viewed industry and commerce as being sterile, on the ground that industry merely worked up the agricultural surplus, net product, provided by nature. This became a rationale for taxing the landed aristocracy instead of industry and commerce. Adam Smith described industry as well as agriculture as productive, but counted personal services, such as butlers and coachmen, and public bureaucrats as sterile, in the sense of dissipating the economic surplus, not adding to it. The 19th century saw a long debate over the character of productive and unproductive, sterile, labor and investment, distinguishing industrial profits from rent-seeking. The vested interests, especially the fire sector, sponsored a value-free reaction by denying the concept of economic sterility or parasitism. See John Bates Clark. Stockholm Syndrome, a state of demoralization in which kidnapped parties believe they will be safer by identifying with their predator, and urge others to meet his demands as if he were their protector. The economic analogy is a belief by the 99% that the way to recover their lost prosperity is to give more tax breaks and subsidies to the 1%, hoping that the benefits may trickle down. See supply-side economics. The wealthy depict themselves as job creators, needed by the 99%, as in the conservative chestnut, no poor man ever gave anyone a job. A kindred example is the belief by debt-ridden populations that they can escape from their quandary by borrowing enough to keep current on their debt service. This financial Stockholm syndrome leads demoralized voters to support central banks supplying low-interest credit to commercial banks so that they can lend more and enable populations to borrow their way out of debt. Instead of rescuing the economy, this leads to deeper debt deflation. A similar syndrome leaves workers and voters to fear that criticizing, taxing, regulating or otherwise offending their employers or the 1% will lead to unemployment and economic collapse. Structural problem, a problem that cannot be resolved by merely marginal reforms, but requires political change. A chronic structural problem is the tendency of debts to grow in excess of the ability to be paid, see compound interest. Leaving them in place leads to asset stripping as property is forfeited to creditors. Neoclassical and marginalist economists dismiss the resulting austerity and economic stagnation as externalities, that is, external to their narrow scope of supply and demand within a given institutional structure. This narrow scope is a precondition for their ideology depicting rentiers in a positive light, because there seems to be no alternative structure thinkable without them. Student loans, just as real estate is worth as much as a bank will lend, and costs more and more as lending terms are loosened, so the price of education is inflated on credit. The larger the government guaranteed debt leverage, the more colleges are able to charge for the sale of degrees, without regard to whether the loan creates the means to pay it off. The volume of U.S. student debt soared to $1.4 trillion in 2016, more than credit card debt, see chart below. This debt must be paid regardless of whether students graduate or earn enough to pay off the loans, because it cannot be wiped out by personal bankruptcy under the harshly rewritten recent bankruptcy code. To carry their debt service, graduates often must keep living at home with their parents, deferring family formation. See debt deflation. Fig. Point 11. The cover story enabling universities to raise their fees is that lending to students finds its counterpart in human capital, yielding a higher income on educational capital. But government-guaranteed education loans have led to a proliferation of for-profit diploma mills, whose courses have little linkage to training of the sort that actually increases income. In any case, most of the increase in earnings by graduates must now be turned over to banks, as interest on their student loans. The fruits of human capital thus end up enriching finance capital. Super profits, excessive returns beyond what is necessary to induce capital investment and employment. See monopoly rent, example in information technology, health insurance, oil and gas. Supply-side economics, a rationale for cutting taxes on finance and property, see fire sector. The Laffer curve, named for Republican economic advisor Arthur Laffer, pretends that the deeper taxes are cut, the more tax revenue can be collected. The cover story is that high-income recipients will have less incentive to cheat or hide their profits abroad in offshore tax havens, as if their accountants don't always try to keep every dollar of profit away from government. The actual result of such tax cuts is a deepening budget deficit, creating pressure to raise taxes on labor and consumers to rebalance the budget. The pretense is that what needs to be supplied to spur economic growth are tax cuts, see tax shift, and hence more net income for the higher tax brackets. The false assumption is that leaving the 1% with more income will be an incentive for them to undertake more capital investment and job creation. The sophistry continues by promising that inasmuch as corporations and rich people employ labor, cutting their taxes will enable them to employ more workers. See trickle-down economics. This implies that the wealthy will create jobs by investing their gains in new production, not outsourcing, downsizing, looting pension funds and driving the economy into debt, see financialization. Such lobbyists never mention corporate raiders, downsizing or outsourcing jobs. What is supplied is simply more income, asset price gains, and hence political power to the vested interests, leaving them with yet more to lend back to the increasingly indebted 99%. The effect is to shrink output and employment, and deterring rather than inducing new capital investment. Sustainability, an economy's ability to be resilient and supply its members' basic needs while preserving environmental balance, avoiding pollution, depletion, and climate change. Financial balance, avoiding debt overhead, fraud, and bad loans or toxic mortgages, and demographic balance, avoiding austerity that drives skilled labor to emigrate and older labor to die early from suicide and reduced health care. As such, sustainability is the antithesis to debt deflation, neoliberalism, and supply-side economics. Systems analysis, a technique for viewing the impact of any given change on all parts of the economic, political, and social system, based on positive feedback such as increasing returns, or damping negative feedback, diminishing returns. What neoclassical economics dismisses as externalities often turn out to be most important for the overall social system, example debt deflation. As such, macroanalysis is the antithetical to the ceteris paribus reasoning, Latin for all other things remaining equal, that underlies mainstream economics. See X and Y axes. T is for trickle-down economics, tableau économique, tax shift, taxation, teleology. Thatcher, Margaret, 1925 to 2013. The market. Thorstein Veblen theorem. Tina, there is no alternative. Too big to fail / jail. Total return. Totalitarian. Tragedy of the commons. Transaction cost. Transfer payment. Transfer price. Traumatized worker syndrome. Treasury. Trickle-down economics. Truthiness. Two economies. Tableau économique, the first formal national income account, developed in 1758 by the physiocrat François Quesnay on the analogy of how blood circulates through the human body. See accounting, economist, and Say's law. Its aim remained the focus of classical political economy, to quantify the economic surplus, product net, net product, And to show who ended up with it, the landowning nobility and palace. Today's main recipient of the rise in national income is still the fire sector and the 1% that owns most of its wealth. Largely out of embarrassment at singling out how little of the economy's net gain is shared with the 99%, mainstream economists talk as if there is no surplus. NEPA statistics have no suggestion of exploitation or unearned income, no meaningful categories for economic rent, and no measure for capital gains. Taxation, collection of a specified portion of income from citizens and businesses by government. But the tax burden is not evenly distributed. Society's victors view taxes as what they can extract from the losers as tribute and subsidy. The fire sector lobbies to untax real estate, natural resources, and financial rent-seeking, shifting the fiscal burden onto labor and consumers via regressive sales taxes, excise taxes, and value-added taxes, VAT, and by disguising the Social Security tax as a user fee. See tax shift. Taxes and money are closely linked. Levying taxes is what gives national value to money, by governments accepting it in payment of taxes and fees. See state theory of money. At first it may seem that lower taxes would leave more income available for personal consumption and business investment. At a given moment of time this would be true, all other things remaining equal, ceteris paribus. But bankers realize that whatever revenue the tax collector relinquishes is available to be pledged for debt service. From their vantage point, land and its rent, monopolies and their rent, and even corporate cash flow are all targeted for paying interest. Lower real estate taxes leave more rent to be capitalized into bank loans, raising housing prices as banks lend more. Conversely, taxing this land rent would leave less for banks to collect as mortgage interest. So banks and real estate investors have led a populist ideology to limit government property taxation. This requires government spending to be cut back, while banks block government from creating its own money to finance its budget deficits. See modern monetary theory. California's notorious Proposition 13 froze real estate taxes on commercial properties American Samoa well as owner-occupied homes. The effect of leaving the rising land rent in private hands, to be paid to mortgage bankers for larger and larger loans, was to vastly increase California real estate prices. Bank profits soared, while the government had to roll back public services and impose more taxes on consumers. So labor's net disposable personal income, after paying the fire sector, ended up suffering by much more than the personal savings on home property taxes. Tax shift, a reversal of progressive taxation to favor finance and property, the fire sector. Taxes historically were levied mainly on land, because it is the largest and most visible form of wealth. From ancient times through medieval Europe, people living on the land were the source of corvée labor and service in the military. This was the archaic basis for assigning land tenure rights. Land and its rent were for paying taxes, at first in kind and later in money. But since about 1980, following Margaret Thatcher's victory in Britain and Ronald Reagan's in the United States, taxes have been shifted off real estate onto labor. Wage withholding for Social Security and health insurance is a quasi-tax, rhetorically camouflaged as prepayment of user fees for public services paid for out of the general budget. And large corporations are allowed to establish dummy affiliates in offshore banking centers, pretending to make all their profits in countries that have no income tax. The process was pioneered by the oil industry setting up flags of convenience in Liberia and Panama. The effect of these tax shifts is to intensify economic polarization, by adding fiscal deflation, fiscal drag, to debt deflation for the 99%, while spurring asset price inflation benefiting the 1%. Teleology, an a priori approach, from Greek telos, and, depicting any existing status quo as being a natural result of past trends and how past conflicts were resolved on a presumably constant upward trajectory. Such history is written as if there are no realistic alternative modes of economic or social organization, example Mrs. Thatcher's Tina, only selected antecedents that lead to the present. See End of History and Stages of Development. Thatcher, Margaret, 1925 to 2013 as British Conservative Prime Minister, 1979 to 1990, she claimed that there is no such thing as society. This antisocial view sees no need to protect consumers or the environment from exploitation, or to protect economies from predatory financial behavior. Her trademark phrase was "Tina, there is no alternative." See neoliberal, Reaganomics, and social market. Her labor capitalism was borrowed largely from Chile's Augusto Pinochet, who fled to her country for protection and indeed plaudits after his bloody military junta ended. To persuade voters that they could make easy speculative gains and become capitalists in miniature, Mrs. Thatcher privatized public enterprises at low prices to provide quick price jumps. Starting with British Telephone, dumped at an initial public offering, IPO, discount for the company's retail customers, her sell-off of public infrastructure provided windfalls, above all for speculators and large financial organizations. This created an illusion that producing financial gains helped the economy instead of polarizing it while making it high cost. Meanwhile, high underwriting fees, an enormous 2% giveaway to investment bankers, shifted economic power to London's banking sector. Privatizing public housing was a bonanza for mortgage bankers. Mrs. Thatcher's policy may be summarized as, "Sorry you've lost your job. I hope you made a killing on buying your council house and are watching its price soar." But real estate's soaring prices left British workers unable to live in central London, forcing them to spend many hours each day on expensive travel to and from work, on privatized transportation. Thatcher lost power when she imposed a poll tax on the middle class instead of recapturing the soaring land prices by a windfall land tax, taxing people not property. Thatcherism continued and even intensified after Thatcher. Tony Blair's new Labour Party celebrated financialization, and followed up Thatcher's rent and tax increases by privatizing the railroads and subways with public/private partnerships. New Labour deregulated Britain's economy under Gordon Brown's light touch, leading to the collapse in 2008 of the Royal Bank of Scotland, RBS, iSave Bank, and other fraud-infested insider lootings. The market, advocates of the status quo have always vied with reformers to define and perpetuate the kind of market that serves their own interests. The modern faith that economies work fairly and equitably, even by natural law, is based on a definition of the market that deems rentier classes to be a natural part of economies. Critics urge political reform of the context within which markets operate. At issue is whether economic policy should focus on 1. Unbridled markets administered by the most powerful vested interests, the 1%, or 2. Society's need for economic growth by appropriate regulation, fair taxation, and public spending and investment in infrastructure. The choice will determine who will be the market's major beneficiaries and victims. Opponents of public regulation construct academic models that depict the Progressive Era and New Deal reforms that created the American middle class as being distortions of pure competition and even deadweight. Market failures since 2008 are blamed on exogenous factors that lie outside the scope of these narrow market-oriented models. This conservative approach ignores the fact that economic inequality is widening and financial crashes are occurring because of the way in which markets have become malstructured. See structural problem. Rejecting government's historic role in shaping markets to prevent economic polarization from tearing communities apart, neoliberal theory goes so far as to idealize the market as having no public context at all. This narrow view demonizes the past 2 centuries of classical and progressive era reforms to regulate credit, impose usury laws and treat money, healthcare, and other basic infrastructure as public utilities so as to reduce the cost of living and doing business. If the Austrians and Thatcherites had their way, civilization never could have taken off, and China could not have risen to global economic power with its mixed public/private economy. Classical economists analyzed how tax and regulatory policies shape markets. The major problem they addressed was landlords reaping land rents where they have not sown, as Adam Smith put it, collecting such rents in their sleep, as John Stuart Mill put it. Their solution was to free markets from economic rent by taxing it away or making basic infrastructure and other means of production public. See fourth factor of production. A fictitious mythology of economic history brands the essence of Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill and their advocates as socialist as an epithet, as if there can be no such thing as a good proactive government policy with checks and balances that promote fair and sustainable economic growth. By John Maynard Keynes's time, financial reform was taking its place alongside land taxation as a policy to free economies from the rentier financial class. See euthanasia of the rentier. But today's neoliberal markets reverse financial regulation, public banking, and debt write-downs by promoting the sanctity of debt. This turnabout is rationalized by the unrealistic assumption that economies self-adjust in a fair and stable way without government action from outside or above the market. In a travesty of Adam Smith's invisible hand, they denounce any such attempts as pernicious interference. Freeing markets from predatory rent-seeking requires, 1. Progressive taxation of the rentier class and its unearned income, and, 2. Either anti-monopoly legislation or public control of basic infrastructure to enable government to provide public services at cost or on a subsidized basis. These policies threaten the feudal epoch's legacy of vested interests, which strive to retain their time-honored free lunch, tax favoritism, untaxed capital gains and other tax loopholes, control of bank credit and as many natural infrastructure monopolies as they can take, see kleptocracy. They seek to minimize regulation or public option competition from governments. Rentier lobbyists' aim is to mobilize anti-government resentment of insider dealing and oligarchy to discredit all government, especially socialist governments. The trick is to get the 99% act against their own self-interest by not protecting themselves from these carryovers of feudal privilege. See Stockholm Syndrome. To deter reforms, pro-rentier client academics define the market narrowly as a free market might exist without government regulations or a public option. See learned ignorance. This approach shifts blame for austerity onto the market as if it is a force of nature rather than being based on policies favoring the FIRE sector. The Nobel Economics Prize for what is euphemized as economic science typically is given for the tautology that public regulations and subsidies impose transaction costs that interfere with free markets. But as David Graeber points out, contrary to the neoliberal assumption that markets came before governments, as if governments evolved simply to enforce payment of debts and contracts, the Bronze Age archaeological record shows that governments created and sponsored the earliest markets. The prototypical contracts were with, or mediated by, the palace or temples, sworn to by oaths to a god of commerce and or justice. And in modern times, the first stock markets dealt mainly in royal debt. The 19th century industrial takeoffs of Britain, the United States and Germany, and Japan after World War II, saw their governments take the lead in shaping markets with subsidies, tariffs, see protectionism, taxes, and direct investment. 1. Markets always have been regulated and subsidized, see mixed economy. Antiquities temples oversaw the purity and weight of monetary silver as part of their supervision of honest weights and measures. Mesopotamian rulers often started their reign by proclaiming price ratios for silver, grain, copper, and other basic commodities in order to standardize fees for public services and other fiscal payments. See money and accounting. And nearly every Bronze Age ruler started his reign by annulling debts to create a clean slate. This long tradition prompted Karl Polanyi, 1886–1964, to organize a group of academics to trace the extent to which markets are embedded in social rules that shape exchange, trade, and credit by public regulation of prices, interest rates and, in modern times, anti-monopoly rules, consumer protection, usury and bankruptcy laws, and debt cancellations. 2. By demonizing the past century's moves toward shaping markets more equitably, discussion of the reforms that built up a prosperous middle class has been airbrushed out of history and consigned to an Orwellian memory hole. Voters are told that a market designed and controlled by the 1% is a natural outgrowth of free markets, despite the fact that the middle class and industry are shrinking as a result of increasing debt overhead that concentrates property and financial wealth in the hands of the 1%. To endorse financial austerity and oppose public money creation to finance budget deficits or enactment of more humanitarian bankruptcy laws favoring debtors, the 99% anti-government ideologues seek to keep governments out of the monetary and financial regulatory sphere. Their sophistry depicts money as having been developed solely by individuals engaging in barter with each other. This mythology treats money simply as a commodity, not the legal and fiscal creation that it historically has been. See as if and Karl Menger. Budget deficits financed by public money creation to spend on public infrastructure investment and social welfare programs are defined as market distortions, on the ground that they lead to different prices and incomes than would result without such intervention. Anti-usury laws, debt write-downs, see bankruptcy and debt forgiveness, and more humanitarian treatment of debtors are deemed to interfere with the freedom of creditors, capitalists in their lexicon, to impose financial and fiscal austerity, often backed by U.S. sponsored military juntas as in Augusto Pinochet's Chile. The bankers' main fear is that government policies may favor labor, consumers, and debtors over the power of inherited wealth, employers and creditors. The kind of free market envisioned by today's Chicago boys, Austrians, and neoliberals benefits the 1% at the expense of society at large. This array of pro-financial policies requires a censorship of alternatives. To oppose claims that public regulation and oversight are necessary, neoliberals assert that equilibrium will occur automatically, without markets requiring government mediation to operate in a fair and equitable way. Post-Soviet Russia gave U.S.-led neoliberals a free hand to create their travesty of a free market. The result was a kleptocracy controlled by insiders and monopolists who impoverished labor and created a demographic collapse. Russia was turned from one of the world's most literate and high-technology populations into a raw materials exporter, and its engineers and other professional classes were driven to emigrate abroad, along with about $25 billion of capital flight each year. One recent writer summarizes the result. In the early 1990s, a highly placed World Bank research economist argued that these countries were victims of unreasonable egalitarianism, and all increases in inequality, linked as they must be to higher returns to more productive members of society, should be welcome. 3. By contrast, look at China's socialist market economy to see how it avoided austerity and rose rapidly to great power status by following active government policies akin to those of the United States and Germany during their industrial takeoffs. Thorstein-Veblen theorem: land prices tend to be higher than merely capitalizing existing property rents at the going rate of mortgage interest. In a bubble economy, prices reflect anticipated capital gains. To produce total returns, I review the math in the Hudson bubble model later in this book. Describing real estate as the great American game, Veblen viewed it as an enterprise in futures, designed to get something for nothing from the unwary, of whom it is believed by experienced persons that there is one born every minute. Farmers and other rural families from the surrounding lands look forward to the time when the community's advancing needs will enable them to realize on the inflated values of their real estate, that is, to find a sucker to take them at their word and become their debtors in the amount which they say their real estate is worth. The entire operation, from individual properties to the town as a whole, is an enterprise in salesmanship, with collusion being the rule. 4. This excess of property prices over the capitalized value of their current rental income reflects the degree of bubbling, organized puffing, that is, promoting hopes among potential buyers and investors that a property's site value will rise as a result of speculation, further economic development, easier bank credit and/or lower property taxes. Tina, there is no alternative. The neoliberal principle that if one can censor awareness of policy alternatives to austerity, people will believe that poverty, inequality, and economic polarization are natural, not man-made. To limit public awareness of alternatives, today's mainstream academic curriculum no longer includes the history of economic thought, or economic history for that matter. Whoever controls the image and information of the past determines what and how future generations will think, wrote Orwell. Whoever controls the information and images of the present determines how those same people will view the past. When history is expunged from the common curriculum, there are no lessons of actual history. This enables an unrealistic mythology to be substituted, such as economic individualism and Austrian school fantasies. Too big to fail/jail. The 2008 crisis revealed that pervasive fraud by the largest U.S. banks was so systemic that the Obama administration's Justice Department refrained from prosecuting the leading banksters. The excuse was that recovering the fraudulent exactions of banks would bring them down, and the economy with it. A more immediate political reason was that Wall Street had gained the power to direct President Obama to recruit Eric Holder and Lanny Breuer from the ranks of Wall Street law firms and put them in charge of the Justice Department. See regulatory capture. They pretended that jailing bankers would harm innocent spouses, children, and bank employees. No such concern was shown to victims of the bank's junk mortgage fraud, who were foreclosed on and evicted from their homes. The government not only rescued the biggest banks, it allowed them to grow even more dominant, using some of their gains to lobby Congress and pay millions of dollars to the political campaigns of leading senators and congressmen on key financial and other oversight committees to dilute reforms intended to prevent a recurrence of the collapse. It is all reminiscent of what Voltaire wrote regarding the law: it is forbidden to kill, therefore all murderers are punished unless they kill in large numbers and to the sound of trumpets. In such cases it is the rule. 5. See criminal and crime. Applying this principle to high finance, one may say that it is forbidden to defraud and falsify records, and banksters are punished unless they steal in large numbers and to the sound of applause by popular business media and the politicians they finance with their loot. Total return, the sum of current income, profit, interest, and/or dividends, plus capital gains. In real estate, by far the major proportion of total returns consists of asset price gains. Most corporate income, especially real estate rent and profits for financialized companies rated with junk bonds, is paid out as interest or used for stock buybacks to increase share prices. This leaves stockholders with capital gains instead of more highly taxed dividend income. Totalitarianism, a propaganda term applied only to governments, not to creditor power. This term is used to terrorize people into believing that regulating prices, progressive tax policy and other social shaping of markets is a loss of democratic freedom, leading to control by government bureaucracy, and hence should be left to a financial oligarchy free of public regulation. The road to such control is paved by libertarians claiming that there is no such thing as society, but only the market, which should be stripped of all public regulation. The aim of such market Bolshevism is to remove all checks and balances from democratic government. Hayek's road to serfdom is a prime example of defending the sell-off and privatization of the public domain to vest an oligarchy with control over all aspects of political and social life. No wonder his supporters, from Margaret Thatcher to the Chicago Boys, admired Chile's Augusto Pinochet's assassination and terror campaign against academics, socialists, labor leaders, and land reformers. Traditionally assumed to be nationalist, today's trend toward totalitarian control is led by cosmopolitan financial institutions, as when the IMF, European Central Bank, ECB, and European Union overruled Greek voters to force privatization, cut back pensions and earmark all forms of economic surplus to pay creditors. Tragedy of the commons, a term coined in a lobbying effort claiming that the public domain should be privatized to prevent its overuse and depletion. The pretense is that users will overgraze and mismanage the commons in the absence of rules governing access, as if privatization will do a better job of conserving natural resources. The term was coined by Garrett Hardin, who later acknowledged that the tragedy was limited to unmanaged commons, which rarely occurs in practice. 6 Neoliberals have ignored his backtracking. It is their privatization that leads to short-term asset stripping, precisely what they accuse socialism of doing. Transaction cost, the overhead involved in commodity sales or financial transactions, such as the typical credit card 3% fee to merchants and up to 29% interest, and even more in penalties, charged to buyers, or the money management fees charged by stockbrokers and mutual funds for asset purchases. On the broadest level, financial management of society's savings includes such externalities as asset price inflation and debt deflation resulting from diverting savings and credit away from industry toward financial speculation on real estate and stock market bubbles. Rent-seeking and its associated property privileges can be viewed as a transaction cost of permitting monopolies and private ownership of land and natural resources, as well as deregulated credit creation. However, neoliberal theorists such as Nobel Prize winner Douglas North only blame governments for increasing such costs, not deregulation increasing overhead in the form of fraud, cheating and looting. Transfer payment, a payment without a quid pro quo, such as immigrants' remittances to their families in their country of origin. Economic rent, interest, and other payments to the financial and property sectors also fall into this category of zero-sum activities. Transfer price, double taxation treaties permit global conglomerates to choose where to pay their taxes. Multinational companies transfer oil, minerals, or other products at fictitiously low tax avoidance prices from the producer countries, where oil drilling or mining occur, to shipping affiliates domiciled in tax-free offshore banking centers. The typical ploy starts by registering trading affiliates operating or hiring ships to fly flags of convenience in countries where income tax rates are lowest, example in Panama or Liberia, or in Ireland, Liechtenstein, or Monaco for industrial companies. Oil, minerals, or other products are sold at low production prices to ships or dummy affiliates in low-tax jurisdictions, which make untaxed gains by selling at a markup so high to refineries, marketing, and distribution affiliates in North America and Europe that no taxable profit remains to declare. 7 Such transfer pricing, tax shopping in the world's fiscal race to the bottom, distorts trade and balance of payments statistics to reflect the fictions drafted by corporate tax accountants. Traumatized worker syndrome, Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan's explanation to the U.S. Senate in July 1997 of why wages had not risen despite rising productivity, output per man-hour, a heightened sense of job insecurity and, as a consequence, subdued wage gains. 8 Workers are afraid to go on strike or even to complain about working conditions, for fear of losing their paychecks or defaulting on their mortgage. See exploitation. Falling behind on their monthly credit card bills would enable banks to sharply raise their interest rates and fees to reflect the debtor's lower credit rating. Treasury, the proper role of a nation's treasury should be to issue money or bonds to finance government spending, and levy taxes in ways to best promote employment and minimize payments to the financial sector. See state theory of money. By contrast, today's neoliberalized central banks seek to finance and bail out commercial banks and bondholders. See regulatory capture. In the United States, the Federal Reserve was created in 1913 to shift monetary policy away from the Treasury to Wall Street and other business centers. 9 In 1951 the Treasury wanted low borrowing costs for the government, while the Federal Reserve urged higher interest rates, and won under the ensuing accord. In 2008 the Fed blocked the Treasury's FDIC from taking over insolvent Citigroup, Bank of America and Wall Street firms whose net worth was wiped out by junk mortgage lending and other fraudulent practices such as ninja loans. Monetary policy throughout the world is passing from treasuries to central banks. The European Central Bank, ECB, prevents national public treasuries from financing budget deficits, thereby enforcing austerity. In Ireland the ECB insisted that the Treasury, and hence, Irish taxpayers, absorb the losses from massive bank fraud to pay uninsured depositors in full. Its neoliberal insistence on privatization and labor reforms has blocked recovery from euro austerity in Greece, Spain, and other countries. Reviving employment requires rolling back the ability of central banks to serve financial oligarchies, returning treasuries to democratic control. Trickle-down economics, the pretense that reversing progressive taxation and giving more income to the wealthiest 1% will maximize economic growth and prosperity for the 99%. The actual effect is to help the rich get richer. See demagogy, Laffer curve, and supply-side economics. The rentier class has manipulated the tax code so that, as Leona Helmsley put it, only the little people pay taxes. A supporting factoid is that the 1% spends its income buying products produced by labor. That was Thomas Malthus's argument for why British landlords should receive agricultural tariff protection, the Corn Laws. His argument endeared him to John Maynard Keynes, but in practice the wealthy bought largely foreign luxuries and financial securities or more property. Today's 1% lend out their income and wealth to further indebt the economy to themselves. Another false assumption is that financiers and property owners, the FIRE sector, will save and invest their revenue to expand the means of production and employ more labor. See parallel universe. In practice, the wealthy wield creditor power to force governments to privatize the public domain and buy companies already in place. When the fictions of trickle-down economics lead to financial crises, the wealthy demand that governments rescue banks, give bailouts to uninsured depositors and bondholders, and shift taxes to further favor the FIRE sector at the expense of labor. See moral hazard. The result of trickle-down policy is thus economic polarization, not prosperity. One of the earliest and most blatant expressions of trickle-down demagogy is found in the pleading by Isocrates in his Areopagiticus, 7, 31-34, written in 355 BC. Like most sophist rhetoric teachers, he charged fees so high that only the wealthy could afford to study with him, so it hardly is surprising that his written speeches supported the oligarchy. The less well-to-do among the citizens were so far from envying those of greater means that they considered that the prosperity of the rich was a guarantee of their own well-being. This may be the earliest written example of the Stockholm Syndrome. Isocrates praised harsh judges for being strictly faithful to the laws. This meant creditor-oriented laws. He noted that judges were not in the habit of indulging their sense of equity, that is, what would be fair in the traditional morality of mutual aid. His over-the-top rationale for why Athenian judges were more severe on defaulters than they were on the injured themselves, meaning the creditors injured by not being paid in full, was that they believed that those who break down confidence in contracts, as if being unable to pay was a deliberate attack on pro-creditor laws, do a greater injury to the poor than to the rich, for if the rich were to stop lending, they the rich would be deprived of only a slight revenue, whereas if the poor should lack the help of their supporters they would be reduced to desperate straits. It is as if usury doesn't deprive the poor of their land and liberty, which Socrates did not hesitate to explain as the sting of usury that stripped debtors of their land and hence degraded their status as citizens. Truthiness, a term coined by comedian and talk show host Stephen Colbert for a made-up fact or story accepted by many as true simply because it reflects their worldview. An example, stories of welfare queens exploiting taxpayers, as if the free lunch is taken by the bottom of the economic pyramid instead of by the top. See factoid and mathiness. Fake news is now a worldwide phenomenon. And post-factish, post-fact, has been named Germany's Word of the Year, 2016, reflecting what people want to believe or what is consistent with their belief system, especially in cases where reality elicits cognitive dissonance. Two economies, domestic private sectors, are composed of two distinct systems. These are often conflated to mean the economy, but their dynamics are quite different. One, the real economy of current production and consumption, wages and industrial profits account for only part of the economy. See circular flow and Say's law. 2, the FIRE sector, finance, insurance, and real estate, consists of land, monopoly rights, and financial claims that yield rentier returns in the form of interest, financial fees, economic rent, unearned income, and monopoly gains, plus asset price gains, capital gains. Point 10, within the FIRE sector, the relationship between banks and real estate is dominant. Fig. Point 12. Since the 1980s, banks have created credit to lend mainly into the FIRE sector, not to businesses in the real economy of tangible investment and employment. This long credit buildup has inflated prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds, leading borrowers to anticipate that capital gains will continue indefinitely. See asset price inflation. Most of the FIRE sector's financialized wealth, the asset side of its balance sheet, is held by the rentier class. The magnitude is much larger than the GDP. Its debt counterpart on the liabilities side of the balance sheet consists mainly of mortgage debt, a financial overhead for homeowners and commercial real estate. Since World War II, the real economy has spent more and more income on real estate, insurance, and payments to banks, pension funds and other financial transactions. Bubbles are created when speculation on credit enters the phase in which debts rise as rapidly as asset valuations. When these financial bubbles burst, negative equity results as asset prices fall back, plunging below the face value of mortgages, bonds, and bank loans attached to real estate and other assets. The post-2008 collapse is the result of the real economy having to pay down the debts it had run up, deflating consumer spending along with housing prices. This debt deflation is the final stage of the Great Moderation. Nearly all subsequent asset price gains and income growth has accrued to the FIRE sector and the 1%. Interacting with these two private sector economies, governments either withdraw revenue by levying taxes and user fees, or, more frequently, spend more money into the real economy and the FIRE sector than it withdraws. It injects money into the economy by investing in public infrastructure and undertaking current spending, largely military and social security. But since 2008 the Obama administration has subsidized mainly the FIRE sector, primarily with bank bailouts and the Federal Reserve's quantitative easing. See state socialism and socialism for the rich. Budget surpluses, taxing more than the government spends, drain income from the economy's flow of spending between producers and consumers. It is the government's way of saving by paying down public debt. Budget deficits are financed either by borrowing from bondholders, obliging the government to pay interest to them, or by fresh money creation, usually by the central bank buying bonds from the FIRE sector. The Hudson Bubble Model article in this book shows the government sector's role in the economy's flow of funds and the international sector. U is for unearned income, underdevelopment, unearned income, unexpected, usury, utility theory, utopia, utopian economics, underdevelopment, a term coined by the economic historian and sociologist André Gunder Frank, 1925 to 2005, to describe the policies by which Europe's colonies and subsequent Third World countries have been turned into indebted raw materials exporters instead of balanced economies capable of feeding themselves and remaining free of foreign debt and its associated loss of sovereignty. See world system. The term implies that they will follow the same pattern as developed economies. But they are misshapen, often supported by violent creditor oligarchies. This maldevelopment is euphemized by stages of growth theory suggesting that mal-structured economies need simply wait their turn to develop in a healthy way. Locked into debt dependency on the leading financial nations, they are forced to adopt neoliberal anti-labor policies and relinquish their public domains to rent-seeking monopolists. This is the opposite of U.S. and European-style protectionist drive to ensure economic self-sufficiency in food and basic industry. See IMF, conditionalities, and Washington Consensus. Unearned income, see economic rent, free lunch, monopoly, and windfall, as well as asset price inflation and capital gain. Unexpected, the media's preferred adjective when announcing bad economic news. Given the fact that to neoliberals the solution to any problem is to shrink government, cut taxes, and subsidize the banks and real estate, it is appropriate to express great surprise when the 99% are not helped, and when the dynamics of compound interest lead to debt deflation. When it is not politically possible to avoid reporting that a real estate or financial bubble has burst or that an austerity program has made the economy even worse than the government or IMF projected, reporters find it obligatory to show that their heart is in the right place by assuring their audience that nobody could have foreseen the economic disaster. It is politically incorrect to give credence to warnings that threaten mainstream trickle-down optimism. Usury, Biblical sanctions against charging usury were aimed at agrarian usury. The royal Mesopotamian clean slates freed debtors from tax arrears and other fees owed to public collectors or other creditors, but did not apply to commercial lending. In medieval Europe, however, the word usury, from Latin usus fructus, use of the fruits, referred to interest charged for any purpose, not only loans to individuals, usually to pay taxes or buy consumer goods, but also to the financing of profitable trade ventures. 13th century churchmen replaced usury with the less unpleasant word interest, having less negative connotations and suggesting a partnership between creditors and debtors for mutual gain. Since the Middle Ages, the term usury has been limited to interest charges in excess of the legal maximum rate. On a society-wide level, usury polarizes economies. It is worse than merely a zero-sum activity, because as Francis Bacon observed in his essay on usury, usury bringeth the treasure of a realm into few hands, for the usurer, being at certainties, and the other at uncertainties, in the end of the game most of the money will be in the box, and a state ever flourisheth where wealth is more equally spread. See also, Agio, Murabba Halon, and Sharia law. Utility theory, the idea that the more of any commodity one has, the more one is satiated, so that each additional unit, say, of bananas, gives less utility. All commodities, food, housing, and most recently medical care and education, are treated as freely chosen by consumers, not simply out of need to live and pay debts or rent. Consumer demand is supposed to drive producers to satisfy them. This consumer is king approach depicts the economy as being steered by its victims instead of recognizing worker consumers as exploited parties. Assuming that individuals suffer the disutility of working in order to buy consumer goods, this psychological speculation implies that individuals with less money or consumer goods will be motivated to work harder and catch up with those with more wealth, who presumably find less utility in earning and consuming more. This idea of satiation as one gets richer, and presumably consumes more, is the opposite phenomenon of wealth addiction. Marginal utility theory is part of the late 19th century's anti-classical reaction. Taking policy structures and the distribution of wealth for granted, it shifts the focal point of economics away from unearned rentier income, which involves no labor or disutility at all, and monopoly pricing, and hence away from institutional reforms to limit how wealth is obtained. Utopia, a theocratic blueprint for society, such as Plato's Republic or Thomas More's Utopia. Most such utopias have been authoritarian and hierarchic, run by strong leaders enforcing a highly regimented uniformity. Real-world attempts to create such communities have tended to isolate themselves as sectarian cults. Utopian economics, a description of how to structure a society that would work harmoniously and equitably. Mainstream textbooks depict our own economy as nearly a utopia in which everyone earns in proportion to their contribution to production. See John Bates Clark and As If argument. Free market economists have idealized an individualistic society removing public regulation, thanks to the workings of the invisible hand of personal self-interest. The result is held to be the best of all possible worlds, see End of History, but in practice turns out to be today's dystopian financialized oligarchy. War, fraud, and crime make no appearance, and there seems to be no dependency or coercion, because all consumer goods and debts are assumed to be a matter of free choice. It is as if we have reached a utopian ideal, so it seems unnecessary to provide a guide to what government regulations or policies are needed to create a better world in practice. V is for the vested interests. Value. Value-added tax, VAT. Value-free economics. Veblen, Thorstein, 1857–1929. Vested interests. Virtual reality. Virtual wealth. Value, for classical economists, value connoted the technologically and socially necessary costs of production. Ultimately these costs were resolved into the labor embodied in the cost of capital equipment, buildings, and raw materials used up in the process of production. The labor theory of value was an analytic tool to isolate economic rent, interest, and other property claims as transfer payments, that is, elements of market price in excess of value. Today's post-classical era conflates value with price, not acknowledging the degree to which prices exceed the necessary costs of production. Consumer utility is viewed as defining prices regardless of their costs of production, subject to the assumption that free competition will bring these prices in line with costs, so that utility will reflect competitive costs. But this assumption becomes unrealistic as economies become financialized and monopolized. Value-added tax, VAT. The most anti-progressive form of taxation, the VAT avoids taxing non-production rentier income, falling on commodity sales at each stage of production. Neoliberal advocates of VAT typically urge a tax shift of fiscal policy away from income taxation, favoring a low flat tax equal for all income brackets instead of progressive income taxation or taxes falling specifically at rentier wealth. The VAT ultimately is passed on to consumers, increasing commodity prices while leaving rent, interest, and assets such as stocks, bonds and real estate untouched. By contrast, a tax on property or rentier income would lower asset prices, by limiting the flow of free lunch revenue that can be capitalized into bank loans. Value-free economics. The effect of value-free thinking is to prevent people from making value judgments questioning the status quo. The aim above all is to avoid characterizing rent and interest accruing to property owners and creditors as being unearned. The fire sector is counted as producing an economic product, not as overhead. Veblen, Thorstein, 1857–1929. American institutionalist who traced how financial managers for the vested interests load industry down with watered costs. Veblen's absentee ownership, 1924, described urban development as a game of real estate promotion, see Thorstein-Veblen theorem. His theory of the leisure class, 1899, coined the term conspicuous consumption, showing how personal tastes were socially engineered in wasteful ways by advertising. He also discussed how academic economics brainwashes students with trained incapacity to understand the economy's actual structure and problems, see learned ignorance. His Higher Learning in America, 1918, described how mainstream economic theorists sought to exclude from discussion the factors most important in shaping economic life. Post-classical economists accused Veblen of being more a sociologist than an economist. The economics discipline narrowed its scope to exclude the rentier dynamics on which Veblen focused, calling them externalities, not an inherent part of economies. Veblen responded by coining the term strategic sabotage. Vested interests, a term coined by Thorstein Veblen to describe rentiers using their property and financial claims to buy control of government. Virtual reality, a parallel universe created by interlocking sets of assumptions and hypotheses based on the deductive method, usually to distract attention from how real economies function. See junk economics and neoclassical economics. Virtual wealth, a term coined by the physicist Frederick Soddy, Nobel Prize for Chemistry in 1924, to distinguish financial and property claims on the means of production and income from the tangible assets themselves, real wealth. Virtual wealth, bonds, bank loans, and stocks, belongs on the liabilities side of the balance sheet. Its growth at compound interest may come to exceed the value of the asset side of the balance sheet, leaving a negative equity balance instead of net worth. 1. W is for wealth addiction. Wall Street. War. Washington Consensus. Watered costs. Watered stock. Wealth. Wealth addiction. Wealth creation. Who/whom. Widows and orphans. Windfall. World Bank. World System. Wall Street, replacing government as the economic planning center on behalf of the fire sector. Wall Street is the major source and sponsor of financial overhead. Its business plan is to load corporations, households, real estate, natural resources, and government with enough debt so that all profit, all wages above basic subsistence needs, and all rents will be paid to banks and bondholders as interest. See finance capitalism, fire sector, rentier, the 1% and zero-sum activity. Financial short-termism is a distinguishing feature of junk economics. Corporate income is used for stock buybacks and higher dividend payouts instead of for new capital investment. Political contributions support politicians who vote to harden pro-creditor bankruptcy laws and sponsor regulatory capture to block prosecution of financial fraud. The resulting debt deflation slows economic growth, as debt service absorbs a rising proportion of personal and corporate income. Wall Street's business plan thus is inherently self-destructive. A financial crisis can be averted only by an exponential creation of new credit to fuel more asset price inflation, enabling debts to be paid by borrowing the interest against collateral whose price is being pushed up by easier bank loans. See Ponzi scheme and Hyman Minsky. To defend subsidizing the rising debt overhead and bailouts of banks and bondholders, Wall Street has become the major political campaign contributor, and also the major sponsor of junk economics that blames the victims, debtors, labor, immigrants, and foreigners, instead of the debt creation and tax favoritism that increase the rentier wealth of the 1%. War, the major cause of national debts, balance of payments deficits, and price inflation, often followed by post-war deflation. Politically, war serves as an excuse to centralize control of government in the executive branch, which usually means in the hands of the few. Pentagon capitalism refers to the cost-plus pricing policy of America's military-industrial complex, by which industrial engineers seek to maximize production costs instead of minimize them. The higher the cost of production, the more the cost-plus contracts yield in profit add-ons. Washington Consensus, the neoliberal conditionalities imposed on debtor countries by the IMF and World Bank, forcing governments to privatize their public domain to U.S. and other international finance capital. The policy achieved its greatest success in Russia after 1991, supporting the sell-off of mineral and oil resources to kleptocrats, dismantling industry and imposing monetarist austerity, capping the U.S. Cold War victory by leading to depopulation and capital flight estimated at $25 billion annually since 1990. A similar policy stripped assets in Greece after 2015. See underdevelopment. Watered costs, a 19th-century term for issuing new stocks or bonds to managers and insiders, watering down the securities held by the public. More generally, the term refers to economically unnecessary and often fictitious costs above labor and capital outlays. The term can be extended to include interest, stock options, and bonds issued to financial and political insiders, as well as the management and underwriting fees charged by money managers and investment bankers. Watered stock, stocks and bonds issued by companies that receive nothing in return for their increase in liabilities. The original term referred to cattlemen driving their herds to market and filling them up on water before they were weighed for sale to the meat packers. Railroad barons issued watered stock to themselves and their congressional backers in exchange for land grants and public subsidy, not to raise money for investment. The practice anticipated the stock options that today's managers give themselves. Wealth, the linguistic root of wealth, bears a connotation of welfare and the common weal. But increasingly it has taken the form of financial and other rentier claims at the expense of social well-being. See virtual wealth. Wealth addiction, a Roman proverb observes, money is like sea water, the more you drink, the thirstier you get. The more money a rich man has, the more driven he is to accumulate more. Greek dramatists portrayed the limitless greed for money as a disease of the psyche. In Aristophanes' last play, Plautos, 388 BC, Carrion remarks that a person may become oversatiated with food, bread, sweets, cakes, figs and barley, but no one ever has enough wealth. His friend Chromelos agrees. Give a man a sum of 13 talents, and all the more he hungers for 16. Give him 16, and he must needs have 40, or life's not worth living, so he says. Lines 189 to 93. Compulsive wealth addiction tends to go hand in hand with affluenza. Wealth creation, originally referring to society's means of production, the financial press has turned the term into a euphemism for inflating prices for stocks, bonds, and other financial claims on the economy's tangible wealth and income. Popularized by Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan to describe rising prices for buying homes or stocks and bonds to yield a fixed retirement income, the term depicts asset price inflation as increasing net worth. Frederick Soddy coined the term virtual wealth to depict such financial claims, on the liabilities side of the balance sheet, as the antithesis of tangible capital formation. Who/whom, attributed to a 1921 speech by Vladimir Lenin to the Second All-Russian Congress of Political Education Departments, the whole question is, who will overtake whom? Tokogo. Initially referring to Soviet versus capitalist world dominance, the term soon came to mean class struggle. In today's world in which most debts are owed by the 99% to the 1%, the main who/whom relationship is between creditors and debtors. Widows and orphans, when lawgivers from Babylonia through the Bible spoke of protecting widows and orphans, they meant the weak and needy, war widows and children of men killed in fighting on behalf of their community, or old and infirm individuals taken out of their family context on the land. But today's economics journalists speak of protecting widows and orphans who are heirs or divorcees of the wealthy, living off their inheritance, trust funds, prenuptial contracts, and/or divorce settlements. They are to be protected from inflation eating away at financial securities in which funds for their support are invested. The crocodile tears traditionally shed by financial elites for widows and orphans, at least those living on interest from the bonds in their trust funds, are now being shed for retirees as the pretended beneficiaries of policies favoring high finance. During the bubble years, inflating asset prices, and not taxing capital gains, was defended on the logic that this would enable pension funds to enable retirees to live in a prosperous way. Regarding poor widows and orphans as being in need of public support instead of being trust fund rentiers, Herman Kahn's liberal wife Jane told me that when she asked Milton Friedman whether it was indeed desirable to provide support for them, he replied, "Mrs. Kahn, why do you want to subsidize the production of orphans?" This view confuses correlation with causation, on the assumption that paying more for anything will increase its supply. The political message is that governments should not engage in social welfare spending, because this will cause dependency instead of helping recipients to be self-sustaining individuals. Windfall, the preferred, originally British, term for capital gain, an increase in an asset's price without the owner having to exert effort. Ricardo described windfalls accruing to landlords in the form of economic rent as population growth forced the cultivation of poorer soils, raising costs and hence crop prices. But the major windfalls today take the form of asset price inflation in the real estate and stock markets. John Stuart Mill called such windfalls an unearned increment. See free lunch and unearned income. World Bank, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, created by the Allied Powers in 1944 along with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, to finance the post-war reconstruction of Europe as a market for U.S. exports, and loans to third world countries to finance their trade dependency. Instead of emulating the successful protectionist U.S. policies supporting agriculture with import quotas, rural extension, and credit services, the World Bank promoted plantation export monocultures. It does not make loans in local currency, and hence is precluded from promoting domestic food production by local agricultural extension services and related price supports of the sort that have made U.S. agriculture so productive since the 1930s. Countries following World Bank advice became heavily indebted, falling into the grip of the IMF, which withholds currency support if countries do not sell off their public domain to global investors. See asset stripping, privatization and Washington Consensus. World System, a view of the global economy in terms of an empire-building core that shapes and exploits the periphery, typically former European colonies, into debt and food dependency. X and Y are for the X and Y axes. X and Y axes. X and Y axes, economics is taught largely by isolating just two variables at a time. Y is the vertical axis, example supply and demand, income, and debt, and X the horizontal axis, usually time, to chart the relationship between prices, interest rates, or income. Lower wages are supposed to increase employment, all other things remaining unchanged. That is the problem. Only two functions are analyzed, in isolation from the economic system and its complex dynamics. Fig. Point 13. Charts using only the X and Y axes encourage two-dimensional flat earth thinking, as if prices and incomes can be isolated on the individualistic level without involving feedback responses throughout the economy. See systems analysis. The problem is the tacit assumption that all other things really do remain equal. Economists use the Latin term ceteris paribus to legitimize tunnel vision in the same way that mathematical symbolism does. But the economic system rarely remains unaffected when major variables are changed. It would take more than two dimensions to show that when IMF austerity programs lower wages and shrink markets, employment does not increase, but is obliged to emigrate, or die earlier. Lower interest rates, for instance, are supposed to spur direct investment, as if banks actually lend for new investment, which they don't. The actual effect of the Federal Reserve's quantitative easing since 2008 was that banks provided relatively low interest credit that made corporate rating and financial engineering, debt leveraging and arbitrage trading, more profitable, at the expense of new long-term capital formation. See liquidity trap. Industrial employment did not pick up, but the Fed's two-dimensional depiction cannot explain why. Whenever one finds such tunnel vision and chronically repeated economic error, there is a special interest benefiting from such short-sightedness, usually the financial sector, which lives in the short run. In the case of quantitative easing, the beneficiaries are the banks receiving free reserves, on which the Fed has paid interest since 2008. Banks pretend that their gain will be that of the economy. That is our era's most characteristic wrong-headed pretense, and the leading premise of today's junk economics. Z is for zero-sum activity. Zero-sum activity. Zero-sum activity, rent-seeking behavior in which one party's gain is another's loss. Such predatory transactions merely transfer income rather than producing real output or value. See sterile. Such transfer payments usually take the form of economic rent or usury, and lead to economic polarization favoring the rentier class, see FIRE sector, at the expense of tangible capital formation and living standards. Viewed in terms of their economy-wide effects, zero-sum activities almost always turn out to be negative-sum activities on the macroeconomic level. See usury. That is why defenders of rentiers promote an economic methodology that does not consider how economic polarization and debt deflation corrode economies. Junk economics deems such income and wealth distribution to be exogenous to its doctrinaire models. Essays and articles. The 22 most pervasive economic myths of our time. Economics as fraud methodology is ideology, and dictates policy. Does economics deserve a Nobel Prize? Commonweal 1970 Hudson bubble model, from asset price inflation to debt-strapped austerity, with formulas and charts. The 22 most pervasive economic myths of our time. Socrates argued that the root of evil is ignorance, because no one knowingly sets out to do evil. But lawyers, politicians, and lobbyists vie with each other to weave webs of economic rationalization and loopholes for the rentier 1% by promoting economic ignorance and sophistry. The more successful their doublethink, the more their clients need to pay, because misleaders charge more to persuade an audience of falsehood than well-meaning individuals charge to spread truth. In a world where financial success has become the new moral measure celebrating evil, the root of evil turns out to be money. Plato describes the sophist school as teaching an appearance-making art, an uninformed and insincere art of contrary speech producing. The sophist is a paid hunter after wealth and youth, a merchant in the goods of the soul, and hence in the class of magicians and mimics. Sophists became the first lawyers, advocates pleading cases for their clients by using the techniques of acquisition, not production. Hardly surprising, the political tenor of this school was to oppose democracy. In contrast to other branches of philosophy, its teachers charge tuition fees, which could be afforded mainly by aristocrats. Today, the main political role of sophistry, Plato's merchants of knowledge, is to use superficially plausible logic to distract discussion away from real substance, above all by refining a demagogy of trickle-down economics. The aim is to compose a seemingly plausible cover story to convince the population, especially the lower classes, to identify their welfare with that of the oligarchy in an economy-wide Stockholm syndrome. Only the 1% can save/employ us and lend us enough to scrape by. There are 5 major categories of economic myths. Group number 1, myths resulting from distortions in the U.S. national income statistics, NEPA, that bury economic rent, unearned income, omit capital gains, and exclude fraud and crime. Group number 2, myths of finance capitalism that rationalize its predatory hold on the economy. Group number 3, myths of labor capitalism, pension fund capitalism and social security that promote transfer payments to the financial sector. Group number 4, myths that rationalize saving the bankers instead of the economy. Group number 5, myths that the economy will achieve balance by shrinking government. This chapter closes with some observations on recovering from these destructive myths. Group number 1, myths resulting from distortions in the U.S. national income statistics, NEPA, that bury economic rent, unearned income, omit capital gains, and exclude fraud and crime. Sophistry applies not only to the use of language, but extends to seemingly objective statistics. Any set of accounting categories reflects an economic theory, and mainstream theory has been cooked to serve the fire sector's rentier interests. Its cheerleaders promote false characterizations so persuasive that most people mistake them for economic science. That is especially the case when statistics give the illusion of objective reality, as long as one does not question the concepts underlying their categories. Myth number 1, the national income and product accounts, NEPA, show how fortunes are built up. The NEPA exclude capital, asset price, gains. Along with rentier income siphoned off from the rest of the economy, these are the major means of acquiring fortunes in today's world. That is why many countries call financial wealth invisible. What is unmeasured will be unseen, unresented, and untaxed. See the 2 economies. Reality, post-classical economics shies away from distinguishing land and real estate ownership, banking, and monopolies from the industrial economy. Jumbling them together misses the fact that economic rent is extractive, and that although real estate does not make a taxable profit, rising property prices are the aim of most real estate investment. The goal of real estate investment is to ride the wave of debt-fueled asset price inflation. The myth is that fortunes are built up by saving out of earnings, not by financially inflating asset prices. Yet the NEPA promote the fiction that the real estate sector does not make a profit. That sector reports no earnings for years on end. So where is saving to come from? The answer is capital gains. But these are statistically invisible. NEPA statistics exclude the capital, asset price, gains that are the dominant element of total returns. NEPA statistics also do not indicate land rent and other forms of economic rent as such, and national balance sheet calculations by the Federal Reserve do not provide realistic estimates for land, or make any attempt to evaluate rent-extracting assets as distinct from man-made capital investment. Hence, there is no index of the rising cost of housing stemming from landlords or their mortgage lenders enjoying a free lunch in their sleep. Theories of the falling rate of profit that fail to segregate the FIRE sector from the industrial economy are swamped by the fact that real estate is the largest sector, and by far the largest debtor, as well as reporting the most depreciation, a largely fictitious concept as used by real estate tax accountants. Buildings rarely lose value, their sales price tends to rise. But they can be depreciated again and again for tax purposes. The accounting fiction is that they start losing value with each change of ownership, but then miraculously recover this value, usually with a capital gain, with each change of ownership. I call this phenomenon overdepreciation. Fortunately, the NEPA statistics measure overall EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. By far the largest component is interest, typically absorbing over 2/3 of real estate EBITDA. Interest is paid out of overall rental income, but is tax deductible, on the pretense that it is a necessary cost of doing current business. Homeowners as well as commercial investors who borrow against their property can deduct interest charges, for transferring assets, from their reported taxable income. Next to interest, depreciation is the largest element of real estate cash flow. These tax write-offs for the depreciation tax loophole, as well as rising interest payments, rarely leave any income to be declared. The statistical pretense underlying the apparent falling rate of profit enables tax accountants for absentee real estate owners to claim book losses to offset income earned on their other operations, rendering them free of income taxation. This increases their actual returns. However, homeowners are not allowed to claim depreciation, only landlords and commercial owners can do this. As hotelier Leona Helmsley famously said, "Only the little people pay taxes." Tax favoritism for absentee property owners is one of the most anti-progressive elements in modern tax codes. Finally, omitted is the source of so many great fortunes, fraud and other crime. The NEPA include payments for the cost of burglar alarms, police and similar protection, but not the economic transfer payment to burglars, robbers, and embezzlers. Myth number 2, all income is earned, reflecting the recipient's contribution to production. The financial sector claims to be a necessary part of the production and consumption economy. Wall Street's enormously high earnings are said to reflect its contribution to productivity. Official statistics follow a circular reasoning that defines productivity as earnings per individual, ignoring the classical distinction between earned and unearned income, price and value, and hence between income and output. See John Bates Clark and Economic Rent. Reality, the private sector should be divided in two parts. See two economies. The production and consumption economy is wrapped in a web of financial and property claims that extract revenue without playing a directly productive role. The NEPA conflate rent extraction with earnings instead of depicting today's economy as bifurcated between a productive sector and rent-extracting overhead. The FIRE sector extracts interest and rents from the production and consumption economy. This distinction was essential to the classical economists. NEPA statistics treat the FIRE sector as if it actually creates product, not as appropriating wealth. A more realistic accounting format would isolate predatory zero-sum activities to quantify economic rent so that unearned income can be made into the tax base. But today's academic mainstream has consigned this concept to oblivion. This has enabled financial and other rentier interests to replace democratically elected governments and monopolize the fruits of economic growth for themselves, leaving the real economy floundering in austerity. Myth number 3, there is no such thing as unearned income. Anyone's earnings are counted as payment for a corresponding contribution to gross domestic product, GDP. Charges paid to the FIRE sector are counted as part of GDP, not as transfer payments extracted from what the economy produces and earns. Reality, the only time rent appears in the NEPA statistics is for a category that is not really paid, imputed rent by homeowners, as if they were to pay the current rental value of their homes to themselves. The real-life rental income by absentee or other commercial owners is called earnings. No other use of the word rent appears. It is convoluted, but not impossible, to assign real estate income to land as distinct from capital investment in buildings, because the Federal Reserve's flow of funds statistics on the balance sheet of the U.S. economy, at the very end of its problematic Table Z, treat land as a residual, which minimizes its valuation. Buildings and other capital improvements are assumed to rise in value in keeping with the construction price index, even as absentee property owners pretend for tax purposes that buildings are losing their value as a result of depreciation. This logic obliged the Federal Reserve to assign an absurdly negative $4 billion valuation to corporately owned land in 1994. To isolate land rent, it is necessary to calculate a more realistic balance between land and buildings, and apply the resulting ratio to the NEPA's statistic on real estate EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. A similar attempt should be made for the oil and mining sectors, privatized infrastructure monopolies such as the broadcasting and communications spectrum, pharmaceuticals, and other rent-extracting sectors. Myth number 4, economic rent is earned, and is simply another form of industrial profit. Reality, economic rent is essentially a private tax, an unearned increment. This is most clear in the case of monopolists seeking to privatize public infrastructure for the purpose of rent extraction. Key infrastructure targeted to be monopolized includes land, water, mineral rights, air rights, communications, and the broadcasting spectrum, see the commons. These assets are provided by nature without cost. Appropriation of these assets is the result of a private law, literally a privilege, turning them into private property with the right to charge rent. In the sphere of man-made technology, pharmaceutical patent owners, transportation routes, information technology and copyright owners extract similar tollbooth-like rents. Their property right takes the form of a legal choke point to deny access to basic needs and key technology. The aim of such patents and rights is to enable their owners to act as the landlords of the domain of scientific knowledge. Economic rent also occurs in the financial sphere. Governments that pay interest to bondholders instead of creating their own money in effect are paying tribute for relinquishing government's money creation function. Likewise, paying mortgage interest to bankers for credit to buy a home has the same effect as paying a tax, as far as the home buyer is concerned. That is why banks want to monopolize the privilege of credit creation, and block public banking initiatives. It is why the fire sector seeks to become the economy's de facto government and privatizer of the otherwise public domain. The essentially public nature of legal rent-extracting privileges is what makes them like a tax. Rentiers aim to extract charges for access to government-assigned property. But unlike public infrastructure investment, which aims to minimize costs for basic public services, like healthcare and money creation, privatizing public infrastructure, patent rights, scientific knowledge, and natural resources for rent extraction aims to maximize the economy's cost structure in order to squeeze out more for the rentier sector. These charges do not reflect any cost of labor or actual enterprise, except for the cost of lawyers, lobbyists, and kindred political influence, and thus are not in the character of industrial profits. All countries should have access to scientific discoveries on the ground that technology is a universal and common asset of civilization. For this reason, most monopoly privileges and some patent rights for basic innovation granted by individual nations should not receive legal protection under international law, example basic pharmaceuticals, science, and technology. A good example would be discoveries resulting from basic research by the National Institutes of Health, NIH. Myth number 5, the public sector is deadweight, and government activity is unnecessary overhead. The inference is that public spending should be minimized. Reality, public infrastructure investment is a factor of production. Its role is to lower the economy's cost of living and doing business, by providing transportation, communications, healthcare, and other services at cost, on a subsidized basis or freely. Public investment in such natural monopolies keeps them out of the hands of privatizers, rent extractors, and financializers. Myth number 6, any activity that makes money is part of the market. The resulting status quo is morally justified as being simply how the world works. Reality, limiting the scope of analysis to current output and demand for goods and services, GDP, leaves out of account the property, financial and other rentier framework shaping the distribution of income and wealth. Where money is to be made, predatory activity tends to be legitimized and its gains financialized, mainly by the 1%. All reforms, past and present, are called distortions of the market. Myth number 7, capital gains are not income, and hence should not be subject to income tax or contributions to fund Social Security. Reality, money managers define total returns as current income plus asset price gains. Such gains are the major objective of FIRE sector investors. Yet nowhere in the NEPA or in the Federal Reserve's balance sheet statistics is there a measure of asset price gains for land, stocks, and other financial securities. As far as official statistics are concerned, the guiding principle seems to be that what is not seen will not be taxed or regulated. See myth #1. The 1913 U.S. income tax applied the same rates to capital gains as to income, on the ground that the effect was the same, an increase of wealth and savings. Unlike wages and profits, asset price gains result not so much from the owner's own efforts as from public infrastructure investment increasing the site value of real estate, see Thorstein-Veblen theorem. National prosperity expanding market demand for housing and stocks. Easy credit policies by the central bank, quantitative easing, to lower interest rates and increase bond prices. These ways of enrichment receive tax favoritism over wage income and industrial profits earned on tangible capital formation. This is what has made the 1% primarily a rentier class, enriched by public subsidy while taxes are cut on debt-leveraged financial and property gains. Group number 2. Myths of finance capitalism that rationalize its predatory hold on the economy. Myth number 8. Most debts can be paid without polarizing the economy and concentrating wealth in the hands of creditors. Corollary: business downturns, recessions, are self-curing as wages and prices fall, providing profitable opportunities for new investment and employment to spur recovery. Hence, the economy appears to have no long-term structural problem of debt mounting up from one business upswing to the next in a financial supercycle. Reality: the rate at which debts mount up at compound interest, plus new bank credit, tends to outrun the economy's ability to pay. The result is debt deflation, a widening wave of foreclosures, debt peonage, and IMF privatization conditionalities that transfer the public domain to rent extractors. Since World War II, the debt overhead has increased from each business recovery to the next, growing exponentially beyond the ability to be paid. That is what led to the 2008 financial crash, and what is stifling subsequent economies in debt deflation. Rising debt service, interest and amortization, diverts spending away from goods and services, shrinking the economy and thus reducing investment and new hiring. The inevitable financial crash forces the economy to choose between writing down debts to the scale that can be paid, or in practice, an economy-wide clean slate, or letting creditors foreclose, transferring property ownership from defaulting debtors to the economy's top financial layer, while plunging the economy into chronic depression. In the ensuing fiscal crisis, the financial sector uses its economic and political power to force governments to relinquish public assets, privatization. Myth number 9, privatization is more efficient than public ownership and management. Reality: public investment in infrastructure has been the major category of capital formation since time immemorial. Instead of seeking to make a profit on this investment, governments aim to subsidize prices charged for basic infrastructure services so as to make the economy more competitive. They are supposed to help the private sector function more profitably, not make a profit. The most critical monopolies are those that governments have long kept in the public domain: roads and other basic transportation, the post office and communications, research and development, public health and education. Privatization builds in interest and other rentier ownership charges, executive salaries, and bonuses, while offering opportunities for extortionate rent grabbing. Using these sectors as opportunities to extract economic rent and pay it out as interest and financial fees is the dream of financial kleptocracies. The aim is to obtain capital gains, with tax preferences that reverse progressive era reforms. The supply and pricing of transportation, communications, water, and public health is largely responsible for international cost differences. Yet nowhere in free market trade theory is this role of public investment factored into comparative cost ratios or absolute cost analysis. The national income and product accounts do not credit capital formation, public infrastructure, by the government as an asset against spending in calculating budget deficits or surpluses. Group number 3. Myths of labor capitalism, pension fund capitalism and social security that promote transfer payments to the financial sector. Myth number 10, employee stock ownership programs, ESOPs, and pension funds, along with personal saving via mutual funds, are elevating workers to the status of capitalists in miniature. Reality, stock ownership remains concentrated in the hands of the top 10% of the population. Most capital gains accrue to this 10%, and to upper management for its stock options. Pension funds in general, Augusto Pinochet's Chile, Margaret Thatcher's Britain and the United States, have not used their stock ownership to improve working conditions or wage levels. Pension and mutual funds tend to support management rather than using their stock ownership to promote policies in the interest of labor. The main effect has been to inflate equity prices by channeling labor's deferred wages, pension savings, into the stock market. When markets are rising, employers may declare pension plans to be overfunded and transfer their savings to the company's own account. This leaves the plans underfunded when markets turn down. Companies also use employee stock ownership plans, ESOPs, to pay for mergers and acquisitions, which dilute the plans and often wipe out most of their savings. The ultimate corporate ploy is to declare, or threaten to declare, bankruptcy to wipe out or substantially reduce pension fund and health care promises. Bondholders are given priority over pensioners and employees, who are shunted onto the government's underfunded Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, PBGC. Myth number 11, Social Security should be pre-funded by its beneficiaries. Progressive income taxes should be abolished in favor of a flat tax, just one tax rate for everyone. Reality, the essence of progressive taxation is to levy higher taxes on the upper income and wealth brackets, whose revenue consists largely of economic rent, interest, and other financial gains. When the U.S. income tax was legalized in 1913, it was recognized that the wealthiest layer of the population, the only layer obliged to file an income tax report, were rentiers, deriving their income from property rents and speculative gains, largely from manipulating financial markets. Like public health and other basic protections and infrastructure investment, Social Security should be funded out of the general budget. This means financing it out of government money creation or progressive income and wealth taxation. Either the present cut-off point for the Social Security tax, $115,000 and slowly rising, should be removed, or the program should be funded on a pay-as-you-go basis. In any case, pre-saving for Social Security should not be used to cut taxes on the higher income and wealth brackets. Myth number 12, voters get what they vote for. It is their fault if public policy does not serve their needs. Reality, the Supreme Court's 2010 decision in Citizens United v. Federal Election Commission permits the 1% to buy elections. Campaigns for politicians running for office should be thought of as comprising two columns. Column A includes a list of what voters want. Column B lists what the major campaign contributors want. The demagogue's trick is to assign a column a voter's wish list label to each column B actual policy aim, to serve Wall Street and corporate backers. Barack Obama provides a classic example. He promised voters hope and change in 2008. Instead, his policies prevented change, and made economic distress even worse by introducing each pro-Wall Street policy with an Orwellian vocabulary pretending to revive employment by trickle-down policies that left the debts in place to impose debt deflation, while bank bailouts and quantitative easing increased income and asset price gains for the 1%. The word reform is attached to laws that actually roll back progressive-era reforms, betraying the hopes of the 99%. Group number 4. Myths that rationalize saving the bankers instead of the economy. Myth number 13, the September 2008 financial crisis was one of temporary illiquidity, not insolvency resulting from reckless and fraudulent lending. Reality, a bank is illiquid when a crisis freezes credit. The problem in such cases is economy-wide shock, not the bank's systemically bad loans. The freeze temporarily prevents banks from meeting withdrawals by selling their mortgages and other loans, so central banks provide credit to ride out the storm. However, they are supposed to charge a high enough interest rate to deter banks from borrowing to speculate. This is called the Bagehot rule, named for the 19th century British economic journalist Walter Bagehot. That rule was not followed in 2008. Headed by Citigroup and Bank of America, some of the largest banks were insolvent as a result of reckless overlending without regard for borrowers' ability to pay, or for what their mortgaged homes could sell for on the open market. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corp. (FDIC) was supposed to take over these banks instead of rescuing them. To avoid this fate, the large too-big-to-fail/jail banks mainly responsible for junk mortgage lending insisted that the market for these mortgages was only drying up temporarily, so banks were not insolvent, or responsible for the collapse of their balance sheets. Federal Reserve and Treasury officials pretended that junk mortgages could be paid, despite some 10 million U.S. homeowners facing foreclosure, unable to sell their homes at prices that would reimburse the banks. Instead of punishing executives of the biggest banks for the frauds that led the Department of Justice to collect civil fines of more than $65 billion from 2012 through mid-2015, the Federal Reserve trivialized the 2008 crisis as a liquidity problem. Treating junk mortgage loans as basically sound, the Fed pretended that the economy could return to solvency by bailing out the banks. The cover story was that low interest rates would enable banks to begin lending again, with enough new debt leverage to bid up real estate prices so that mortgage lenders could avoid taking a loss. Continued bubbling was promised to make the mortgage crisis only temporary. The Federal Reserve's bank bailout of 2008 to 2016 is a classic example of financial demagoguery. The Fed pursued an easy money policy for banks and their bondholders, hoping to manipulate markets by injecting $4.3 trillion for banks to buy reserves at interest rates of just a fraction of 1%, to 2016 and still running. The aim was to enable banks to work their way out of insolvency by making loans at a markup, that is, by making the economy even more debt-heavy. In practice, the banks speculated in currencies, stocks, and bonds, and lent for corporate takeovers. Quantitative easing did not lead to new tangible capital investment and hiring, real economic activity. Only the financial markets were inflated. The Fed helped increase bank lending to inflate asset prices, not to revive employment and wage levels. Scant attempt was made to write down the economy's debt burden. Nearly free central bank credit helped the economy borrow its way out of debt, by lending to families to bid housing prices back up. The pretense was that reversing the decline in the valuation of real estate backing the mortgage loans, and reinflating prices for stocks and bonds, would revive the economy, making it easier to carry the debt burden. The Federal Housing Authority, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac revived the home mortgage market by guaranteeing new mortgage loans that absorbed up to an unprecedented 43% of borrowers' income. This imposed debt deflation on such households, while banks became the economy's most profitable sector. Their stocks soared. Myth number 14, increasing the money supply inflates the general price level. This makes debts easier to pay out of rising wages and incomes. Reality, the Federal Reserve's money-dropping helicopter only flies over Wall Street, just as the Bank of England's helicopter only flies over London's financial city. The Greek central bank's helicopter only flies over Frankfurt and Paris, because it is run by the Eurozone's bank-appointed planners. The aim of central bank policy is to benefit its constituency, commercial banks and the financial sector, by quantitative easing that inflates the market for mortgages, and hence, real estate prices, stocks and bonds, held overwhelmingly by the top 1%. This increases asset prices, not wages or consumer prices. Obliging the 99% to pay for these higher-priced assets squeezes most household budgets and deflates consumer spending in the production and consumption economy. Credit card rates and student loan rates did not decline during the quantitative easing years, and mortgage rates did not fall anywhere near as much as bank borrowing costs did. So bank profits soared, while the real estate collateral backing their mortgage loans was slowly reinflated. The aim was asset price inflation. Myth number 15, Cutting real estate taxes makes housing less costly for homeowners. Reality, cutting property taxes raises the cost of housing, because whatever rental income the tax collector relinquishes leaves more available to be pledged to banks as interest. So if taxes are reduced by $1,000 a year, this amount of rental value is free to be capitalized into a bank loan. At a 5% mortgage, a $1,000 annual tax cut will raise the mortgagee's cost of a home by $20,000. Sellers will gain, but buyers in the next generation will suffer. This explains why the financial sector backs the real estate sector in advocating lower property taxes. Banks end up with the tax cuts. This is followed by a shift of the tax burden onto consumers, via sales taxes, and onto local income taxes, from which absentee real estate investors are largely exempt. It seems counterintuitive that higher real estate taxes tend to lower the cost of housing. But fire sector sophistry claims that property tax cuts help home buyers, creating a cover story to distract attention from who actually ends up with the economic rent. Myth number 16, higher real estate taxes make housing more costly, while cutting these taxes helps make housing more affordable. Reality, the site value of land, mainly the rent of location, is set by market conditions, the general level of prosperity, the desirability of living in prestigious neighborhoods with good schools and parks, access to transportation, and also the homeowner's income and hence ability to pay, and capped by the bank's willingness to lend enough to outbid rival buyers. The question is, how much of this rent should be paid as taxes and how much remains available to be capitalized into bank loans? Whatever the property tax collector relinquishes is available to be paid to the bankers. If property taxes are increased, less rental value can be pledged to banks. They will not lend more to increase property prices, and the government will be able to use this land rent as the natural tax base. Group number 5. Myths that the economy will achieve balance by shrinking government. Myth number 17, government budget deficits are bad, balanced budgets are good, and budget surpluses even better. Reality, when governments run deficits, except for bailing out banks and paying bondholders, they spend money into the economy. But if they run a balanced budget, or even worse, a budget surplus, this sucks revenue out of the economy. That is what happened when Andrew Jackson ran deflationary budget surpluses in the 1830s after he closed down the Bank of the United States. It happened again after the Civil War, when the United States sought to roll prices back to pre-1860 levels, causing prolonged depression. Calls for balanced budgets stem from the banking sector's drive to replace national treasuries as the source of money and credit. When President Bill Clinton ran a budget surplus at the end of his administration in the late 1990s, this obliged the American economy to rely on commercial banks to supply the credit needed to grow. Unlike government spending that can be self-financed, banks charge interest and fees for their credit creation, and create credit mainly to bid up asset prices, not to spur employment and tangible capital formation. Myth number 18, cutbacks in public spending will bring the government's budget into balance, restoring stability. Reality, unlike private sector debts, government debts cannot be written down. IMF loans to governments to bail out private bondholders, mainly banks and the 1%, leave a residue of inexorable IMF claims on governments. IMF conditionalities, cutbacks in public spending, pensions and rising taxes on labor, shrink the debtor economy, deepening its budget deficit. This leads the IMF and finance ministers to call for even harsher austerity, as if their medicine is not actually bleeding and weakening the indebted victim. The ensuing downward spiral is the actual aim of austerity, because worsening a government's financial crisis forces privatization sell-offs. This is especially clear in the financial conquest of Greece since 2010. Myth number 19, providing social services freely or below cost distorts the self-regulating market. All goods and services should be paid for by their users at however much the market will bear. As Margaret Thatcher said, there is no such thing as society, only the interests of asset owners and their bankers. Reality, denying that society exists diverts attention from how financial managers have taken over the economy, government, and planning. Imposing the libertarian fantasies of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan is largely responsible for pricing Britain and America out of global markets and deindustrializing their economies. Myth number 20, deregulating the financial sector will free it from paperwork and enable it to pass the cost savings on to its customers. Reality, like landlords, financial institutions charge as much as the market will bear. Cutting their paperwork and related compliance costs blocks the government from preventing fraud, enabling a rising swath of predatory financial rent to be extracted. Myth number 21, markets return to balance if instability disrupts activity. Business cycles are cured by the economy's automatic stabilizers, so there is no need for government regulation or intervention from outside the market. Reality, markets tend to polarize between creditors and debtors, and between property owners and users of basic infrastructure privatized from the public domain. The volume of debt accumulates at compound interest, faster than the real economy's trends of output, income, and hence the ability to pay debts. Families, businesses, and even governments are obliged to sell off their assets to pay creditors, until property and its income are so concentrated that the economy collapses or is conquered from without, or experiences a revolution from within. See myth #7. The great challenge is to free governments from control by the rentier interests. This requires reality-based economic principles to guide tax and regulatory policy. Turning the economy into an oligarchy is the price to be paid for failing to counter the sophistry of financial predators promising that their gains are those of the economy at large, not merely transfer payments from the economy to themselves. Myth number 22, the criterion of economic science is to demonstrate that economies tend to return to stability and an increasingly fair and equitable distribution of income and wealth. Models of polarization or atrophy have no simplistic mathematical resolution, and hence fall outside the definition of economic science proper. Reality, the financial and property sector seeks to control the educational curriculum and popular media to discourage reform that would slow its monopolization of wealth and political power. That is to be accomplished by changing the meaning of economic vocabulary and eliminating the study of economic history. The antidote to this junk economics must explain why economies tend to become more unstable and more polarized as a result of their own internal, endogenous, dynamics, above all, credit and debt dynamics, and the untaxing of unearned economic rent. Recovering from misleading economic mythology. Today's economics discipline is near collapse, awaiting a new paradigm. Academic journals remain committed to the mythology of financialization and its underbelly of rent-seeking and privatization, the trickle-down idea that tax favoritism for debt financing, the FIRE sector and high-income brackets will accelerate capital investment and raise living standards. There is a refusal to acknowledge that most savings are lent out to increase the economy's debt burden, subjecting it to debt deflation after the initial flush of asset price inflation. That is why today's distribution of wealth and income is polarizing between creditors, the 1%, and debtors, the 99%. Response to the devastation caused by living in this neoliberal illusion is likely to follow the Kubler-Ross 5 stages of grief model for dealing with loss. Shock and denial. The Eurozone and other finance-dominated governments refuse to admit that failure to write down debts is blocking economic growth. Politicians either don't care, passive-aggressive denial, or act as demagogues on behalf of their financial sponsors and campaign contributors. Seeing populations squeezed by debt service, neoliberal advisors insist that cutbacks in wages and consumption will prepare the way for a sounder takeoff. Latvia's debt deflation and tax shift off property and finance onto labor is depicted as a success story, as if reducing unemployment by driving labor to emigrate is a desirable. Greece is told to follow Latvia's success, as if demographic collapse is part of the solution. Anger and rage. Critics of neoliberalism are excluded from mainstream academic journals as neoliberals suppress any idea that alternative policies exist. General Pinochet's 1973 coup in Chile under the banner of free markets sponsored Operation Condor, assassinating labor leaders and academics across Latin America. In Greece, Finance Minister Yanis Varoufakis was accused of treason simply for trying to discover his own country's tax records and statistics. In the United States, financial lobbyists expressed their rage at serious reformers by blocking Elizabeth Warren from becoming head of the inaugural Consumer Financial Protection Bureau she helped design. When Greece sought to hold a referendum on the terms of surrender demanded by Eurozone finance ministers in June 2015, the European Central Bank froze credit to Greek banks, forcing their closure. Eurogroup President Jeroen Dijsselbloem warned that pursuing an alternative policy would be countered by economic sanctions such as had been levied against Cuba, Iran, and North Korea. Ultimately, it is up to Greece whether it will become North or South Korea, absolute poverty or one of the richest countries in the world under a ruling financial oligarchy. 1. Bargaining. When IMF head Christine Lagarde insisted in summer 2015 on no write-downs of the debt that Greece owed the IMF and European Central Bank, she offered the palliative of reducing its short-run carrying charges by stretching out the loan payments over at a longer period and at a lower interest rate. Likewise, in other countries, banks lent governments, homeowners, and companies enough to pay the carrying charges falling due. Such bargains are essentially to extend and pretend, that is, to pretend that in the end all debts can be paid. Banks prefer to avoid writing down their creditor claims, and to receive an ongoing stream of interest payments and penalties, especially when these are publicly guaranteed. Today's new bargain is, you don't have to pay the debt. We'll just keep lending you more and charge you interest and late fees on the rising debt balance. Indeed, bank managers nickname credit card users deadbeats if they pay off their balance each month instead of running up interest charges. This bargain aims to block out reality. In the United States, the Obama administration enacted a modest budget deficit stimulus, while promising to write down homeowners' debts. It broke its promise. Subsequent politicians suggested closing some of the most outrageous tax loopholes and passing laws to slow financial fraud, as long as these would not actually be enforced by the Justice Department and key financial regulatory agencies. Such bargains turn out to be chimerical and deceptive. Sadness. Like cult members who come to realize that their hopes have been based on fantasy, the mythical as if beauty of mainstream economic dogma turns out to be a nightmare. The fictional 19th century golden age of free market individualism was really the gilded age of robber barons whose insider dealings, privatization of railroads, Western land grants and other financial maneuverings enriched an elite that celebrated itself in ego-driven luxury, castle-like estates, and a vulgarization of fine art as rentier trophies. Another dream that has been lost is that European integration can succeed in the context of today's Eurozone, giving finance ministries power to impose austerity and debt deflation. The financial devastation imposed on Greece confronts Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Ireland with the daunting realization that democracy cannot survive within the Eurozone's financial constraints, dooming economies to debt peonage. To give democratic government control of central banks and tax policy to avoid austerity would require withdrawing from the Eurozone's Lisbon and Maastricht treaties. Finding this prospect of losing the dream of the European project too discouraging, voters acquiesce to the financial takeover. As oligarchies replace democracy, voting rates fall, the modern political symptom of social sadness and surrender. The resulting depression is both economic and psychological. Acceptance. Arthur Schopenhauer observed, all truth passes through three stages. First, it is ridiculed, second, it is violently opposed, and third, it is accepted as self-evident. But the fight for reality-based economics is not easily won. Will the vested interests accept change without a fight? And in such a fight, will populations surrender to debt peonage and chronic depression? At issue is whether debt-strapped economies will let themselves be driven into a new dark age of debt serfdom. Will populations be able to survive by freeing their economies from debt by enacting clean slates and restoring progressive tax policy? Roman creditors never lightened their demands until mass poverty led to Christian repudiation of usury. Pleas for Christian charity on a personal level replaced Jesus's call for an economy-wide Jubilee year when he unrolled the scroll of Isaiah and announced that he had come to pronounce a clean slate, Luke 4. But subsequent Christian religion became one of resignation in the face of economies reduced to bare subsistence levels. The lesson of history is that creditor elites will not acknowledge how destructive their mythology is. Maneuvering to survive the economic collapse that they bring on, they turn their financial claims into direct land ownership and grabbitization. They turn economies into gated communities like medieval manors, with hereditary ownership of the surrounding land and basic infrastructure, much as under feudal warlords. To accept this financial dark age is the equivalent of passivity in the face of economic and demographic death. Economics as fraud. Science of assumptions, an oxymoron in which the criterion for deeming a discipline scientific is simply whether its assumptions are logically consistent, not necessarily realistic. The result tends to be circular reasoning based on tautological definitions. See junk economics and neoclassical economics. In theory there is no difference between theory and practice. In practice there is. Yogiism, attributed to Yogi Berra, among many others. Lawyers have a saying, when the facts are on your side, pound on the facts. When the law is on your side, pound on the law. If you have neither, pound on the table. Pounding is not enough, of course. The trick is to create an alternative hypothesis to distract attention from the facts and the law. In economics, the law is the body of theory, its basic definitions and conceptual categories. The relevant facts are statistics tracing the course of wealth and income, who owns this wealth, how they obtain it, and who ends up owing how much to whom. Distracting attention from these realities is a form of deception. That is what experts are hired to do. In court cases, each side produces its own advocates, replete with academic credentials. In the sphere of economic policy, politicians and the popular media trot out prize-winning experts to give the appearance of respectability to arguments as to why taxes should be cut for the rich, why governments should not regulate, and why they should sell off the public domain to rent-extracting buyers. When the facts do not back austerity, deregulation, and a reversal of progressive taxation, textbook writers say that reality is not a criterion of economic validity. Much as in literary criticism, the discipline's main criterion for theoretical excellence is the internal consistency of assumptions, not reality. That is what makes the theory of international trade pure, as if reality is an impurity marring the beauty of abstract logic. The effect, indeed, the aim, is to distract attention to an as-if world. Economics versus the natural sciences, the methodology of as-if. Today's leading economic textbooks turn economics into a mock science by teaching students that the discipline's basic assumptions need not be based on reality. Typical is Microeconomics by William Vickrey, longtime chairman of Columbia University's Economics Department, president of the American Economic Association, 1992–93, and winner of the 1997 Nobel Economics Prize. Professor Vickrey informs his students that pure theory need be nothing more than a string of tautologies. Economic theory proper, indeed, is nothing more than a system of logical relations between certain sets of assumptions and the conclusions derived from them. The propositions of economic theory are derived by logical reasoning from these assumptions in exactly the same way as the theorems of geometry are derived from the axioms upon which the system is built. The validity of a theory proper does not depend on the correspondence or lack of it between the assumptions of the theory or its conclusions and observations in the real world. A theory as an internally consistent system is valid if the conclusions follow logically from its premises, and the fact that neither the premises nor the conclusions correspond to reality may show that the theory is not very useful, but does not invalidate it. In any pure theory, all propositions are essentially tautological, in the sense that the results are implicit in the assumptions made. 1. The phlogiston theory of combustion was logical and internally consistent. So was Ptolemaic astronomy, whose practitioners drew complex models of a solar system revolving around the Earth rather than the Sun. Astrology, former queen of the medieval sciences, also is highly technical and mathematized, and like economics it deals with forecasting. But these theories were built on false assumptions. Why strive to be logically consistent if one's working hypotheses and axioms are misleading in the first place? The answer is that there is method in this seeming madness. As in science fiction, the trick is to convince readers to suspend their disbelief in the assumptions being proposed. The public is asked to look at the economy in terms of a universe in which money is either spent on producing current goods and services or saved, but not created as loans and debts to buy or gamble on real estate, stocks, and bonds. There are no financial bubbles, junk mortgage fraud, or insider dealing, and hence no need for quantitative easing. Students are asked to believe that debts do not tend to grow beyond the means to pay, and that any disturbance in economic balance will be met by automatic stabilizing responses rather than requiring action from outside the market economy. To believe that the growth in debt overhead is not a serious problem, we are to leave planet Earth and think in terms of a parallel universe in which all debts can be paid without deranging foreign exchange rates or transferring vast swaths of assets to creditors. It is necessary to put our faith in simplistic models in which shifting the money supply will steer interest rates to a level that will keep the economy's growth in debt claims in line with the ability to pay while broadening home ownership. Lacking empirical breadth and measurement, economics narrows into an otherworldly mock science of assumptions without historical grounding. Today's mainstream economists use a self-congratulatory language that characterizes pure theory as drawing heroic generalities, that is, banal simplicities presented in a mathematical mode called elegant rather than airheaded. At first glance the sophistical tendency would appear to find an antecedent in John Stuart Mill's 1844 essay on the definition of political economy, and on the method of investigation proper to it. In the definition which we have attempted to frame of the science of political economy, we have characterized it as essentially an abstract science, and its method as the method a priori. Political economy, therefore, reasons from assumed premises, from premises which might be totally without foundation in fact, and which are not pretended to be universally in accordance with it. The conclusions of political economy, consequently, like those of geometry, are only true, as the common phrase is, in the abstract, that is, they are only true under certain suppositions, in which none but general causes common to the whole class of cases under consideration, are taken into account. 2. Recognizing that societies are multilayered, Mill's aim was to transform the policy environment. His logic treated land, labor, and capital, along with money and the balance of payments, independently, but then tied their interactions together into an overall system. This was not logic for its own sake. He sought to tax the landed aristocracy so as to bring land, or at least its rent, into the public domain. Post-classical economists have pursued logical consistency as an objective in itself, without necessary reference to how the real world would work with different policy alternatives. Economists project existing trends in a policy environment assumed to be unchanging, all other things remaining equal, ceteris paribus, with merely marginal analysis instead of treating the economy as an interrelated system in which increasing financial strains tend to build up. Looking at the mathematics, not the real world. Paul Samuelson typifies the problems inherent in the unrealistically abstract as if approach in the conclusion of his famous article on the gains from trade, in pointing out the consequences of a set of abstract assumptions. One need not be committed unduly as to the relation between reality and these assumptions. 3. He defended his factor price equalization theorem, which states that under free trade, wages and profits will tend to equalize throughout the global economy, by claiming that our problem is a purely logical one. Is if H, then inevitably C a correct statement? The issue is not whether C, factor price equalization, will actually hold, nor even whether H, the hypothesis, is a valid empirical generalization. It is whether C can fail to be true when H is assumed to be true. Being a logical question, it admits of only one answer, either the theorem is true or false. 4. This attitude did not deter Samuelson-type theorists from drawing policy conclusions affecting the real world in which people live. Mainstream orthodoxy treats the international economy as a thermodynamic system to be analyzed by entropy theory, despite the real-life world in which labor migrates and capital flows from low-income cold economies to high-income hot ones. This resource drain, especially of skilled labor, is a major loss for Latvia, Ireland, and most recently Greece, subjected to IMF and Washington consensus austerity dogma. Waving the banner of free markets, special interests are always at work to reframe popular perceptions of reality to depict policies leading to widening inequality, austerity, and emigration as the road to prosperity, not debt dependency and financial neocolonialism. Outgoing presidents of the American Economic Association often seek to atone by giving a speech showing that they know it is all just a game, and chastise their colleagues for not being more realistic. But they rarely make an effort to set things right. It is now over a century since John Shield Nicholson remarked that, the traditional method of English political economy was more recently attacked, or rather warped, by pushing the hypothetical or deductive side, to an extreme by the adoption of mathematical devices. Less able mathematicians have had less restraint and less insight, they have mistaken form for substance, and the expansion of a series of hypotheses for the linking together of a series of facts. This appears to me to be especially true of the mathematical theory of utility. I venture to think that a large part of it will have to be abandoned. It savors too much of the domestic hearth and the desert island. 5. The anti-classical reaction of the 1870s, what Veblen called the neoclassical revolution of William Stanley Jevons, Carl Menger, and later of Alfred Marshall and his followers, culminating in today's Chicago School, follows from the particular way in which mathematics has been applied. Its marginalist and monetarist abuses have become so nearsighted as to lose sight of the economy's structural instabilities. Contrasting mainstream trade theorems with the real-world tendency of international incomes and wages to polarize rather than equalize, Gerald Meyer observes, it need not come with any surprise that factor returns have been so different, when in short, the restrictive conditions of the theorem have been so clearly violated in reality. 6. But is it not sophistical to speak of reality violating a theory? Theory violates reality, not the other way around. And wrong-headedness is not accidental when it is maintained decade after decade. In such cases there always is a special interest involved to distract attention from economic reality. In the case of free trade theory, global investors and exporters from lead nations oppose governments that protect their own domestic industry and agriculture. U.S. farm exporters, for example, oppose foreign attempts to become self-sufficient in their own basic food needs by pursuing the domestic agricultural subsidies that the United States used to increase its farm productivity. Free traders accordingly denounce governments that have the temerity to withstand U.S. diplomatic sanctions against governments pursuing an independent foreign and domestic economic policy. That was how Britain, the United States, France, and Germany industrialized and rose to become world economic powers. The World Bank and IMF were created to bring financial leverage against governments defending their national interest, and to steer them to become dependent on U.S. agricultural exports as well as dollar credit, adding food dependency to debt dependency. The resulting as-if theorizing depicts a trickle-down economy in which financial rentiers are the driving force. As Goldman Sachs chief executive Lloyd Blankfein put matters, the people of Goldman Sachs are among the most productive in the world. 7. The question is, productive of what? For Mr. Blankfein, it is simply productive of revenue, regardless of how it is earned, even when his firm and its Wall Street neighbors have had to pay billions and billions of dollars in civil fraud penalties. When the national income and product accounts count the financial sector's extractive and often fraudulent earnings as part of gross domestic product measuring real growth, we have entered an upside-down Alice in Wonderland world. Fictitious economic theories and vocabulary invariably serve special interests. If one must be logical, why not start with realistic rather than hypothetical assumptions? The obvious answer is that realistic assumptions do not lead to the policy conclusions pre-selected by pro-rentier ideologues depicting society's attempts to tax and regulate the banks and other natural monopolies as the road to serfdom rather than as the escape route from debt peonage and landlord rent extraction. We are entitled to ask whose interests are served when economists claim that their assumptions need have no connection with reality, yet then proceed to make policy recommendations. Why do so many economics departments teach the assumptions of the Heckscher-Ohlin-Samuelson trade theory instead of starting from more realistic assumptions that would explain why the real world is economically polarizing? The answer is that they do not want to come to policy conclusions that oppose the vested interests that back today's economic mainstream. A policy motive invariably is the starting point, as Gunnar Myrdal observed in his essay How Scientific Are the Social Sciences. Facts do not organize themselves into systematic knowledge, except from a point of view. This point of view amounts to a theory. He emphasizes that contrary to widely held opinions, not only the practical conclusions form a scientific analysis, but this analysis itself depends necessarily on value premises. 8. Modern economics lacks an epistemological dimension to evaluate these premises, the capacity for self-reflection to perceive the extent to which the discipline's theorizing is shaped by narrow self-interest to promote a banker's eye view of the world. The Chicago School's monetarism is the perspective of rentiers, financial speculators, and traders, not nations seeking to develop their industry and agriculture. The strength of Marxism, and sociology in the tradition of Simon Patten and Thorstein Veblen, lies is their recognition that economic theorizing is a product of self-interest and policy pleading. Perceiving class biases, Marx and Veblen viewed economic theory as apologetics for advocates of one policy or the other. Today's monetarist worldview is a rhetorical system serving the global financial interests that have come to dominate the real economy with an iron hand of ideological censorship to back the financial weaponry of debt leverage, forcing privatization and dismantling of public sectors. The more libertarian the theory, the more authoritarian the economic pedagogy tends to be, precisely because its reasoning rests on specious foundations. In General Pinochet's Chilean dictatorship after its 1973 coup, Chicago economists showed their intellectual intolerance of a free market in economic ideas by closing the economics and social science departments of all universities save for the Catholic University, in which they ruled unchallenged. Consensus was established not through reason, but by removing from the scene all who disagreed with their extremist policies. A rising volume of products of low-wage economies is traded for products made by better-paid labor, as long as low-wage economies do not produce a full range of output. Productivity differences have long been cited, but another factor also is at work: chronic depreciation of the currencies of low-wage countries as a result of debt service, capital transfers, for loans taken out in an increasingly desperate attempt to carry their foreign debts. Accruing interest beyond the means to pay, these unpayable debts throw economies into the clutches of the IMF, whose austerity programs are defended by economists hired to persuade governments to surrender to models that fail to recognize how austerity destabilizes public budgets and the balance of payments. And when economic theory fails to persuade governments to submit voluntarily to smash-and-grab privatization programs, the objective is achieved at gunpoint, as in Chile under General Pinochet or Ukraine under President Petro Poroshenko and Prime Minister Arseniy Yatsenyuk. Mainstream economics as mathematized tunnel vision. If today's economics has become less relevant to the social problems that formed the subject matter of classical political economy a century ago, its scope has narrowed in large part because of the technocratic role played by mathematics formulating problems in terms of only a few selected functions, excluding wealth, especially the pricing of land, and how it is acquired by rent-seeking, asset price inflation and / insider privatizations. Despite the emphasis that Ricardo gave to rent theory, the land nationalization debate stimulated by John Stuart Mill, Herbert Spencer, and Henry George, and the role that Thorstein Veblen assigned to urban land speculation in absentee ownership, land price gains have been ignored by today's price theory and its definition of economic returns. In a similar vein, the structure of society's long-term transformation is excluded from analysis on the ground that its dynamics cannot be sufficiently mathematized. Rice has located an appropriate quotation from William Roscher. Some scientists attempted to fit laws of economics in algebraic formulae. But, of course, the advantage of the mathematical mode of expression vanishes the more complex the facts to which they are applied become. In every description of the life of a nation, the algebraic formulae would become so complicated that they render a continuation of work impossible. 9. The resulting logical constructs of modern mathematical economics were not created without some degree of protest. Already a generation ago, F.J. Dyson complained, "Mathematical intuition is more often conservative than revolutionary, more often hampering than liberating." Citing Ernst Mach's observation that the power of mathematics rests on its evasion of all unnecessary thought and on its wonderful saving of mental operations, he worried that too much real-world complexity might be discarded. 10. Wilhelm Leonhardt's railway economics was considered too technical to be classified as political economy proper. His analysis did not deal with how lower transport costs affected the value of farmland, residential and commercial property along the track quay, making fortunes for real estate speculators. As any urban planner knows, this external effect on land prices is much larger than the direct costs of building railroads. Early mathematical economists concerned themselves with narrower topics such as price formation from the vantage point business cost accounting. Hermann Gosson's mathematical formulation of utility theory was not widely noticed because he focused on problems hitherto considered too mundane to be deemed an essential part of political economy's core. Political economy had not yet narrowed into technical business planning or individualistic consumer preference. The technical problems with which the early mathematical economists dealt, such as psychological utility and price formation based on supply and demand, were far from being deemed the highest concern in an epoch when political economy remained an extension of moral philosophy and public policy making. Such early applications of mathematical notation and graphs were viewed as being more in the character of engineering or technical analysis than full-fledged political economy. The marginalists made a breakaway by viewing the consumer rather than the producer/employer as the focal point of the economic system. The Austrians in particular discussed the economy from the vantage point of individual psychology, attributing wealth disparities to the impatience of consumers who failed to save and get rich. As with today's mathematical economics, the effect was to distract attention from what formerly was most important. It has taken 100 years to drive out the most vital concerns of classical political economy, the shape of social evolution, the strains it tends to develop, and the range of democratic or oligarchic policy responses. As long as these concerns remained paramount, there was little reason to celebrate the early users of mathematical functions as having made a great breakthrough. Their discovery would have to await the time in which economics narrowed its scope and dropped its concerns with political reform. As mainstream economics has come to take the institutional and political environment for granted, the effect has been to establish a status quo economics stripped of the classical focus on wealth, how it is acquired, and how its distribution, indeed, its polarization, affects social development. Comparative advantage models and regression analysis presuppose that social and cost structures remain constant. Economies are assumed to respond to disturbances automatically by settling at a new equilibrium without government intervention or radical policy change. Theories that show widening disparities in income and wealth are denied in principle. What made political economy the queen of the social sciences in the 19th century was its focus on the transformation of nations by public policies most appropriate for their social evolution, their legal and institutional structure, technological breakthroughs, and financial reform. Predecessors of Adam Smith noted that emigration, lack of industrial technology, and a wealthy class living in luxury makes nations trade dependent. Nothing like that was acknowledged by Ricardian free trade theory, any more than it is by today's neoliberal austerity programs. The narrow cateris paribus methodology, all other things remaining equal, of marginalism assumes no change in economic policy. Such a politically trivialized approach does not have much appeal to reformers. The main surviving classical alternative to the emerging marginalist status quo economics was Marxism. In addition to retaining the breadth of scope of classical political economy and the idea of stages of development, Marx used dialectics, irony, and the idea of inner contradictions as a logical method to interpret economic history. Although he used arithmetic examples to illustrate the rates of profit and surplus value for enterprises employing differing proportions of labor and capital, this was not a mathematical model of the economy. No Marxist has tried to reduce the Communist Manifesto or dialectical materialism to mathematical formulae. The semantics of marginalist equilibrium theory. Marginalist models imply that economic problems may be solved by small shifts in a narrow set of variables. Insolvency appears as an anomaly, not as inevitable as debt accruals grow exponentially, forcing the underlying economy to taper off and shrink. An impression is given that any economy can pay its debts without limit, by diverting more income from debtors to creditors. That is why creditors love this approach that blames the victims of debt, not predatory finance. Looking over the countries in which such theorizing has been applied, one cannot help seeing that the first concern is to assert that the economy does not require public intervention. Mainstream models do not explain the quick bankruptcy of post-Soviet neoliberal reform, asset stripping, under Yeltsin and his oligarchy in Russia, or the rapid looting and bankruptcy of Chile's privatized pension funds under General Pinochet, or the subsequent bankruptcies and national resource sell-offs caused by the financial deregulation and austerity programs imposed by the IMF on third-world debtor countries, Ireland and Greece. Neoliberal free market theory thus has become part of the problem, not part of the solution. The distortions of today's major statistical categories. Early statistics dealt with public finances, debt, and the economy's tax-paying capacity. The focus was on the ruler's ability to finance deficits, mainly in times of war, through public debt and taxation. From this primary concern, rulers developed an interest in the political arithmetic, a term coined by Sir William Petty of Ireland in 1672, of making their economies richer so that they could collect more revenue. Opposing the proliferation of excise taxes that increased the price of labor and made economies less competitive, classical political economy developed largely out of the anti-royalist ideology of the French physiocrats and Adam Smith. Instead, they urged taxing landlords and other rent recipients. Statistical categories and accounting formats were developed to quantify the emerging body of theory. Any set of categories and their empirical statistics is a conceptual structure of how the world works. It is not possible to show where economies are generating wealth without dividing their activities into the classical categories of productive versus unproductive, i.e., real wealth creating activity versus overhead and mere transfer payments. This dichotomy was the focal point of a classical debate that lasted more than a century. It differs from the GNP accounting format developed by Simon Kuznets, which has become the norm today. The national income and product accounts depict any and all activities as being productive, rather than some, such as crime prevention, medical treatment, environmental cleanup costs and warfare, being in the character of overhead. The production and sale of cigarettes is counted as national product, along with the medical treatment of smokers. Crime prevention is counted, but not criminal takings. These statistics do not reflect the major way in which the largest sectors, real estate, mining and fuels, banking and finance, take their economic returns. They seem to operate without reporting a profit, but their capital gains are not traced. Despite the fact that real estate and stock market price gains have become the way in which most homeowners, investors, and the 1% have built up their wealth, this distinguishing financial phenomenon of the present era, asset price inflation, does not appear in the NEPA or anywhere else. Capital gains are excluded as being external to the post-classical model of how the economy works. There is nothing akin to Mill's concept of landlords or other rentiers making land price gains in their sleep. What is not seen has less chance of being taxed. That is why real estate and financial lobbyists have opposed collection of realistic statistics on land price gains. Federal Reserve flow of funds statistics attribute so much of the price rise to the inflation of construction costs that in 1994 the value of all corporately owned land in the United States appeared to be a negative $4 billion. On the basis of the Census Bureau reports, I estimate that the actual land value of U.S. real estate was then over $9 trillion. Instead of viewing the economy as multi-layered, the NEPA group households together, from wage earners to rentiers, from the 1% to the 99%. Increased income for anyone is supposed to make everyone else better off, because the market or GDP expands, and all other variables are plugged into it, as if it does not seem to matter for whom this wealth accrues, or whether they get it by rent extraction, financial gains, wages, or profits on new direct investment. There is no recognition that economies may collapse from enriching financial or other rentier elites at the majority's expense. How junk economics treats savings and debt. Economies are supposed to be able to pay their debts by saving more. The implicit assumption is that saving, and new bank credit, is invested productively, not just lent out to create new debts. Productive investment of saving is assumed to enable any society's growth in debt to proceed ad infinitum, because creditors are assumed to invest their earnings in expanding output, not to shift the ownership of assets and wealth. Any increase in saving is held to be good, without regard for whether it may be lent out for purely financial transactions instead of being invested to expand production and consumption. In practice, most saving and new bank lending finds its counterpart in financial claims on wealth, bonds, mortgages and bank loans, to transfer ownership of real estate, stocks, and bonds. The effect is to bid up their price on credit, that is, by debt leveraging. Little saving and credit takes the form of tangible capital formation. Since 2008, most household savings, among the 99%, that is, have been used to pay down debts that were rung up earlier. The NEPA treat a negation, paying down, of a negation, debt, as a positive, saving. This is true mathematically, of course. But would it not help to show what kinds of savings are being made? The effect is to enlarge the volume of financial claims attached to existing productive assets. This debt overhead extracts interest charges, which are recycled into yet more new loans. Instead of financing new means of production to help economies grow their way out of debt, this dynamic submerges economies more deeply in debt. According to today's national income concepts, the domestic U.S. saving rate was reported to be a negative 2% of national income at the end of 1998. Foreign central bank purchases of Treasury securities accounted for an inflow of 2%, bringing the overall balance up to zero. It continued negative for about a decade. Yet gross savings, mainly savings by the 1% that were loaned out to the 99%, were building up at an unprecedented rate. The low reported net savings rate simply reflected the high degree to which new savings have found their counterpart in debt, that is, being lent out, in the form of loans to real estate and stock market players seeking capital gains, not invested to create new tangible capital. These seemingly objective official statistics distract attention from why so large a proportion of the economy's savings is being diverted away from new direct investment and into real estate and stock market speculation, namely, the search for asset price gains. The aim of national statistics has been inverted from its original function of informing the tax collector how much can be taxed, to concealing such gains from public view. Problems, dilemmas, and quandaries. A dilemma is a situation in which whatever path or horn one chooses, it involves pain and sacrifice. Obstacles present themselves on every side, and if the economy avoids being impaled on one horn, it will fall on the other. Economies fall into a quandary when the conditions for a real solution are lacking. Since 2008, economies have sought to escape from such dilemmas and quandaries as if they are solvable problems, solvable without changing economic rules to write down debts, without prosecuting systemic financial fraud, and without shifting taxes back off labor and industry and onto finance and real estate. A mathematically optimum position is one in which one cannot move without making matters worse. When debtors defaulted, Banks stopped lending. Real estate prices fell, and so did prices for bonds and stocks. Banks were unable to cover their deposit liabilities as the market value of the collateral backing their loan portfolios fell. Governments tried to solve this quandary by leaving the debts in place, shrinking the real economy but bailing out the banks. They then sought to pay for this by raising taxes and cutting back social spending. When this shrank the economy all the more in Europe and other countries, public enterprises were sold to foreign investors, whose remission of profits and dividends created a balance of payments drain that lowered the currency's exchange rate. This made dollar-denominated and other foreign currency debt even more costly, exacerbating debt deflation. So economies went from bad to worse. That is what happens when one defines economic problems so narrowly that without radical change, nations face a downward spiral, or rather, an upward flow of property and income to the rentier 1%. The economy's problem is the 1%'s windfall. The Great Moderation deeply indebted American homeowners, students, and consumers to the 1%. This debt has blocked recovery and painted the economy into a corner. Some kinds of economic equilibrium are not happy. Falling on one's face is a state of equilibrium. Death is the ultimate state of equilibrium. So is economic austerity, emigration, and the transfer of property from debtors to creditors. But marginalist and monetarist equilibrium economics employ a mathematics that does not recognize serious dilemmas developing, or economies falling into quandaries whose financial and economic constraints prevent technological potential from being realized. Washington consensus policies have led many economies into a quandary, unless we look at matters from the vantage point of global bankers and the foreign investors and privatizers that they fund, permitting them to act like vultures transferring the public domain into their hands while leaving economies more debt-strapped. This half-century-long policy of austerity has led to privatization and deeper indebtedness. But in today's epoch in which finance has become the new mode of warfare, to accuse such neoliberal policies of being a failure, when they keep on producing the same effect without change, misses the point that such economic devastation must really be their aim. That is why the economic situation becomes worse when governments borrow from the IMF and are forced to enact austerity programs. IMF riots break out, governments fall and dictatorships that are oriented to serve global financial interests are installed, permitting capital flight that strips the economy of its resources all the faster. Money capital flees abroad and skilled labor emigrates as the economy shrinks, with no technological cause indicated in the policy models being applied. To rentiers, the problem is how to strip economies of income and assets. Their success leaves the 99% in a quandary, where they must remain until they recognize that their quandary stems from the failure to understand and change the system. To rentiers, the problem is to deter the economics discipline from providing any escape from this victimization. Marginal analysis avoids dealing with such quandaries and the policy alternatives necessary to escape. A narrow set of phenomena, labor and materials costs, the interest rate, income, and the pattern of demand, is selected to produce models that fail to explain how and why the world economy is being pushed further and further out of balance. Not all trends proceed at the same rate. At some point, certain major trends must intersect, and something must give. This is the definition of a crisis, literally a crossing or intersection of trends where the political structure must accommodate itself to promote one trend or the other. Mainstream economics shies away from using mathematical analysis in this way. Students are taught that economics is about making choices between scarce resources. When resources really become scarce, economists call it a crisis. Only marginal problems are recognized, problems that are not structural but can be solved by marginal adjustments in incomes, prices, and wage levels, the money supply and interest rates. The idea is that a slightly higher price will spur more output, while unemployment can be solved by reducing wage levels or increasing public spending. Scarcity plays only a minor role. Looking for small adjustments within the existing economic policy structure, marginal analysis doesn't go very far. Its financial short-termism misses the degree to which economies are locked into debtor dependency. Nearly all approaches view savings as financing new capital investment, which is assumed to take the form of tangible capital formation, not just a stock market or real estate bubble. The solvable problem in such cases is to recognize that what has come to pass for mainstream economics is junk economics in the service of a rentier's view of what they can get out of the economy. This reverses the classical focus on what resources are available to governments to promote economic growth and higher living standards. Mainstream economics in today's age of deception and fraud. Over the past generation, courses in mathematical economics have displaced the traditional courses in the history of economic thought and economic history. This knowledge might have familiarized students with alternatives to today's neoliberal orthodoxy, especially where the dynamics of debt are concerned. The ongoing and indeed deepening failure to explain our epoch's debt crisis suggests that the aim of this dumbed-down ahistorical economics has not really been to explain the world, but rather to censor perceptions that imply that the financial system under current policies is unstable and must be regulated and changed. Such findings are not congenial to monetarist economists in their capacity as political lobbyists for the banking sector. By treating the growing debt overhead as self-stabilizing, monetarist orthodoxy has removed public regulation from the democratic political process, centralizing planning and public spending policies in the hands of finance ministries and central banks. That is what an independent central bank means, beyond the control of elected political representatives. 19th and 18th century writers explain the mathematical tendency for financial claims, bonds, bank loans, and other financial securities, to grow by purely mathematical principles of self-expansion, faster and independently from underlying trends in wealth and income, and hence from the ability of debtors to pay the interest, much less to actually pay off the loans. Savers/creditors load tangible capital assets and real estate down with debts that in many cases are not repayable except by transferring ownership to creditors. This transfer changes the economy's political shape. Neglect of the self-expanding debt overhead is a prerequisite for economic models to generate laissez-faire conclusions. To acknowledge the tendency of financial dynamics to create structural quandary would imply what it did back in Sumerian and Babylonian times, when economic balance had to be restored by royal fiat, from outside the economic system. In recent decades, debt claims have grown more rapidly than tangible investment in factories and farms, buildings and homes, transport and power facilities, communications, and other infrastructure. Corporations and also governments have been obliged to pay their debts by cutting back new research, development, and new physical reinvestment. Such cutbacks in long-term investment often are the product of corporate raids financed by high-interest junk bonds. At the government level, this is the essence of IMF austerity plans, which stabilize the currency by international borrowing on terms that further shrink and destabilize the economy. Cutting back tangible investment leaves corporations and governments less able to carry their debt burden. They are forced to live even more in the short run. Interest rates rise as loans become riskier. And as interest rates rise, more money is shifted away from direct investment into lending at interest, until the system is torn apart from within. That is why Adam Smith remarked that interest rates usually are highest in countries going fastest to ruin. 11. Capital flees abroad, the currency falls and unemployment rises. In the end, the global economy must be obliged to do what Adam Smith said every debtor government historically was obliged to do: let its debts go. Now that global debts are becoming dollarized, it is less possible for national economies simply to inflate their way out of debt so as to make what Smith called a pretended payment. The only options are default or outright repudiation. Reality economics: debts that can't be paid, won't be. No government has ever repaid its debts, Smith concluded. That is why savings do not accumulate exponentially without limit. Most early medieval loans were wiped out by wars. The 13th century accumulation of wealth of the Knights Templar was seized by Philip the Fair, who dissipated it in warfare. The wealth of the great Italian banking families was lost in loans to Britain's kings, who likewise dissipated the proceeds in waging their perpetual wars with France. Fortunes have been lost through confiscation, and bad judgment with risky foreign investment or government-organized stock market bubbles, South Sea style. Financial fortunes cannot continue to accumulate ad infinitum because the mathematics of compound interest is economically unsustainable. Creditors plow back their interest receipts into increasingly risky new loans, creating a financial overhead that ends up impoverishing and polarizing economies. Just how far the modern pro-creditor models diverge from early economic thought is reflected in the closing words of David Hume's Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding. When we run over libraries, persuaded of these principles, what havoc must we make? If we take in our hand any volume, of divinity or school metaphysics, for instance, let us ask, does it contain any abstract reasoning concerning quantity or number? No. Does it contain any experimental reasoning concerning matter of fact and existence? No. Commit it then to the flames, for it can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion. 12. Mathematizing the economy's financial dimension. Debt may be viewed as financial pollution, entailing major cleanup costs to cope with the inability of consumers, businesses, and governments to pay their stipulated debt service, except by transferring an intolerably high proportion of their assets to creditors. These transfers are done through bankruptcy proceedings, liquidation of corporate or personal assets under distress conditions, and, in the case of government debts, privatization sell-offs. Monetarists, the people who claim to have mastered financial science, urge economies to surrender to financial austerity by sanctifying debts rather than saving the economy, its labor force and living standards. This is happening because financial securities are not simply a mirror image of real economic activity. They are claims for payment, the other side of the balance sheet. When it comes to deciding what must give, the economy or its financial overhead, the latter turns out to be more powerful, and hence, more real, than the economy's tangible flows of output and income. Entire economies are being crucified on the altar of debt and subjected to austerity and its foregone economic development. The wealthiest economies tend to be the most highly indebted precisely because they have the most savings and because their banks have the ability to create new credit, often with just a few computer keystrokes. More wealth is being generated by debt pyramiding and asset price inflation than by building new factories to employ more people. The classical distinction between productive and unproductive credit has been replaced by an ostensibly value-free theory claiming that money earned in one way is as economically worthwhile as money earned in any other way, without regard for the effect on employment or national prosperity. These effects are held to be extraneous to purely financial concerns. As an ideology of global planning, free market economics threatens to bring about a poorer and more unfree world. Its models have a blind spot when it comes to how financial planning subjects the world to austerity to pay debts to a creditor class absorbing a soaring proportion of the world's wealth. Guideposts leading the public along today's road to financial serfdom are put in place much like the strategy of selling cigarettes. Popular fears of coughing, lung cancer, strokes and other adverse effects are countered by advertising claims that cigarettes freshen the breath and are associated with vigorous outdoor life as epitomized by the Marlboro Man, and a sign of individualism and daring against authority and regulation. Scientists are hired to provide a veil of professionalized confusion to dispute statistical evidence that smoking causes ill health. In a similar way, economists have been mobilized to serve, wittingly or unwittingly, as public relations lobbies for global financial interests. Chicago graduates and their clones, trained in strategy at Goldman Sachs or similar financial breeding grounds, monopolize the staffs of finance ministries, treasury departments, central banks, and the leading global financial institutions. Their task is to depict austerity as laying a sound foundation for future growth rather than promoting self-feeding collapse. When poverty intensifies, governments are urged to bail out the economy's savers, the 1%, at the taxpayers, the 99%, expense, and to cut wages and pensions while shifting the tax burden onto labor and consumers. When the promised prosperity fails to materialize, the austerity lobby argues that monetarist policies have not been followed intensively enough to work their magic. But like most magic, the purported magic of the marketplace is as much a trick as the magic of compound interest. The aim is to distract voters and policy makers from understanding why debt dependency increases as jobs are downsized, lives are shortened, emigration accelerates, and the quality of life declines. The requisite starting point for the study of economics. There is an alternative, of course. That is to make the starting point of economics the inexorable tendency of debt to grow beyond the ability to be paid. What is needed is a policy to save the economy, not its creditors. This requires reversing the oligarchic takeover that has enthroned a body of junk economics designed to make it appear that an economy's debts can all be paid, by lowering wages, taxing consumers more, making workers, and ultimately, businesses and government, poorer, and selling off the public domain, mainly to foreigners from the creditor nations. Rationalizing this financial grab is what passes for economic prestige today. Its economy-wide effects can be seen recently in Greece at the hands of the IMF and European Central Bank. James Galbraith points out that unlike army officers who lose battles or naval captains whose ships run aground, mainstream economists are not held accountable in the same way that others are. Economists are not ranked by the results of their recommendations. They are ranked by what one might call the a priori analytical correctness of their point of view, according to the judgment of others in their profession. 13. Galbraith contrasts economists to doctors, whose professional motto is do no harm. Economists do harm. Ever since the German reparations debate after World War I, their most widely applauded practitioners have defended the policy of bleeding economies to pay creditors. They cannot avoid harming the economy as long as their priority is to save bankers and bondholders from absorbing a loss, by shifting it onto governments and the overall economy. Their aim is not to save the economy, but to endorse the downward spiral of debt deflation and widening fiscal deficits that force debt-ridden countries to sell off their land and mineral rights, their public buildings, electric utilities, phone and communications systems, roads and highways at distress prices, and then to applaud such privatizations as progress away from the road to serfdom. This syndrome has become a constant over so many decades that by now it must be seen as conscious and deliberate, not just an oversight that can be fixed. There is no way to sustain the rise in debt without killing the economy. But the criterion for success by economists reflects the prestige of the vested interests that employ them, headed by the IMF and World Bank, central bankers, and the policy think tanks and business schools they sponsor. Professional success in these arenas requires endorsing and defending a set of wrong-headed assumptions that serve to distract attention from reality, denying that the FIRE sector's gains are inherently opposed to those of the real economy. The resulting body of junk economics recognizes no limits on the ability to pay. At first glance this seems to be insanity, defining insanity as doing the same thing again and again, hoping that the results will be different. But what if mainstream junk economists are not insane? What if they simply seek prestigious academic status and high-paying appointments at the major international institutions where professional success is achieved by endorsing politics favored by their patrons? In today's world, the wealthiest and most politically powerful patrons are the rentiers, and the economic mainstream acts as their priesthood legitimizing their predatory gains. Economic methodology is ideology, and implies policy. Economics ultimately is political economy. To claim that it is disinterested and scientific is to cover up its political motives. The entire history of political economy has centered on the conflict between reformers seeking to free society from rentiers, landlords, creditors, and monopolists, and the reaction by these wealthy vested interests to maintain their grip on the status quo that favors them. Each side in this centuries-long conflict has its own methodology. Reformers say that distribution matters, and that a rentier oligarchy extracting economic rent or interest without adding to production will lead to general impoverishment and collapse. Beneficiaries of special privileges argue that the distribution of wealth does not matter, only its overall magnitude. Reformers and conservatives both start with a policy conclusion, and then reason backward to choose a logic or model leading to their pre-selected conclusion. Support for, or opposition to, progressive taxation versus a flat tax, public regulation versus deregulation, or protectionism versus free trade rest on underlying definitions and concepts that may strike outsiders to be merely technical issues, but are really a conflict over the scope and basic assumptions of economics. A tip-off as to the politics of any economic theory is whether it distinguishes between earned and unearned income. That distinction is all but expunged from today's mainstream orthodoxy. It determines how economists measure output and, in particular, the economic surplus. This was central to the doctrines of Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill and other classical reformers seeking to free society from the burdensome legacies of feudalism, the landed aristocracy defending its hereditary rents, and the financial class prying away the public domain to create monopolies and indulge in price gouging. To create a streamlined competitive economy, they sought to tax away or nationalize the rent of land and natural resources, and to keep natural monopolies and basic infrastructure in the public domain, including banking, so as to minimize the cost of financial services. This campaign led them to contrast market prices from intrinsic cost value so as to isolate unproductive overhead charges, defined as economic rent in excess of intrinsic value. By the late 19th century, defenders of landlords, financial fortunes, and monopolists mounted a reaction. They claimed that what classical economists called economic rent actually was earned. This new post-classical school accused public regulation of being an inefficient intrusion into free markets. The etymological root of regulation reflects the essence of government, reg, as in regal, regime, and royal. So what is at issue is whether society is to relinquish government to predatory rent extractors, or govern itself by progressive tax policy, public infrastructure investment and ownership of natural monopolies, and regulations to protect labor, consumers, and the public interest. Political scope of economic theorizing about markets. Reformers explain how markets are embedded in institutions and tax policies, monetary policy, and public regulations that determine who will end up with rent, interest and capital gains, and how this will affect economic growth and the distribution of income. Opponents of reform define the market more narrowly. They look at individuals instead of overall society, at the short term, not the long term, and only at marginal changes within existing social and political structures so as to avoid discussing alternative policies and regulation of markets. All transactions are deemed voluntary, simply because they occur. Limiting their vantage point to that of individuals interacting with each other enables social reactionaries to exclude the effects of change on the economy at large. Insisting that there is no alternative, Tina, to use Margaret Thatcher's phrase, conservatives take the existing social institutions for granted, not as objects of reform. To shift attention away from how markets favor the vested interests and the rentier class, they exclude political power relationships as being external, exogenous, to their economic models. From the Austrian school and marginal utility theorists to today's anti-government libertarians, such self-proclaimed individualists deny that there is any such thing as society. Their economic models exclude broad society-wide effects as externalities, especially financial crises, which they deem exogenous to their calculations. All varieties of economic theorizing fall into one of these two broad divisions between reformers and conservatives. The progressive line extends from the mercantilists through Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill and later, Karl Marx, evolving into the institutionalists and sociologists in the progressive era. The common political aim of these reformers was to free society from the legacy of feudalism and its inherited rentier privileges. Their successors in the United States were the Socialists, New Deal Democrats, Keynesians and post-Keynesians. These reformers try to show the impact of economic policies on society. Marx and the German historical school looked at history to draw examples and analyze where various policies would lead. Opponents of reform assume that the status quo will go on forever, with economies keeping their existing shape as they grow. They prefer to base their discussion on how hypothetical individuals might act on a desert island, or how we ourselves might act if we were transported in a time machine back to the Neolithic to invent a market economy, replete with all our own property laws and credit rules. The role of government, productive or intrusive. Governments are either democratic or oligarchic. When oligarchies make their wealth hereditary, they become aristocracies. Europe's 19th century industrial bourgeoisie saw democratic parliamentary reform as the means to break the political control of the landed aristocracies. And many high-born aristocrats came over to their side, hoping to vest government power in classes whose economic interests favored progressive taxation and public investment. Socialism became the late 19th century's word for policies to end the power of aristocracies to impoverish industrial economies by living off land rent, monopoly rent, and interest. Across the political spectrum it simply meant reform. Seeing their power threatened, the vested rentier interests sought to block such reforms. They depicted governments not under their control as intrusive and burdensome, playing no productive role but only as acting bureaucratically to interfere with the supposed efficiency of the status quo. These anti-government interests depict privatization as more efficient, and insist that public infrastructure should be counted as part of the budget deficit. Statisticians accordingly report government spending as deadweight, not as an investment in a distinct factor of production to hold down the cost of living and doing business. Polarization versus equilibrium theory and its automatic stabilizers. By depicting downturns and other economic imbalances as self-curing, mainstream business cycle theory aims to make government intervention seem unnecessary. Markets are depicted as self-regulating, so that any problems will be cured without any need for public regulation. This is a highly political message. If automatic stabilizers really restore economies to a state of equilibrium when disturbed, there is no structural problem, much less reform, requiring governments to intervene from outside the market. The same logic is found in international trade theory. Equilibrium theorizing leaves no reason for protectionist trade policy or public subsidies. Free trade theory treats every nation as trading what it is best at producing most cheaply at any given moment of time, under existing productivity and income conditions. This approach avoids looking at long-term potential changes in productivity or the role of debt accumulation and tax policy on international price competition. Systems analysts recognize that imbalances tend to make economies more polarized and unstable. Positive feedback loops lead trade imbalances to widen, so that gaining, or losing, industrial productivity advantages is self-reinforcing. Creditor economies get richer while poor countries sink deeper into debt dependency and suffer a downward spiral if their governments do not act to rebalance their economies by interfering with polarizing market forces. Intrinsic cost value versus value-free rentier price theory. Factories and farms that produce commodities are different from rent extractors who set up monopolies as legal toll booths to charge for access to land, water and other natural resources, or for credit, roads and other infrastructure, or drug company patents and information technology. The costs of tangible capital investment in industry and agriculture ultimately can be resolved into the expense of labor to make products, the machinery that produces them, and the raw materials or other inputs needed for their production. But land rent, natural resource rent, monopoly rent, interest, and financial fees have no intrinsic cost, except that of paying lawyers and lobbying politicians for favors and privileges. The resulting technologically unnecessary charges add to prices without reflecting real value based on the cost of producing the service being provided. That is why socialist economies can adopt technology and operate with lower costs of living and doing business. They are free from having to bear a rentier overhead. This is the kind of free market that classical economists wanted. It is industrial capitalism at its most efficient. It can only exist in a mixed economy, which is now vilified as socialist, which was not a bad word in the 19th century. The question was, into what kind of socialism was capitalism evolving? Into a mixed economy of state socialism, Christian socialism, a utopian religious plan such as the Fourier communities, or labor socialism. Whatever the answer, certain common denominators span the reform spectrum, based on classical moral philosophy that viewed economic rent as socially coercive and unfair as well as unnecessary for applying the new industrial technologies. Landlords, monopolists, and other vested interests defended their privilege to charge what the market will bear by denying that there is any such thing as unearned income. High prices that included heavy economic rents were viewed as reflecting consumer utility. Otherwise, users of monopolies and renters simply would not pay the prices being charged, assuming that they have a choice not to eat or live in a dwelling. The proverbial idle rich and other recipients of economic rent applaud economists who depict them as productive and even necessary for society to function. Rentier income and wealth is supposed to reward its beneficiaries in proportion to what they are assumed to contribute to the economy's output. This is the economic theory of John Bates Clark and his followers. It assumes that everyone earns whatever income and wealth they manage to obtain, regardless of how they do this. The resulting orthodoxy depicts finance, insurance, and real estate as part of GDP, not as a subtrahend or transfer payment from the economy to rent takers. This practice rejects any distinction between intrinsic value and market price, or between productive labor and credit as compared to unproductive zero-sum transactions. To cap matters, any transaction is said to be a voluntary exercise in choice by definition, even borrowing to avoid starvation, or sleeping under a bridge. Accepting at face value whatever the market obliges consumers and investors to pay for a house, education, or food in a famine sidesteps the classical focus on the extent to which an economy can minimize prices for its services, housing and other goods or assets. The key for classical economists was to change the tax laws and regulate monopoly prices to bring them into line with real costs of production, and indeed to provide goods and services at public subsidy. Today's economic mainstream has rejected the analytic framework and even the ideology necessary to do this. Value-free theory lacks any criterion for regulation. For deregulators, that is its political virtue. Debt is an overhead cost polarizing economies vs. Debt doesn't matter. Financial and monetary reformers look at how the buildup of debt increases the economy's cost structure, leading in due course to debt deflation and austerity. Defenders of creditor interests view debt simply as bargains between individual creditors and borrowers, implicitly voluntary and hence presumably mutually beneficial. They conclude that any government interference with this private choice must reduce its overall benefits. This individualistic approach misses the tendency of overall debt levels to rise steadily with each business recovery, and with this debt, the flow of interest to banks and bondholders. This buildup blocks market growth by diverting income from consumption and investment to pay creditors, making each recovery weaker. On the international plane, Ricardo asserted that neither debt service nor military spending abroad would lead to chronic balance of payments deficits, because automatic income shifts in nations receiving any money inflow would recycle it to the payments deficit economy, by importing or lending more. This was analogous to Say's law on an international level. It failed to see that debt service drains the circular flow of international payments, just as occurs in domestic debt-ridden economies. Ricardo's pro-banker debt doesn't matter view was refuted by John Stuart Mill in 1844, who showed the effects of debt service on exchange rates and hence on the terms of trade. But like a zombie that won't die, Ricardo's pro-bank theory has been revived by Milton Friedman's Chicago School. Marginalist and monetarist theory ignores how debt dynamics empower creditor elites to turn democracies into oligarchies by sucking income and property into financial hands, enabling bondholders to use debt leverage to force indebted governments to privatize the public domain, land, natural resources, and basic infrastructure. The resulting austerity does not enable debtors to pay their creditors. Just the opposite, it drives governments, households, and businesses deeper into debt and instability. IMF doctrine does not view economic collapse, lower living standards and deepening government dependency on the IMF and vulture funds. Just the opposite, it is the condition that bankers and bondholders lobby to bring about. To paraphrase what former Cleveland Mayor Tom Johnson said about the city's electric utilities, either the people will own the banks, or banks will own the government and the people. That is where debt dynamics lead. The resulting concentration of income is incompatible with democracy, and hence overrides attempts to reform the financial system and tax rentier income. Few people a century ago anticipated that sophisticated mathematical defenses of deregulated privatized wealth concentration would be awarded with global economics prizes and applauded as economic philosophers carrying the torch of Western civilization. The past century's about-face in economic ideology would have been viewed as rolling back the Enlightenment. The problem confronting financial elites is how to make this takeover seem desirable and even natural. Their solution has been to distract attention from the predatory maldistribution of income and wealth. When inequality finally must be acknowledged, as in the recent work of Thomas Piketty, Emmanuel says et al., it is attributed to the high productivity of smart innovators, today's euphemism for greedy, with their creative destruction, not to debt and finance, real estate, monopolies, or similar rent-seeking. The best Piketty can do is to urge taxation of inherited wealth, not a change in the system itself. Chicago school monetarists depict money and debt as merely a veil for the economy's transactions, inflating all prices and assets in equal proportion, not as changing the distribution of wealth and income to enrich creditors by impoverishing debtors. The poster boy for junk economics along these lines is Robert Lucas, the Chicago School's 1995 Nobel Economics Prize winner for his theory of rational expectations that proves mathematically that markets reflect realistic analysis and accurate expectations. He insists that money and finance, and hence, credit and debt, are neutral, having no effect on distribution, cost structures, or relative prices of goods, services and assets. 1 These prices are supposed to expand or contract like a balloon with a pre-printed design that is not distorted as it is inflated or deflated. This debt doesn't matter assumption led Lucas to insist that money and debt could not lead to a financial crisis. His celebratory 2003 presidential address to the American Economic Association in 2003 showed that he had no clue that the 2008 crisis would occur in 5 years, or even that an endogenous monetary and debt cause of instability was possible. He claimed that the era of depressions and recessions was over, except for exogenous shocks that no economist could be expected to foresee. The central problem of depression prevention has been solved, for all practical purposes, and has in fact been solved for many decades. 2 Thanks to supply-side economics and the underlying rationality of market forecasts, expectations. One can't make this stuff up. Lucas's smug, self-satisfied right-wing refusal to acknowledge the downside of a debt-leveraged economy is typical of his profession. That is why he has achieved such acclaim, after all. Economists who follow his methodology are unable to foresee how the growth of debt leads to debt deflation, austerity, economic collapse, and a free-for-all property grab. That tunnel vision is what endears them to the financial donor class. Leaving debt out of account lulls indebted populations into quiescence. But creditors know that in the end the debts cannot be paid. Bondholders are busy preparing their grabitization strategy for when foreclosure time arrives. Such strategists utilize Lucas and other Chicago boys as the proverbial useful idiot savants educating students in learned ignorance, and inability to see the economy's major strains. These individuals are appointed as censors to referee mainstream economic journals and keep them non-threatening to today's rapidly deteriorating status quo. The importance of how income and wealth are distributed. Wages have drifted downward in the United States since 2008, and indeed, for some decades before that. But to hear politicians and the 1% talk, one would think that economies are growing, even when all their growth in income and asset valuation has accrued only to the richest 5% while the rest of the economy shrinks. No wonder the wealthiest layer of the population assures the 99% that distribution doesn't matter. Branko Milanovic sums up their insistence that concerns with distributional matters are irrelevant, or worse, pernicious. Distributional matters are often viewed as a distraction, a nod to populism, and a waste of time that is ultimately destructive. A fight about the slices of the pie reduces the size of the pie and makes everybody worse off. How much better to focus on hard work and investment and to make the pie grow. 3. He cites Martin Feldstein's address to the 1998 Federal Reserve Conference on Inequality, asserting that no one should be worried about inequality, least of all the workers, As long as overall income is increasing, I want to stress that there is nothing wrong with an increase in well-being of the wealthy or with an increase in inequality that results solely from a rise in high incomes. 4. The aforementioned Robert Lucas joins in this sensorial dismissal of the tendencies that are harmful to sound economics. He writes, "The most seductive, and in my opinion, the most poisonous, is to focus on questions of distribution." 5. He claims that gains in welfare will come from better fiscal policies, by which he means providing people with better incentives to work and to save, not from better fine-tuning of spending flows. It is all about supply-side fiscal reforms, cutting taxes to provide more incentives for the wealthy, while squeezing debtors to work harder and harder to carry their debt load. Diverting spending to pay debt service can be ignored, because giving more after-tax income to the wealthy instead of to workers and consumers will enable economies to work their way out of debt. By their logic, that distribution does not matter, there is no need for governments to pursue redistributive policies such as the mortgage write-downs that Congress promised when it bailed out U.S. banks in 2008 under the Troubled Asset Relief Program, TARP. Also, there would be no reason for progressive income or wealth taxation, no public option for health care or other basic infrastructure, no anti-monopoly rules to prevent price gouging. But once one acknowledges that debt is the major dynamic polarizing economies between the 1% and the 99%, a political rationale follows logically for reforming the financial sector and the monopolies it promotes. For centuries it was recognized that distribution and economic polarization are indeed important, because the wider the disparity, the more the waste and top-heavy overhead. As Jonathan Swift wrote in The Run Upon the Bankers, 1734. Money, the lifeblood of the nation, corrupts and stagnates in the veins, unless a proper circulation its motion and its heat maintains. The distribution problem brings us back to the question of whether we should measure economic welfare by looking at aggregate GDP or analyze how the economy's production and consumption sector is wrapped in the fire sector's debt and property claims. The scope of economic analysis, social versus individualistic. Markets are embedded in a political and social context of property rights and laws, power relationships, and regulations. Marx and Karl Polanyi criticized defenders of the status quo favoring landlords, bankers, and monopolists for shifting attention away from the fact that deregulated free markets tend to be predatory and prone to crime and exploitation of labor, debtors and consumers. At issue is whether the market is the whole economy, or only part of it. To put matters another way, is overall GDP all we need to measure how the economy is doing? What if GDP rises while most of the economy is falling into poverty? Some revisionist historians, for example, have decided that the post-Roman Dark Age was not so dark after all. True, Rome's harsh pro-creditor laws did lead to the vast latifundia that Pliny accused of ruining Italy. But recent reconstructions of the epoc's GDP suggest that the affluence of wealthy families at the top of the social pyramid may have made up for the declining fortunes of the 99%. Most of the subsistence economy may have been stripped of money, but the luxury trade remained monetised. An analogous polarized state of affairs is emerging today, 2017. If we look at overall GDP since 2008, there seems to have been a modest recovery. But it turns out that all growth in income has accrued to the top 5% of the population. The bottom 95% have seen their incomes and net worth decline. So the economy has gone in two different directions. Finance has gained since it was saved in 2008. Stock and bond prices have shot up, benefiting mainly the wealthy ownership class. The bailout was for them, because the Federal Reserve's monetary helicopter only drops money over Wall Street. The production and consumption economy wasn't saved. Its debts were left in place, and its 95% are limping along, squeezed by debt deflation. Does it matter? Yes, if economic progress is measured mainly by rising living standards for the population at large. Checking the oligarchy's power grab is appropriate as one perceives today's financial sector as playing the extractive rentier role that landlords played in the 18th and 19th centuries. To restore the broad scope of the classical political economy, it is necessary to reject the reactionary methodology that looks only at small marginal changes in supply and demand, income, and prices within the economy's existing institutional structures. That approach rejects the distribution of property and income as inconsequential. The starting point should be to recognize that the economy is malstructured. But junk economics excludes consideration of structural problems, so it cannot play a role in the solution. Its tunnel vision labels credit and debt accumulation, tax policy, and debt financing of real estate and corporate finance exogenous. That is the problem with today's mainstream economics. It excludes structural analysis and the causes of internally generated polarization and instability. Failure to place these phenomena at the center of economic analysis lets debt deflation, privatization, and regressive tax shifts continue, plunging the economy into permanent depression. Reality economics versus a parallel universe science of assumptions. The rentier class seeks to distract popular pressure away from reform by saying to its client economists, if the I offends thee, or more to the point, offends the vested interests, pluck it out. Paul Samuelson and other as-if economists claim that their discipline need not be realistic, merely logically consistent. The effect is to distract attention away from the real-world phenomena of unfair, parasitic, and predatory behavior. This distraction is achieved by redefining economics as a purely abstract mode of reasoning. To prevent deceptive logic, an economic map must be grounded in statistics reflecting realistic categories. The next chapter, Economics as Fraud, describes how rentier elites have submerged the discipline in the junk economics of Chicago school monetarism, Austrian marginalism, free trade assumptions at odds with reality, and trickle-down logic that distracts attention from the need for structural reform. The stage is set to sterilize realistic analysis by requiring students to spend most of their time discussing a fictitious map of the economy, replete with a failure to distinguish between earned and unearned wealth and overhead, or to recognize fictitious capital based on debts that cannot realistically be paid without impoverishing and polarizing society. Graduate students who take courses in economics in hope of making the world better face a professional and intellectual gauntlet as they seek teaching positions or other professional employment. Their status is based on publication in the main refereed journals, whose neoliberal or monetarist editorial boards insist on the methodology of junk economics that this book has described. Trapping would-be reformers into an anti-reform methodology. The futility of trying to defend progressive reforms by using a methodology intended from the start to thwart the logic of reform has undermined many would-be reformers. Henry George fell into this trap. A popular journalist in the 1870s through the 1890s, he advocated taxing the land's full economic rent. It had provided the basis for public revenue from antiquity down through the Norman conquest and other land grabs by medieval warlords. When the barons, heirs of the conquerors, privatized the land, this created a parasitic landlord class. That is what led the physiocrats, Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill and other reformers to develop their value, price, and rent theory and its associated analysis of national income flows. Unfortunately, George's anti-academic prejudice, defensive over his lack of a formal education, led him to try to reinvent the analysis of rent without classical value and price theory. Jumping on the post-classical fad of consumer utility to explain prices, he lacked a meaningful definition of rent to quantify its magnitude as the excess of market price over intrinsic cost value. As for explaining land prices, George did not relate them to bank lending. His blind spot regarding finance and debt blocked him from anticipating that land prices would be set by how much banks were willing to lend. He failed to see that most rent would end up as interest, and that this would lead bankers to throw their political support behind landowners to reduce property taxes. His discussion of interest conflated it with profits made from physical productivity gains, a confused fable about men on a desert island. Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk dismissed it as a naive productivity theory. George became increasingly libertarian as he got bitten by the political bug, and spent more effort fighting socialists and labor reformers than landlords. Advocating taxing land rent as an alternative to nationalizing the land, he opposed strong government. This left no authority powerful enough to overcome resistance to a land tax by the rentier alliance of real estate and the financial sector. George's followers petered out into a sectarian geriatric cult. Their political ineffectiveness reflected George's failure to view the economy as a complex multi-layered system. Failing to place real estate in its financial context blocked them from seeing that the land's rent ends up being paid to mortgage bankers. The fact that today's banks find their largest market to be mortgage lending has led to a symbiosis of high finance with the landed interest. Herbert Spencer and others in the late 19th century suggested that governments should buy out the landlords so as to gain control of the land and collect its rent without confiscation. This would have turned the landed aristocracy directly into a creditor class. That is what in fact has occurred informally. Landlords gradually sold out, keeping their hereditary fortunes mainly in the form of bonds and stocks. George opposed outright state buyouts, saying that this would be like paying slave owners to buy the liberty of their slaves. He insisted on the moral principle that land rent was wrong because it was not earned. But he only said this journalistically, and criticized only landlords, not the financialization of land rent and other forms of economic rent. Against such reformers, defenders of the status quo insist that an analysis of distribution and flow of rents and debt service throughout the economy is not a relevant dimension to study. A focus on the 1% would lead people to question how the vested interests obtain their wealth and how they earn so much rentier income. Statistics show that most revenue is obtained via the fire sector and via patents for the right to charge monopoly prices for technologies under financial control. A common symptom of ignoring structural analysis along these lines is for reforms to assume that the financial system needs to be left in place as it is. That was the problem with George's proposals to tax land rent, and also the recent proposals of Thomas Piketty to counter polarization and redistribute wealth simply by taxing inheritance, without addressing the need to regulate or tax away rent-seeking or reform the financial system. Effective monetary reform to stop the flow of unproductive credit issued against land rent and other economic rent requires a parallel fiscal reform to tax away these rents at their source. Otherwise the rent will be available to be financialized. All these reforms require democratic politics to limit the power of financialized wealth to control the election process and promote regulatory capture of treasuries and central banks. That is why economics must be political economy, recognizing the tendency of democracies to turn into oligarchies unless predatory wealth is checked. Rentier interests deter such progress by sponsoring a tunnel vision that leaves today's students facing a profession not amenable to recognizing debt and economic polarization as the major problems of our time. Many students seek economics degrees in the hope of making society better. But the textbooks used to indoctrinate today's students do not emphasize thinking about the economy as a multi-layered political as well as economic system. Students are confronted with a methodology that sidesteps the most important financial and political dynamics that threaten to derail our epoch onto the road to debt peonage. To make professional headway, graduates are confronted with pressure, and rewards, to bypass financial and institutional analysis of these problems. A limited scope and methodology based on a fictitious as if parallel universe is bound to lead to serious economic destruction. If universities were subject to defective product recalls for the debt-financed degrees they sell, they would require former graduates to undergo rehabilitation courses in reality economics. That would be the intellectual equivalent of safer seat belts to prevent policy accidents. It is not necessary to reinvent the analytic wheel. The essence of classical political economy is to explain how an unproductive rentier debt overhead polarizes economies and brings economic growth to a stop. What passes for mainstream new economic thought today excludes consideration of this problem, along with the distinction between earned and unearned income, and the logic of public infrastructure investment to lower the cost of living while creating a higher standard of living and competitive edge against rival nations that fail to create a successful mixed economy. Today this aim is vilified as socialist, as if the drive to free economies from unnecessary charges was not the essence of classical political economy. All but forgotten is the classical belief that the destiny of industrial capitalism was to reform economies by eliminating the rentier legacies of feudalism. That was to be done by taxing and regulating unearned wealth so as to free society from economic rent, predatory finance, and other unnecessary burdens. Ricardian socialism and other 19th-century versions of socialism lay the analytic groundwork for Marx to point out that not only were the aristocratic rentier privileges of land rent, natural resource rent, monopoly rent, and interest exploitative, but so were the miserable employment conditions and subsistence wages preferred by industrial capitalists. Just as the first wave of socialism hoped to make land, mineral rights, and basic infrastructure public, Marx believed that future socialism would take manufacturing and other production into the public domain as appropriate. Providing the services from socialized assets at subsidized prices or freely instead of through private sector markets would enable future leisure economies to supply all basic needs. Today's economic and political mainstream rejects even moderately mixed economies as inherently socialist. Tarring socialism with the misbegotten Soviet version of Marxism has been used to reject not only Marx but all the classical economists before him in favor of a free market run by the rentier 1%. An umbrella of guilt by association has been used to reject the entire classical analytic toolkit. It is not really the Soviet model that mainstream economists fear. It is Marx's grounding in classical political economy's own value, price, and rent theory providing the logic to strip away the rents, interest and monopolies inherited from the feudal epoch. Marx's analysis of industrial capitalist reform emerged out of Adam Smith, Ricardo, Mill, and their contemporaries. To portray them as patron saints of freeing rentier income from taxation and regulation, it has been necessary to expurgate their actual logic from the history of economic thought. The theory of cost value and economic rent as unearned income has been dismissed, as if all such analysis is a socialist step along the slippery slope to serfdom, not away from it. What is at stake? One future is for rentiers to privatize and deregulate economies. This travesty of a classical free market ends up driving populations, industry, and governments into deepening debt, leading to global neo-feudalism and debt peonage. The increasingly financial sector's implicit business plan is to achieve the same predatory conquest of the land, natural resources, and public infrastructure that required military conquest a millennium ago. This is now happening all over the world. The alternative future is to create governments strong enough to save economies from this conquest. The classical ideal was a mixed economy with checks and balances to steer private gain seeking in keeping with the long-term public interest. Freeing society from the rentier legacy of feudalism seemed well on the way to being achieved by the late 19th century. Leading economists backing democratic reform movements mobilized public opinion by describing parasitic economic tendencies, and showing where taxes were least burdensome, in ways that nearly everyone could understand. Today's expurgation of the history of economic thought and its classical vocabulary threatens to reverse that understanding. The rentiers have sponsored a rewriting of history that is a travesty of the moral principles and toolkit provided by the Enlightenment's classical political economists. Their tunnel vision and idealization of short-term cut-and-run financial markets threatens economic and ecological collapse on an unprecedented scale. Does economics deserve a Nobel Prize? And, by the way, does Paul Samuelson deserve one? This article was first published in Commonweal, Volume 93, December 18, 1970, pages 296-98, on the occasion of Mr. Samuelson's being awarded the second annual Nobel Economics Prize, the Swedish National Bank's Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel, that year. My initial optimism that a revolution would overthrow his theories obviously did not bear fruit. I was teaching international trade theory at the graduate faculty of the New School for Social Research at the time. Subsequently, I criticized Mr. Samuelson's methodology in the use and abuse of mathematical economics, Journal of Economic Studies 27, 2002-92-315. Most unrealistic of all is Mr. Samuelson's factor price equalization theorem, whose misleading assumptions I survey in trade, development, and foreign debt, A History of Theories of Polarization v. Convergence in the World Economy. It is bad enough that the field of psychology has for so long been a non-social science, viewing the motive forces of personality as deriving from internal psychic experiences rather than from man's interaction with his social setting. Similarly, in the field of economics, since its utilitarian revolution about a century ago, this discipline has also abandoned its analysis of the objective world and its political, economic productive relations in favor of more introverted, utilitarian, and welfare-oriented norms. Moral speculations concerning mathematical psychics have come to displace the once social science of political economy. To a large extent, the discipline's revolt against British classical political economy was a reaction against Marxism, which represented the logical culmination of classical Ricardian economics and its paramount emphasis on the conditions of production. Following the counter-revolution, the motive force of economic behavior came to be viewed as stemming from man's wants rather than from his productive capacities, organization of production, and the social relations that followed therefrom. By the post-war period, the anti-classical revolution, curiously termed neoclassical by its participants, had carried the day. Its major textbook of indoctrination was Paul Samuelson's Economics. Today, virtually all established economists are products of this anti-classical revolution, which I myself am tempted to call a revolution against economic analysis per se. The established practitioners of economics are uniformly negligent of the social preconditions and consequences of man's economic activity. In this lies their shortcoming, as well as that of the newly instituted Economics Prize granted by the Swedish Academy. At least for the next decade it must perforce remain a prize for non-economics, or at best superfluous economics. Should it therefore be given at all? This is only the second year in which the Economics Prize has been awarded, and the first time it has been granted to a single individual, Paul Samuelson, described in the words of a jubilant New York Times editorial as the world's greatest pure economic theorist. And yet the body of doctrine that Samuelson espouses is one of the major reasons why economics students enrolled in the nation's colleges have been declining in number. For they are, I am glad to say, appalled at the irrelevant nature of the discipline as it is now taught, impatient with its inability to describe the problems which plague the world in which they live, and increasingly resentful of its explaining away the most apparent problems which first attracted them to the subject. The trouble with the Nobel Award is not so much its choice of man, although I shall have more to say later as to the implications of the choice of Samuelson, but its designation of economics as a scientific field worthy of receiving a Nobel Prize at all. In the prize committee's words, Mr. Samuelson received the award for the scientific work through which he has developed static and dynamic economic theory and actively contributed to raising the level of analysis in economic science. What is the nature of this science? Can it be scientific to promulgate theories that do not describe economic reality as it unfolds in its historical context, and which lead to economic imbalance when applied? Is economics really an applied science at all? Of course it is implemented in practice, but with a noteworthy lack of success in recent years on the part of all the major economic schools, from the post-Keynesians to the monetarists. In Mr. Samuelson's case, for example, the trade policy that follows from his theoretical doctrines is laissez-faire. That this doctrine has been adopted by most of the Western world is obvious. That it has benefited the developed nations is also apparent. However, its usefulness to less developed countries is doubtful, for underlying it is a permanent justification of the status quo: let things alone and everything will tend to come to equilibrium. Unfortunately, this concept of equilibrium is probably the most perverse idea plaguing economics today, and it is just this concept that Mr. Samuelson has done so much to popularize. For it is all too often overlooked that when someone falls flat on his face he is in equilibrium just as much as when he is standing upright. Poverty as well as wealth represents an equilibrium position. Everything that exists represents, however fleetingly, some equilibrium, that is, some balance or product, of forces. Nowhere is the sterility of this equilibrium preconception more apparent than in Mr. Samuelson's famous factor-price equalization theorem, which states that the natural tendency of the international economy is for his wages and profits among nations to converge over time. As an empirical historical generality, this obviously is invalid. International wage levels and living standards are diverging, not converging, so that the rich creditor nations are becoming richer while poor debtor countries are becoming poorer, at an accelerating pace, to boot. Capital transfers, international investment and aid, have, if anything, aggravated the problem, largely because they have tended to buttress the structural defects that impede progress in the poorer countries: obsolete systems of land tenure, inadequate educational and labor training institutions, pre-capitalist aristocratic social structures, and so forth. Unfortunately, it is just such political economic factors that have been overlooked by Mr. Samuelson's theorizing, as they have been overlooked by the mainstream of academic economists since political economy gave way to economics a century ago. In this respect, Mr. Samuelson's theories can be described as beautiful watch parts which, when assembled, make a watch that doesn't tell time accurately. The individual parts are perfect, but their interaction is somehow not. The parts of this watch are the constituents of neoclassical theory that add up to an inapplicable whole. They are a kit of conceptual tools ideally designed to correct a world that doesn't exist. The problem is one of scope. Mr. Samuelson's 3 volumes of economic papers represent a myriad of applications of internally consistent, or what economists call elegant, theories, but to what avail? The theories are static, the world dynamic. Ultimately, the problem resolves to a basic difference between economics and the natural sciences. In the latter, the preconception of an ultimate symmetry in nature has led to many revolutionary breakthroughs, from the Copernican revolution in astronomy to the theory of the atom and its subparticles, and including the laws of thermodynamics, the periodic table of the elements, and unified field theory. Economic activity is not characterized by a similar underlying symmetry. It is more unbalanced. Independent variables or exogenous shocks do not set in motion just offsetting counter-movements, as they would have to in order to bring about a meaningful new equilibrium. If they did, there would be no economic growth at all in the world economy, no difference between U.S. per capita productive powers and living standards and those of Paraguay. Mr. Samuelson, however, is representative of the academic mainstream today in imagining that economic forces tend to equalize productive powers and personal incomes throughout the world except when impeded by the disequilibrating impurities of government policy. Empirical observation has long indicated that the historical evolution of free market forces has increasingly favored the richer nations, those fortunate enough to have benefited from an economic head start, and correspondingly retarded the development of the laggard countries. It is precisely the existence of political and institutional impurities such as foreign aid programs, deliberate government employment policies, and related political actions that have tended to counteract the natural course of economic history, by trying to maintain some international equitability of economic development and to help compensate for the economic dispersion caused by the disequilibrating natural economy. A revolution. This decade will see a revolution that will overthrow these untenable theories. Such revolutions in economic thought are not infrequent. Indeed, virtually all of the leading economic postulates and tools of the trade have been developed in the context of political economic debates accompanying turning points in economic history. Thus, for every theory put forth there has been a counter-theory. To a major extent these debates have concerned international trade and payments. David Hume with the quantity theory of money, for instance, along with Adam Smith and his invisible hand of self-interest, opposed the mercantilist monetary and international financial theories that had been used to defend England's commercial restrictions in the 18th century. During England's Corn Law debates some years later, Malthus opposed Ricardo on value and rent theory and its implications for the theory of comparative advantage in international trade. Later, the American protectionists of the 19th century opposed the Ricardians, urging that engineering coefficients and productivity theory become the nexus of economic thought rather than the theory of exchange, value, and distribution. Still later, The Austrian school and Alfred Marshall emerged to oppose classical political economy, particularly Marx, from yet another vantage point, making consumption and utility the nexus of their theorizing. In the 1920s, Keynes opposed Bertil Ohlin and Jacques Rueff, among others, as to the existence of structural limits to the ability of the traditional price and income adjustment mechanisms to maintain equilibrium, or even economic and social stability. The setting of this debate was the German reparations problem. Today, a parallel debate is raging between the structuralist school, which flourishes mainly in Latin America and opposes austerity programs as a viable plan for economic improvement of their countries, and the monetarist and post-Keynesian schools defending the IMF's austerity programs of balance of payments adjustment. Finally, in yet another debate, Milton Friedman and his monetarist school are opposing what is left of the Keynesians, including Paul Samuelson, over whether monetary aggregates or interest rates and fiscal policy are the decisive factors in economic activity. In none of these debates do, or did, members of one school accept the theories or even the underlying assumptions and postulates of the other. In this respect, the history of economic thought has not resembled that of physics, medicine, or other natural sciences, in which a discovery is fairly rapidly and universally acknowledged to be a contribution of new objective knowledge, and in which political repercussions and its associated national self-interest are almost entirely absent. In economics alone, the irony is posed that two contradictory theories may both qualify for prize-worthy preeminence, and that the prize may please one group of nations and displease another on theoretical grounds. Thus, if the Nobel Prize could be awarded posthumously, both Ricardo and Malthus, Marx and Marshall would no doubt qualify, just as both Paul Samuelson and Milton Friedman were leading contenders for this year's prize. Who, on the other hand, can imagine the recipient of the physics or chemistry prize holding a view not almost universally shared by his colleagues? Within the profession, of course, there may exist different schools of thought. But they do not usually dispute the recognized positive contribution of their profession's Nobel Prize winner. Who could review the history of these prizes and pick out a great number of recipients whose contributions proved to be false trails or stumbling blocks to theoretical progress rather than, in their day, breakthroughs? The Swedish Royal Academy has therefore involved itself in a number of inconsistencies in choosing Mr. Samuelson to receive the 1970 Economics Prize. For one thing, last year's prize was awarded to two mathematical economists, Jan Tinbergen of Holland and Ragnar Frisch of Norway, for their translation of other men's economic theories into mathematical language, and in their statistical testing of existing economic theory. This year's prize, by contrast, was awarded to a man whose theoretical contribution is essentially untestable by the very nature of its pure assumptions, which are far too static ever to have the world stop its dynamic evolution so that they may be tested. This prompted one of my colleagues to suggest that the next economics prize be awarded to anyone capable of empirically testing any of Mr. Samuelson's theorems. And precisely because economic science seems to be more akin to political science than to natural science, the economics prize seems closer to the Peace Prize than to the prize in chemistry. Deliberately or not, it represents the Royal Swedish Academy's endorsement or recognition of the political influence of some economist in helping to defend some, presumably, laudable government policy. Could the prize therefore be given just as readily to a U.S. president, central banker, or some other non-academician as to a pure theorist, if such exists? Could it just as well be granted to David Rockefeller for taking the lead in lowering the prime rate, or President Nixon for his acknowledged role in guiding the world's largest economy, or to Arthur Burns as chairman of the Federal Reserve Board? If the issue is ultimately one of government policy, the answer would seem to be affirmative. Or is popularity perhaps to become the major criterion for winning the prize? This year's award must have been granted at least partially in recognition of Mr. Samuelson's economics textbook, which has sold over 2 million copies since 1947 and thereby influenced the minds of a whole generation of, let us say it, for it is certainly not all Mr. Samuelson's fault, old fogies. The book's orientation itself has impelled students away from further study of the subject rather than attracting them to it. And yet if popularity and success in the marketplace of economic fads, among those who have chosen to remain in the discipline rather than seeking richer intellectual pastures elsewhere, is to become a consideration, then the prize committee has done an injustice to Jacqueline Suzanne in not awarding her this year's literary prize. To summarize, reality and relevance rather than purity and elegance are the burning issues in economics today, political implications rather than antiquarian geometrics. The fault therefore lies not with Mr. Samuelson but with his discipline. Until it is agreed what economics is, or should be, it is as fruitless to award a prize for good economics as to award an engineer who designed a marvelous machine that either could not be built or whose purpose was unexplained. The prize must thus fall to those still lost in the ivory corridors of the past, reinforcing general equilibrium economics just as it is being pressed out of favor by those striving to restore the discipline to its long-lost pedestal of political economy. Hudson Bubble Model *. From asset price inflation to debt-strapped austerity. * For a more in-depth discussion see my book The Bubble and Beyond, Fictitious Capital, Debt Deflation and Global Crisis, 2013, ch. 8, The Real Estate Bubble at the Core of Today's Debt-Leveraged Economy, and ch. 11, Saving, Asset Price Inflation and Debt Deflation. Today's form of finance capitalism is an evolution, or detour, of industrial capitalism into an economy dominated by large banks and money management institutions controlled by the 1%. Its idea of wealth creation, indeed, its business plan, is to inflate asset prices for real estate, stocks, and bonds on credit. This creates financial bubbles that leave borrowers and governments debt-strapped, leading in due course to debt deflation. The term financialization refers to the degree to which this debt leverage rises as a proportion of asset valuations and, in the process, extracts a rising proportion of national income. This increases the power of banks and the 1% over labor and industry in 7 ways. Inflating asset prices obliges buyers to take on more debt, increasing the cost of home ownership and buying a retirement income, while creating more capital gains for the 1%. Increasing debt is owed mainly to the 1%, largely by the 99%, including for education, as the cost of schooling, like housing prices, reflects how much banks are willing to lend to buyers. Paying interest and carrying charges for mortgage debt, education debt, credit card debt, and bank debt leaves less personal after-tax income available to spend on goods and services, thereby slowing new investment and employment. Debt leveraging of corporate balance sheets leads to insolvency, which managers use as a threat to downsize pension obligations. Financialization leading to a fiscal crisis as the tax deductibility of interest, and similar subsidies for real estate, reduces federal and local tax revenue. This forces a tax shift onto labor and consumers via higher sales and excise taxes, higher income taxes, and cutbacks on social programs and infrastructure spending. The fiscal squeeze leads to an underfunding or elimination of pensions. See financialization. Paying public debts and financing budget deficits by selling off the public domain turns user fees for hitherto public services into rent extraction opportunities. Privatization of public education is financialized on credit with student loan debt, while healthcare and social security are turned into profit opportunities instead of being financed out of the general budget. Non-prosecution of financial crime as the banking sector invests its gains in buying control of the political process and election campaigns to back client politicians. The resulting regulatory capture of public agencies is accompanied by rewriting of bankruptcy laws, decriminalizing usury, to favor creditors instead of enabling debtors to make a fresh start. The result of these tendencies is that the center of social and economic planning shifts from governments to Wall Street and other financial centers, under the banner of free markets. The symbiotic finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector. Instead of spurring capital investment and output or raising living standards and employment, these financialization trends polarize the economy and ultimately shrink it. Almost 80% of bank credit is to buy real estate, and much of the remainder is to buy stocks, including corporate takeover loans. The result is a symbiotic finance, insurance, and real estate, FIRE, sector, which accounts for most of the economy's rentier income, capital gains and debt overhead. Since 1980, the Federal Reserve has driven down U.S. interest rates from 20% to nearly zero since 2008. Leading up to the 2008 crash, easier credit terms, lower interest rates, lower down payments, slower amortization, and higher debt/equity ratios, inflated stock market prices and a real estate bubble, while the bond market enjoyed the greatest boom in history. Creating wealth in the form of higher asset prices in this purely financial way was achieved by creating debt on the liabilities side of the balance sheet. Raising household debt by creating bank credit mainly to bid up prices for housing and other real estate leaves less wage income available to buy what labor produces. The debt deflation resulting from asset price inflation has caused wealth and debt to increase much faster than wages. Since 1980, a rising proportion of wages has been diverted to pay interest and other financial charges, insurance, and rent to the FIRE sector. Mainstream economists assure the public that the rise in debt is benign, because we owe it to ourselves. Whatever the indebted 99%, we pay in interest and fees to creditors, ourselves, is supposed to be spent or lent back into the economy by job creators, the 1%'s euphemism for itself. The reality is that the 1% do not use their gains to buy goods and services or hire labor. They lend out more money to increase the economy's debt ratios, and buy more assets. See Hudson bubble model chart below for the two formulas that trace the financial rentier mode of exploiting labor and the economy by inflating asset prices, PA, faster than real wages, W/PC. Fig. Point 14. How financialization and the tax shift off the 1% strip the 99% of its disposable personal income. Financializing home ownership, education, pensions and industry leaves less of the family paycheck available for consumer spending after paying debt service and suffering from taxes being shifted off the FIRE sector. The government withholds a rising percentage of wages to pay FICA contributions for Social Security and Medicare, now over 15% of paychecks, and federal and local income taxes, up to about 20%. Instead of progressively taxing the 1%, taxes on wage earners are increased, along with sales taxes to close the budget gaps caused by tax favoritism for the higher wealth and income brackets. What is left to wage earners after paying these taxes is called disposable personal income or DPI. See the chart below for what is actually available as disposable income, and for further discussion, see disposable personal income in the A to Z section of this book. Fig. Point 15. National Income Statistics, see NIPA, define DPI as what wage earners take home after deduction of taxes and FICA withholding. But what remains is not fully disposable. Housing charges. For starters, families must pay their monthly housing nut to the bank for their mortgage, or to the landlord for rent. U.S. federal housing programs guarantee bank mortgages that absorb up to 43% of the homebuyer's personal income, and rents in many areas have reached this level. Other debts. Payments on student loan debt, credit card debt, auto debt, and other debts, not to speak of payday loans, typically absorb over 10% of consumer income. Forced saving. After the 2008 financial crash, many wage-earning households were obliged to save by paying down their debt as banks scaled back their lending and credit card exposure. Such quasi-saving is squeezed out, not available for discretionary spending. The result is what Richard Koo has called a balance sheet recession. Insurance and pensions. Also taken off the top are payments for compulsory health insurance, and in some cases non-government pension plans and health care charges. Taken together, these charges leave only between a quarter and a third of wage income disposable for spending on goods and services. See wage earner DPI chart on opposite page. A tax shift off the 1% onto the 99%. Household income does not get the same tax breaks afforded to businesses. Businesses deduct payroll and all other operating costs and depreciation, as well as taxes and interest from their taxable income. Wage earners have analogous basic expenses but receive no such tax favoritism. If income tax policy treated labor like capital, only this net after expense income would be taxed, not the entire wage. Yet many Americans are in favor of cutting taxes without realizing that this usually means cuts overwhelmingly for the 1%. Inequality of total returns between families and businesses. Just as businesses measure total returns to include the rise, or decline, in the market price of homes and financial securities, consumers and wage earners should have a parallel measure. This would show the decline in their net worth, and hence, spending power, after prices for homes fell after 2008. That decline toward negative equity offsets the gains that many homebuyers imagined they were obtaining when they rode the bubble economy's rising wave of debt-inflated housing prices. How financialization deflates the real economy. When a bubble economy and quantitative easing, central bank support for bank credit creation to drive down interest rates, raise asset prices, this results in lower returns on stocks and bonds. That requires more saving to be set aside to generate a given retirement income from financial securities. Trying to financialize pensions by obliging workers, employers, and public agencies to save more for their retirement and health care in advance thus leaves less to spend on goods and services. This holds down economic growth, and hence employment and real wages. If corporate, state and local budgets cannot meet this pension schedule, they run up shortfalls on defined benefit pension plans. Government also has been forced into deficit by the corporate shift to pay earnings to bondholders and banks as tax-exempt interest instead of after-tax dividends to shareholders. Fire sector lobbyists urge governments to make up the resulting budget shortfalls debts by selling off the public domain. This reverses the classical aim of minimizing the economy's cost of living and doing business by supplying public infrastructure services at cost, on a subsidized basis or freely. When transportation, communications, water, and other basic infrastructure assets are privatized, the new owners build in interest, dividends, and management salaries, stock options and bonuses to the prices they charge for these basic needs, leaving corporations with less post-financialized income to invest. While corporate lobbyists promise that lower taxes will lead to more investment and hiring, this is merely a myth to lull voters into a trickle-down fantasy, an economic Stockholm syndrome. When companies adopt financial engineering rather than industrial engineering, rolling back corporate taxes, or taking profits in offshore tax avoidance centers, simply leaves more revenue available for share buybacks, dividend payouts, and management bonuses. The counterpart to tracing how fire sector charges and taxes eat into household income is the diversion of corporate cash flow, EBITDA, to pay the fire sector, see business cash flow, EBITDA, to pay the fire sector chart below. Fig. Point 16. To help ensure that the aim of corporate managers will be to engineer asset price gains, called creating shareholder value, they are rewarded with stock options and bonuses based on how much they push up the price of their shares. This prompts companies to use their profits for stock buybacks and higher dividend payouts instead of reinvesting to expand their business. An enormous 92% of corporate cash flow in 2014 was paid out as dividends or used for share buybacks. Higher asset prices also are achieved by cutting costs, eliminating staff and product lines, and downsizing pension plans and employer contributions to health care. The fire sector's extraction of rentier revenue. Most people think of the economy in terms of wages being spent on consumer goods, while profits are invested to build more factories and machinery to keep the economy growing. See chart, 2 economies, economy number 1. Less familiar is how this economy of production and consumption is encased in the fire sector's superstructure of financial and property claims. See chart, 2 economies, economy number 2. Classical economists spent over a century explaining how the superstructure was extraneous to production, siphoning off rents to pay landlords who make little contribution to production except by charging access fees to land and natural resources, and to financial coupon clippers, see rentier financial class, holding bonds and stocks. Seeking to free economies from rent and interest payments, the classical economists define such economic rent as the excess of market price over real and necessary cost value, and hence as extractive rather than earned, see unearned income. Today's accounting formats do not disclose any measure of land rent or other forms of economic rent. The U.S. National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, depict rent, interest, and fees as actual costs of production contributing to real output, not as a rake-off. Rent is conflated with profits by calling it earnings. Neither national income accounts nor central bank statistics distinguish productive credit to fund new means of production from lending that merely transfers ownership of property already in place. Corporate takeover loans, for instance, do not create new means of production, but build in interest charges paid to the junk bondholders that back financial raters. It thus seems bizarre to depict these charges as payments for providing a service that increases gross domestic product, GDP. That is not the aim of financial raters. Such extractive credit bloats the financial overhead with unnecessary costs. What has been lost from today's discussion is the classical free market emphasis that economies are made lower cost not only by new technologies' productivity gains, but by freeing society from rent and interest charges, overhead. Today's technology potential is universal, but the power of banking, rentier income, and interest seeks policies that will monopolize the economy's technology gains for a narrow elite, the 1%. As originally promised, technology by itself should have raised wages, living standards, and shortened the work week. What is called for is an explanation of why this has not occurred. Financialization differs from the industrial exploitation of labor. Industrial capitalism's internal contradiction is that seeking profits by exploiting labor leaves it unable to buy what it produces. To avoid a market crash, the shortfall in purchasing power must come from outside the closed economy, by selling products in foreign markets, spurring a drive for colonialism in the 19th century, and reliance on China today selling to the government, as in today's military-industrial economy selling on credit, to an increasingly indebted economy. What kept Western economies expanding in the decades leading up to the 2008 crash was mainly the third option, bank lending to infuse purchasing power. However, this merely financial mode of wealth creation has its own internal contradiction. Leaving this expansion of credit in the hands of bankers and bondholders comes at a price, interest charges. The debt overhead grows by the mathematics of compound interest, to the point where it exceeds the ability of households, business, and governments to pay. Furthermore, banks create money mainly to lend against assets in place, real estate, corporate takeovers, and privatization of public infrastructure monopolies, not to fund new tangible capital investment and hiring. The result of such lending is to bid up asset prices. Today's investors aim at total returns, defined as current income plus asset price gains. For real estate and the stock and bond markets since 1980, asset price gains have far exceeded current income. This increasing role of asset price inflation has transformed finance capitalism away from promoting industry and employment to a strategy of financial engineering. Yet these gains do not appear in any national accounts to show why the bubble economy has widened inequality so sharply, and so rapidly. When credit is extractive, rising debt levels impoverish real estate, public infrastructure, and industry. That is what is causing today's austerity. The more debt service and other rentier income is extracted, the higher the probability of default, ending in a crash that leaves a residue of debt deflation. Foreclosures ensue, transferring assets to creditors, unless the loans are resolved by debt write-downs, bankruptcy, and clean slates. Austerity caused by financialization thus exploits labor not only as wage earners and consumers, but also as debtors and even as forced savers, via pension fund capitalism and social security contributions used to cut taxes on the FIRE sector and the 1%. The current rent and financial dynamic that has led to austerity was first described in volumes 2 and 3 of Karl Marx's Capital, see Rent Theory. Interest-bearing credit, he explained, has its own mathematical dynamic of compound interest, external to the industrial economy of production and consumption. Most classical economic reformers of the mid to late 19th century optimistically expected capitalism to prepare the ground for socialism and a better living standard by freeing economies from the faux frais, unnecessary expenses, of production in the form of interest, land rent, and other forms of monopoly rent, see monopoly. The task of industrial capitalism seemed logically to be to make banking productive instead of usurious and predatory, mainly by democratic parliamentary reform. Industrial capitalism's drive for efficiency and cost-cutting was expected to lead to socialism in one form or another, as democratic governments would tax away land rent and unearned financial returns, and nationalize basic infrastructure and natural monopolies to finally free society from the legacy of feudalism. However, bankers, landlords and other vested interests did not remain passive in the face of this progressive era drive. Seeking to morally justify their free lunch, they fought back to sponsor a pro-rentier ideology that depicts rent and interest, and capital gains, as being productively earned, as if their recipients contribute to economic growth rather than burdening society with an extractive overhead. That ideological rollback has now become mainstream. Today's national income statistics avoid reporting the unearned income that was a central focus for classical political economy. This state of denial has shielded rentier wealth and power from criticism. The bubble economy leading up to 2008 was applauded as a boom, as if its business model was making economies rich and enabling them to pay pensions out of purely financial engineering instead of paying current income to retirees. The bubble economy's sponsors called it the Great Moderation, oblivious to the mounting debt. What was moderate was simply the lack of protest among mainstream economists, media, and politicians. Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan assured voters that the economy was getting richer by debt leveraging to bid up the prices that people had to pay for homes. Those who said that the financial emperor had no clothes were ignored, as if they simply failed to understand how the rising tide of debt was lifting all yachts, not submerging the economy around them. This financial game plan goes far beyond the scope of what mainstream textbooks describe. It seeks government subsidy and tax favoritism, see socialism for the rich, while preventing governments from issuing their own money, leaving this function to commercial banks, and privatizing basic infrastructure for creditors and the buyers they finance. Seeing credit and debt creation as the main lever to obtain property income, financial lobbyists realize that housing and corporate ownership can be left nominally in non-financial hands as long as the middle class and business owners pay all of their disposable income to the banks and the bondholders who finance them. The reason why the economy has polarized between the 1% and the 99% is thus largely financial. Nearly all growth in income and wealth has been sucked up to the top of the economic pyramid. Most economists treat this narrowly monopolized growth as if the economy at large is growing, but the financial business plan involves diverting income away from tangible capital formation, shrinking the economy. The result is that instead of helping nations undersell competitors by minimizing the cost of living and doing business, financialization adds to costs in two ways. Interest and financial charges are built into the break-even costs of living and doing business. On a deeper level, financial bubbles inflate asset prices on credit, debt leveraging, while shifting political power to the rentier class whose aim, the unearned increment, is the opposite of what 19th century democratic reformers intended. The tax burden is shifted onto labor and industry by the regressive VAT tax, value-added taxes on each stage of production, passed on to consumers, sales taxes, and a flat, low, income tax. The alternative would be to tax land and make banking and natural monopolies into public utilities. Social security and health care are treated as user fees that are prepaid by wage earners instead of financed by pay-as-you-go progressive taxation, so much for the entitlement fiction. To cap matters, privatizing the creation of money and credit blocks governments from self-financing their budget deficits. Insistence that governments should not run such deficits, and urging them actually to pay down the public debt, forces economies to rely on banks for the credit needed to grow. As the world has suffered since 2008, this favoritism toward the FIRE sector leads to a fiscal and financial crisis. Neoliberal economic theory, epitomized by the Eurozone's financial demands on Greece, urges that pensions and public services be scaled back, and that the resulting austerity and fiscal shortfalls be resolved by privatizing natural resources and public infrastructure that can be turned into rent-extracting monopolies. Instead of public investment to lower the economy's cost structure, privatized transportation and communications, water and other key utilities already in place provide opportunities for banks to lend even more. Financializing education with student loan programs, for instance, requires prospective graduates to go deeply into debt to banks to pay for training to obtain work. Meanwhile, the content of economics education is turned into junk economics, depicting this post-industrial finance capitalism as being the natural end of history, as if there is no practical alternative going forward. See TINA. Austerity for labor/consumers, downsizing of industry and privatization of the public infrastructure, including public health, pensions, social security, and the banking and credit system, is depicted as inevitable, not as a hijacking of economic potential. The feeling of inevitability relies on a censorship of the history of economic thought, and of economic history. That intellectual degradation provides the protective shell for financial exploitation of labor and industry, effectively eliminating the lessons of history. Any long-term analysis of how economies evolve must recognize this mishaping of academic understanding and its corollary statistical representations of reality. Economic theory can play either a productive or regressive role. What is important to recognize is that each economic class promotes its own worldview. The resulting conflation of subjective self-interest with objective reality makes the economics discipline unscientific and prone to sophism. Today's mainstream worldview is that of financial rentiers, not industry or labor. Given today's official financial policy of monopolizing all economic growth for rentiers atop the economic pyramid, any realistic model of the economy must recognize that society does not always progress forward. It can retrogress. That is what the world has been seeing for the past generation and, at present, that looks like our foreseeable future. Author interview. Killing the Host by Michael Hudson. The following interview with Michael Hudson by Eric Dreitzer was aired on Counterpunch Radio, Episode 19, September 21, 2015.1. This transcript has been edited for clarity. Eric Dreitzer, ed. Today I have the privilege of introducing Michael Hudson to the program. Dr. Hudson is the author of the new book Killing the Host, How Financial Parasites and Debt Bondage Destroy the Global Economy, available in print on Amazon and an e-version on Counterpunch. Michael Hudson, welcome to Counterpunch Radio. As I mentioned already, the title of your book, Killing the Host, is an apt metaphor. You explain that parasitic finance capital survives by feeding off what you call the real economy. Could you draw out that analogy a bit? How does finance behave like a parasite toward the rest of the economy? Michael Hudson, MH. Economists for the last 50 years have used the term host economy for a country that lets in foreign investment. The word host implies a parasite. The term parasitism has long been applied to finance by Martin Luther and others in the sense of simply taking something from the host. But in nature, biological parasitism works in a more complex and sophisticated way. The key is how a parasite takes over a host. It has enzymes that numb the host's nervous system and brain. So when it stings or gets its claws into the host, there's a soporific anesthetic to block it from realizing that it's being taken over. The parasite then sends enzymes into the host's brain to control its behavior. A parasite cannot take anything from the host unless it takes over the brain. The brain in modern economies is the government, the educational system, and the way that society makes economic policy for how to behave. In nature, the parasite makes the host think that the free rider, the parasite, is its baby, part of its body. Its aim is to convince the host to protect the parasite over itself. That's how the financial sector has taken over the economy. Its lobbyists and client academics persuade governments and voters that they need to protect banks, and even need to bail them out when they become overly predatory and face collapse. Politicians are persuaded to save banks instead of saving the economy. It is as if the economy can't function without banks being left in private hands to do whatever they want, free of serious regulation and even from prosecution when they commit fraud. This worldview saves creditors, the 1%, not the indebted 99%. It was not always this way. A century ago, 2 centuries ago, 3 centuries ago, and all the way back to the Bronze Age, almost every society saw finance, that is, debt, as the great destabilizing force. Debt grows exponentially, ultimately enabling creditors to foreclose on the assets of debtors. Creditors end up reducing societies to debt bondage. That is how the Roman Empire ended in serfdom. About 100 years ago in America, John Bates Clark and other pro-financial ideologues argued that finance is not external to the economy. They said that it's not extraneous, it's part of the economy, just like landlords claim to be part of the economy's production process, not an overlay to it. This implies that when the financial sector takes more revenue out of the economy as interest, fees, or monopoly charges, it's not merely siphoning it off this revenue from producers, it's because Wall Street and the 1% are an inherent and vital part of the economy, adding to GDP. So our economic policy protects finance as if it helps us grow instead of siphoning off our growth. A year or two ago, Lloyd Blankfein of Goldman Sachs said that the reason his firm's managers are paid more than anybody else is because they're so productive. The question is, productive of what? The National Income and Product Accounts, NIPA, say that everybody is productive in proportion to the amount of money they make or take. It doesn't matter whether it's extractive income or productive income. It doesn't matter whether it's made by manufacturing products or simply by taking money from people via the kinds of fraud for which Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, Bank of America and others paid tens of millions of dollars in fines for committing. Any way of earning income is considered to be as productive as any other way. This is a parasite-friendly mentality, because it denies that there's any such thing as unearned income. It denies that there's a free lunch. Hence, there seems to be no such thing as economic parasitism. Milton Friedman got famous for promoting this idea that there's no such thing as a free lunch, but Wall Street knows quite well that from its perspective, the economy is all about how to get a free lunch, and how to get the risks picked up by the government. No wonder they back economists who deny that there's any exploitation, or any such thing as unearned income. Ed, to get to the root of the issue, what's interesting to me about this analogy is that we hear the term neoliberalism all the time. It is an ideology that's used to promote the environment in which this parasitic sort of finance capital can operate. Could you talk a bit about the relationship between finance capital and neoliberalism as its ideology? Today's vocabulary is what Orwell would call doublethink. If you're going to erase the memory of what Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill and other classical economists described as free markets, markets free of rentier income, you claim to be neoliberal, misrepresenting these reformers as endorsing today's anti-classical freedom from taxation for rentiers. This inversion of classical liberalism requires a rewriting of the history of economic thought to suppress the 19th century distinction between earned and unearned income, that is, between real wealth and mere overhead. The parasite's strategy is to replace the meaning of everyday words with their opposite. It's doublethink. This rewriting of the history of economic thought involves inverting the common vocabulary that people use. The focus of Smith, Mill, Quesnay, and the whole of 19th century classical economics was to distinguish between productive and unproductive labor, that is, between people who earn wages and profits, and rentiers who, as Mill said, get rich in their sleep. That is how he described landowners receiving ground rent and rising land prices over time. It also describes the financial sector receiving interest and capital gains. The first thing the neoliberal Chicago school did when they took over Chile was to close down every economics department in the country except the one they controlled at the Catholic University. They started an assassination program of left-wing professors, labor leaders, and politicians, and imposed neoliberalism at gunpoint. Their breakthrough idea was you cannot have deregulated free markets stripping away social protections and benefits unless you have totalitarian control. You have to censor any idea that there's ever been an alternative, by rewriting economic history to deny the progressive tax and regulatory reforms that Smith, Mill, and other classical economists urged. You have to reject the classical economists' guiding objective, to free industrial capitalism from the surviving feudal privileges of landlords and predatory finance. Democratic versus oligarchic government and their respective economic doctrines. Ed, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but you mentioned the example of Chile's 1973 coup and the assassination of Allende to impose the Pinochet dictatorship. That was a Kissinger/Nixon operation as we know, but in the process, Chile was transformed into a sort of experimental laboratory to impose the Chicago school's economic model of what we now call neoliberalism. Later in our conversation I want to talk about some recent laboratories we have seen in Eastern Europe, and now in Southern Europe as well. The important point about neoliberalism is its anti-democratic relationship with totalitarian governments. Neoliberals say they're against government, but what they're really against is democratic government. The kind of government they support is pre-referendum Greece or post-coup Ukraine. As Germany's Wolfgang Schäuble said, democracy doesn't count. Neoliberals want the kind of government that will create gains for the banks, not necessarily for the economy at large. Such governments basically are oligarchic. Once high finance takes over governments as a means of exploiting the 99%, it's all for active government policy, for itself. Aristotle talked about this more than 2,000 years ago. He said that democracy is the stage immediately preceding oligarchy. All economies go through 3 stages repeating a cycle, from democracy into oligarchy, and then the oligarchs make themselves hereditary. Today, Jeb Bush wants to abolish the estate tax to help the emerging power elite make itself into a hereditary aristocracy. Then, some of the aristocratic families will fight among themselves, and take the public into their camp and promote democracy, so you have the cycle going all over again. That's the kind of cycle we're having now, just as in ancient Athens. It's a transition from democracy to oligarchy on its way to becoming an aristocracy of the power elite. Ed, I want to return to the book in a second, but I have to interject that one particular economist hasn't been mentioned yet, Karl Marx. His labor theory of value was that value ultimately is derived from labor. Parasitic finance capital is the opposite of that. It may increase prices without value. Correct, but I should point out that there's often a misinterpretation of the political context in which the labor theory of value was formulated and refined. The reason why Marx and the other classical economists, William Petty, Smith, Mill and the others, talked about the labor theory of value was to isolate that part of price that wasn't value. They defined economic rent as something that was not value. It was extraneous to production, a free lunch, an element of price that has no basis in labor, no basis in real cost. It is purely a monopoly price or return to privilege. This was mainly a survival of the feudal epoch, above all via the landed aristocrats who were the heirs of the land's military conquerors, and also the banking families and their heirs. The aim of the labor theory of value was to divide the economy between price gouging and labor. The objective of the classical economists was to bring prices in line with value to prevent a free ride, to prevent monopolies, to prevent an absentee landlord class so as to free society from the legacy of feudalism and the military conquests that carved up Europe's land 1,000 years ago and that still underlies our property relations. The concept and theory of economic rent, unearned income. Ed, that's a great point, and it leads me into the next issue I want to touch on. You've mentioned the concept of economic rent a number of times. We all know rent in terms of what we have to pay every month to the landlord, but we might not think about what it means conceptually. It's one of the fabrics with which you've woven this book together, one of the running themes, rent extraction, and its role in what we've termed this parasitic relationship. So, explain for laymen what rent extraction means, and how the concept evolved. To put the concept of economic rent in perspective, I should point out when I got my PhD over a half a century ago, every university offering a graduate economics degree taught the history of economic thought. That topic is now erased from the curriculum. People get mathematics instead, so they're unexposed to the concept of economic rent as unearned income. It's a concept that has been turned on its head by free market ideologues who use rent seeking mainly to characterize government bureaucrats taxing the private sector to enhance their authority, not free lunchers seeking to untax their unearned income. Neoclassical economists define rent as imperfect competition, as if their myth of perfect competition really exists, stemming from insufficient knowledge of the market, patent privileges and so forth. Rent theory was developed in Britain, and also in France. English practice is more complex than America. The military conquerors imposed a ground rent fee on the land, as distinct from buildings and improvements. So if you buy a house from a seller in England, somebody else may own the land underneath it. You have to pay a separate rent for the land. The landlord doesn't do anything at all to collect land rent, that's why they call them rentiers or coupon clippers. In New York City, for example, Columbia University long owned the land underneath Rockefeller Center. Finally they sold it to the Japanese, who lost their shirt. This practice is a carryover from the Norman conquest and its absentee landlord class. The word rent originally was French, for a government bond, rente. Owners received a regular income every quarter or every year. A German pensioner is a rentner. A lot of bonds used to have coupons, and you would clip off the coupon and collect your interest. It's passively earned income, that is, income not actually earned by your own labor or enterprise. Rent and interest are claims that society has to pay, whether to government bondholders or to landowners. This concept of income without labor, simply from privileges that have been made hereditary, was extended to the ideas of monopolies like the East India Company and other trade monopolies. They could produce or buy goods for, let's say, $1 a unit, and sell them for whatever the market will bear, say, $4. The markup is empty pricing. It's pure price gouging by a natural monopoly, like today's drug companies. To prevent such price gouging and keep economies competitive with low costs of living and doing business, European countries kept the most important natural monopolies in the public domain, the post office, the BBC, and other state broadcasting companies, roads and basic transportation, as well as early national airlines. This prevents monopoly rent, by providing basic infrastructure services at cost, or even at subsidized prices or freely in the case of roads. The guiding idea is for public infrastructure to lower the cost of living and doing business. So you should think of this government investment as a factor of production, along with labor and capital. By privatizing this infrastructure, Margaret Thatcher turned Britain into a toll booth economy. Privatization leads to economic rent being charged, a rise in prices that is paid out in the form of interest, stock options, soaring executive salaries and underwriting fees. The economy ends up being turned into a collection of toll booths instead of factories. So, you can think of rent as the right or special legal privilege to erect a toll booth and tell consumers, you can't get television over your cable channel unless you pay us, and what we charge you is whatever the market will bear. This price doesn't have any relation to what it costs to produce what the privatizers sell. Such extortionate pricing is now sponsored globally by US diplomacy, the World Bank, and what's called the Washington Consensus, forcing governments to privatize the public domain and create such rent-extracting opportunities for foreign investors. This has become the new financial imperialism. When Mexico was told to be more efficient and privatize its telephone monopoly, the government sold it to Carlos Slim, who became one of the richest people in the world by making Mexico's phones among the highest priced. The government provided an opportunity for price gouging, and called this the free market. It was free from government investment and price regulation. Similar high-priced privatized phone systems plague the post-Soviet economies that have become neoliberalized. Classical economists viewed this as a kind of theft. The French novelist Balzac wrote about this more clearly than most economists when he said that every family fortune originates in a great theft. He added that this not only was undiscovered, but has come to be taken for granted so naturally that it just doesn't seem to matter anymore. If you look at the Forbes 100 or 500 lists of each nation's richest people, most made their fortunes through insider dealing to obtain land, mineral rights, or monopolies. If you look at American history, early real estate fortunes were made by insiders bribing the notoriously corrupt British colonial governors. The railroad barons bribed congressmen and other public officials to let them privatize the railroads and rip off the country. Frank Norris's The Octopus is a great novel about this, and many Hollywood movies describe the kind of real estate and banking rip-offs that made the American West what it is. Most of the nation's power elite basically begun as robber barons, as they did in England, France, and other countries. The difference, of course, is that in past centuries this was viewed as corrupt and a crime. Today, neoliberal economists actually recommend it as the way to raise productivity and make countries wealthier, as if it were not the road to neo-feudal serfdom. The Austrian School versus Government Regulation and Pro-Labor Policies. Ed, I don't want to go too far off on a tangent because we have a lot to cover from your book. But I heard an interesting story when I was doing my own research through the years about the evolution of economic thought, and specifically about the so-called Austrian School of Economics, people like von Mises and von Hayek. In the early 20th century they were essentially, as far as I could tell, creating an ideological framework in which they could make theoretical arguments to justify exorbitant rent and make it seem like a product of natural law, something akin to a phenomenon of nature. The key to the Austrian school is its hatred of labor and socialism. It feared and opposed democratic government spreading social reform to the Habsburg Empire, and sought to reverse it. The Austrian idea of a free market was one free from democratic government regulating and taxing rentiers. To the wealthy they said, it's either your freedom or that of labor. It was a short step to fighting in the streets, using the police, army, and targeted murder as a persuader for the particular kind of free markets they wanted, a privatized Thatcherite deregulated kind. Carrie Polanyi-Levitt has recently written about how her father, Karl Polanyi, was confronted with these right-wing Viennese and their fake history of how economics and civilization originated. His great transformation and subsequent substantivist analysis of exchange showed the shortcomings of market exchange and demonstrated an array of alternatives, from redistributive exchange to administered pricing since the beginning of civilization. This led him to expand economics into the realm of anthropology, as David Graeber has shown in Debt, the First 5000 Years. One of the first Austrians was Karl Menger in the 1870s. His individualistic theory about the origins of money saw no role for the temples, palaces, or other public institutions that actually created money. Just as Margaret Thatcher said, "There's no such thing as society," the Austrians developed a picture of the economy without any positive role for government. It was as if money were created by farmers, craftsmen, and merchants bartering their output. This is a travesty of history. All ancient money was issued by temples or public mints so as to guarantee standards of purity and weight. You can read biblical and Babylonian denunciations of merchants using false weights and measures to see why money had to be public. The major trading areas were agora spaces in front of temples, which kept the official weights and measures. And much exchange was between the community's families and the public institutions, on credit. My archaeological and Assyriological group, the International Scholars Conference on the Ancient Near East, ISCANI, started 20 years ago at Harvard, has published a series of 5 colloquia showing that money was not brought into being for trade, but for paying debts. Most early debts were owed to the temples and palaces for public services or taxes. But to the Austrians, the idea is that anything the government does is deadweight overhead. Above all, they oppose governments creating their own money, e.g. as the United States did with its greenbacks in the Civil War. They want to privatize money creation in the hands of commercial banks, to receive interest on the private banking privilege of credit creation to transfer wealth ownership, and also to control the allocation of resources, mainly for non-public purposes and speculation. Today's neoliberals follow this Austrian tradition of viewing government as a burden instead of freeing infrastructure from rent extraction. As we said in the previous discussion, the greatest fortunes of our epoch have come from privatizing the public domain. Obviously the government isn't just deadweight. But it is becoming so as it falls prey to the financial interests, and to the smashers and grabbers they have chosen to back. Ed, you're right, I agree 100%. You encounter this ideology even in the political and sociological realm with Joseph Schumpeter, or in the quasi-economic realm with von Hayek in The Road to Serfdom. Its policy conclusion actually advocates neo-serfdom. Real serfdom was when families had to pay all their income to the landlords as rent. Centuries of classical economists backed democratic reform of parliaments to roll back the landlord's power. But Hayek claimed that this rollback was the road to serfdom, not away from it. He said democratic regulation and taxation of rentiers is serfdom. In reality it's the antidote. Finance as the new mode of warfare. Ed, that's the inversion you were talking about earlier. We're going to go into a break in a minute, but I want to touch on one other point that is important in your book, Debt. I had the journalist John Pilger on this program a few months ago. He and I touched on how debt is used as a weapon. You can see this in the form of debt enslavement in post-colonial Africa. You see the same thing in Latin America, where I know you have a lot of experience in the last couple of decades. So let's talk a little bit about debt as a weapon, because I think this is an important concept for understanding what's happening now in Greece, and is really the framework through which we have to understand the looming 21st century austerity. If you treat debt as a weapon, the basic idea is that finance is the new mode of warfare. That's one of my chapters in Killing the Host. In the past, in order to take over a country's land and its public domain, its basic infrastructure and mineral resources, you had to mount a military invasion. But that's very expensive. And politically, almost no modern democracy can afford a military invasion anymore. The objective of the financial sector, Wall Street, the City of London or Frankfurt in Germany, is to obtain land, natural resources, and to privatize key infrastructure away from the public domain. You can look at what's happening in Greece. What its creditors, the IMF, and European Central Bank, ECB, want are the Greek islands and the gas rights in the Aegean Sea. They want buildings and property there is, including the museums and prime tourist sites, as well as ports and transport hubs. In the private sector, if you can get a company or individual into debt, you can strip away the assets they have when they can't pay. A Hayek-style government would block society from protecting itself against such asset stripping. Defending the property rights of creditors, such free market ideology subordinates the rights of indebted businesses, individuals, and public agencies. It treats debt write-downs as the road to serfdom, not the road away from debt dependency. In antiquity, creditors, often palace collectors or infrastructure managers, obtained labor services by making loans to families in need, and obliging their servant girls, children, or even wives to work off the loan in the form of labor service. When New Bronze Age rulers started their reign, it was customary to declare an amnesty to annul personal debts and return such bondservants to their families, as well as to return whatever lands were forfeited. So in the Bronze Age, debt serfdom and debt bondage was only temporary. The biblical Jubilee year was a literal translation of Babylonian practice going back 2,000 years. In colonial America, sharpies, especially from Britain, lent farmers money that they knew couldn't be paid, and then would foreclose just before the crops came in. Right now you have corporate raiders forcing companies into debt, and then smashing and grabbing, starting with their pension funds and employee stock ownership plans, ESOPs. Globally, you now have the IMF, European Central Bank and Washington Consensus taking over whole countries, like Ukraine. The financial tactic still hasn't changed much. It is to lend them the money that clearly cannot be repaid, and then force them either to become economic pariah states like Iran or Argentina, or accept the neoliberal solution, sell off public enterprises, land, and natural resources to pay creditors. In Greece's case, 50 billion euros of its property, everything that it has in the public domain, is supposed to be sold off to foreigners, including Greek oligarchs operating out of their offshore accounts in tax avoidance enclaves. Debt leverage is thus the way to grab what it took armies to take over in times past. Ed, exactly. I want to get your comment on Africa after the French and the British nominally gave up control of their colonies. Debt became an important lever to maintain hegemony within their spheres of influence. Of course, asset stripping and seizing control, smashing and grabbing was part of that. But it also was debt service, the vicious cycle of taking out new loans to service the original debts. This is also an example of debt servitude or debt bondage. That's correct, but mainstream economics denies this. The idea that debt cannot create serious problems began with Ricardo, whose brothers were major bankers while he himself was England's leading bank lobbyist. Right after Greece won its independence from Turkey, the Ricardo brothers made the country Iraq renting loan, issued far below par, that is, below the face value that Greece committed itself to pay. Greece tried to pay over the next century, but the terms of the loan stripped away its export earnings and kept it on the edge of bankruptcy well into the 20th century. Ricardo testified before Parliament that there could be no debt servicing problem. An automatic stabilization mechanism, via shifts in demand, not exchange rates, he said, enables every country to pay. This is the theory that underlies Milton Friedman and the Chicago School of Monetarism, the misleading idea that debt cannot be a problem. It is taught in international trade and financial textbooks as mainstream wisdom, but it's false pleading. It draws a fictitious what-if picture of the world. When criticized, the authors of these textbooks, from Paul Samuelson to Bill Vickery, say that it doesn't matter whether economic theory is realistic or not. The judgment of whether economics is scientific is simply whether it is internally consistent. So you have the authors of these economic fictions given Nobel Prizes for promoting an upside-down view of how the global economy works. And their common denominator is that government regulation is bad, increasing transactions costs with all that paperwork, privatization is efficient and hence good, markets produce fair prices that reflect the necessary costs of production but no free lunches, and debt is not a problem that threatens to slow economic growth and impoverish or polarize economies. This is all the reverse of what most people believed a century ago and what actually happens. Ed, one other thing they no longer teach is what used to be called political economy. The influence of the Chicago School, neoliberalism, and Monetarism has removed classical political economy from the academic canon. As you said, it's now all about mathematics and formulas that treat economics like a natural science instead of as a historically grounded social science. The formulas that they teach don't have government in them. If you have a theory saying that everything is simply an exchange, a trade, and that there isn't any useful role for government, then your theory has nothing to do with the real world, except to oppose public authority and thus leave it open to the financial class to manage the economy in its own narrow interests. The result will be bad policies favoring predatory behavior. The classical economists, Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill, Marx, Thorstein Veblen, all sought to reform the world. They wanted to free society from the legacy of feudalism, to get rid of land rent and take money and credit creation into the public domain. Whether they were right-wingers or left-wingers, Christian socialists, Ricardian socialists, or Marxian socialists, all the theorists of 19th-century industrial capitalism called themselves socialists, because they saw capitalism as evolving into socialism in one way or another. But after World War I, a reaction against this approach set in, especially as Germany and other countries were threatened with revolution in the wake of Russian communism, against the vested post-feudal interests. The post-classical aim is to strip away of the idea that governments have a productive role to play. If government is not going to regulate and plan the economy, then who is? The answer is, the financial sector, Wall Street. And if the government is not going to tax the economy and be responsible for providing basic infrastructure services, then who is? Again, the answer is Wall Street, banks, bondholders, and money managers. So the essence of neoliberalism that you were mentioning before turns out to be a doctrine of central planning, but it states that this planning should be done by Wall Street, by and for the financial sector. The objective of central planning by Wall Street is not to raise living standards, and certainly not to increase employment. It's to smash and grab. That is the society we're now rushing toward. A number of chapters of my book, I think 5, describe how the Obama administration has implemented the smash and grab, doing the opposite of what he promised voters. Obama has implemented the Rubino-Mike's Robert Rubin doctrine of Wall Street to force America into what looks like a chronic debt depression, so as to minimize wages and maximize the power of banks, high finance, and the 1% behind them. The case of Latvia, is it a success story, or a neoliberal disaster? Ed, I want to go back to some of the issues we alluded to in the first part of our discussion. A few years ago I twice interviewed your colleague Jeffrey Summers, with whom you've worked and co-published a number of papers. We talked about many of the same issues that you and I are touching on. Specifically Summers, and I know you as well, worked in Latvia, a country in the former Soviet space in Eastern Europe on the Baltic Sea. Your Killing the Host has a whole chapter on it, as well as references throughout the book. So let's talk about how Latvia serves as a template for understanding the austerity model. It is touted by technocrats of the financial elite as a major success story, how austerity can work. I find it absurd on many levels. So tell us what happened in Latvia, what the real costs were, and why neoliberals claim it as a success story. Latvia is the disaster story of the last 2 decades. That's why I cited it as an object lesson. You're right, it was Jeff Summers who first brought me over to Latvia. I then became Director of Economic Research and Professor of Economics at the Riga Graduate School of Law. Latvia was given its independence when the Soviet Union broke up in 1991. A number of former Latvians had studied at Georgetown University, and brought neoliberalism over there, the most extreme grabitization and industrialization of any country I know. Latvia, Russia, and other post-Soviet countries were under the impression that US advisors would help them become modernized like the US economy, with high living standards. But instead of advice as to how to emulate American experience, with protective agricultural and industrial tariffs, government subsidies for economic modernization and education, progressive taxation, and New Deal-type checks and balances, what they got was the opposite: how to let foreign investors and bankers back domestic kleptocrats to carve up the economy, dismantle its industry, and drive its young workers abroad to find employment. Latvia became a bizarre neoliberal experiment, featuring the world's fastest real estate bubble. You may remember one of the 2008 Republican presidential contenders, Steve Forbes, who proposed a flat tax to replace progressive taxation. The idea never could have won in the United States, but Latvia was another story. They set the flat tax at an amazingly low 12% of income, and no significant property tax on real estate or capital gains. It was a financial and real estate dream, and created a classic bubble. Jeff and I visited the head of the tax authority, who told us that she had written her PhD dissertation on Latvia's last land value assessment, which was in 1917. They hadn't updated assessments since then. The Soviet economy didn't have private land ownership, and didn't even have a concept of rent of location for planning purposes. Latvia emerged from the Soviet Union without any debt, and also with a lot of real estate and a highly educated population. Latvia had been a computer center and also the money laundering center of the Soviet leadership already in the late 1980s, largely as a byproduct of Russian oil exports through Ventspils. But its political insiders turned over most of the government enterprises to themselves, and Riga remains the money laundering portal for today's Russia. Privatizing housing and other property led to soaring real estate prices. But this wasn't financed by domestic banks. The Soviet Union didn't have private banks, because the government simply created the credit to fund the economy as needed. The main banks in a position to lend to Latvia were Swedish and other Scandinavian banks. They pounced on the lending opportunities opened up by a nation whose real estate had almost no tax on it. The result was the biggest real estate bubble in the world, along with Russia's. Latvians found that to buy housing of their own, they had to go deeply into debt. Assets were only given to insiders, not to the people. A few years ago there was a reform movement in Latvia to stop the economic bleeding. The country was going broke because its population had to pay so much for housing and business sites, and was under foreign exchange pressure because debt service on its mortgage loans was being paid to the Swedish and foreign banks. Jeff and I brought over American property appraisers and some economists from various countries. We visited the Bank Regulatory Agency, whose head regulator explained to us that her agency's clients are the banks, not the native population. The regulators thought of themselves as working for the banks, even though these were foreign-owned. She acknowledged that the banks were lending much more money than property actually was worth. But her regulatory agency had a solution. It was to obligate not only the buyer to pay the mortgage, but also the parents, uncles, or aunts. Get the whole family involved, so that if the first signer couldn't pay, the co-signers could be billed. That is how Latvia stabilized its banking system. It did so by destabilizing the economy. This is why Latvia has lost 20% of its population over the past decade or so, for much the same reasons that Greece has lost 20% of its population, with Ireland in a similar condition. The Latvians have a joke: will the last person who leaves in 2020 please turn off the lights at the airport? The population is shrinking because the economy is being run by looters, domestic and foreign. I was shown an island in the middle of the Daugava River that runs to the middle of Riga, and was sold for $500,000. Our appraisers said that it's potentially worth $500 million. The giveaway could be recaptured by a realistic land tax, but there are no plans to do this to recover these gains for the country. That would enable Latvia to lower its labor taxes, which are the heaviest in the world. Nearly half of each paycheck goes for income tax and social security spending, so that finance and real estate don't have to be taxed. This tax shift off finance and property onto labor is what neoliberals applaud for the Baltic Tigers as their dream tax policy. A few years ago I was invited to the only meeting of INET, George Soros's group, that I've attended, and one of the first talks was on how Latvia was a model that all countries could follow to balance their budgets. Latvia's government has balanced its budget by selling off whatever remains in the public domain while cutting public spending, reducing employment, and lowering wage levels while indebting its population and forcing it to emigrate. These giveaways at insider prices have created a kleptocracy obviously loyal to neoliberal economics. I go into the details in my chapter on Latvia in Killing the Host. It's hard to talk about it without losing my temper, so I'm trying to be reasonable, but Latvia is a country that was destroyed and smashed. That is the US neoliberal alternative to post-Stalinism. It isn't an economy taking the path that America did. It is a travesty. Why then does the population continue to vote for these neoliberals? The answer is, the neoliberals say, the alternative is Stalinism. To Latvians, that keeps alive the memories of the old pro-Russian policy, deportations, and exile. The Russian-speaking parties are the main backers of a social democratic platform. But neoliberals have merged with Latvian nationalists. They are framing elections over the ethnically divisive issue of stirring up resentment against the Russian-speaking population, including the fact that many are Jewish. I find it amazing to see someone who is Jewish, like George Soros, allying with anti-Semitic and even neo-Nazi movements in Latvia, Estonia, and most recently, of course, Ukraine. He has funded a foundation in Latvia similar to ones he started in other post-Soviet countries, apparently to position himself to get a part of the loot. It's an irony that you could not have anticipated deductively. If you had written this plot in a futuristic novel 20 years ago, no one would have believed that politics could turn more on national and linguistic identity politics than economic self-interest. The issue is whether you are Latvian or Russian Jewish, not whether you want to untax yourself and recapture what the kleptocrats have taken. Voting is along ethnic lines, not over whether Latvians really want to be forced to emigrate to find work instead of making Latvia what it could have been, a successful economy free of debt. Everybody could have gotten their homes free instead of giving real estate to the kleptocrats. The government could have taxed the land's rental value rather than letting real estate valuation be pledged to pay banks, and foreign banks at that. Latvia could have been a low-cost economy with high living standards, but neoliberals turned it into a smash-and-grab exercise. They now call it an ideal for other nations to follow, most notoriously for the USSR strategy in Ukraine. Ed, that's an excellent point. It's a more extreme case for a number of reasons in Ukraine, but the same tendency. They talk about Putin and his gaggle of Jews, the idea that Putin and the Jews will come in and steal everything, while neoliberals scheme to appropriate Ukraine's land and other resources themselves. In this intersection between economics and politics, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, the Baltic states of the former Soviet Union, have become the front lines of NATO expansion. They were some of the first, most pivotal countries brought into the NATO orbit to counter the threat of Russian aggression from the enclave at Kaliningrad, or Russia in general. That is the threat they use to justify the NATO umbrella, and simultaneously to justify continuing these economic policies. So Russia serves as a convenient villain on a political, military, and economic level. It's amazing how the popular press doesn't report what's going on. Yevgeny Primakov, who died a few months ago, said during the last crisis a few years ago that Russia has no need to invade Latvia, because it already owns the oil export terminals in Ventspils and other key points. Russia has learned to play the Western game of taking countries over financially and acquiring ownership. It doesn't need to invade to control Latvia any more than America needs to invade to control Saudi Arabia or the Near East. If it controls exports or access to markets, what motive would it have to spend money and lives to invade? As things stand, Russia uses Latvia as a money laundering center. The same logic applies to Ukraine. The US promotes the idea that Russia is expansionary in a world where no one can afford to be militarily expansionary anymore. After Russia's disaster in Afghanistan, no country that's subject to democratic checks can invade another country, whether it's America after the Vietnam War or Russia or Europe today. All they can do is drop bombs. This can't capture a country. For that you need a major troop commitment. In the trips that I've taken to Russia and China, I've seen that they're in a purely defensive mode. They're wondering why America is forcing all this ethnic and religious hostility. Why is it destroying the Near East, creating a refugee problem and then telling Europe to clean up the mess it's created? And why is Europe willing to keep doing this? Why does it back NATO's fight in the Near East? When America tells Europe, let's you and Russia fight over Ukraine, that puts Europe in the first line of fire. Why would it have an interest in taking this risk, instead of trying to build a mutual economic relationship with Russia, as seemed to be developing in the 19th century? Ed, that's the ultimate strategy the United States has used, driving a wedge between Russia and Europe. This is the argument that Putin and the Russians have made for a long time. You can see tangible examples of that sort of a relationship if you look at the Nord Stream pipeline connecting Russian energy to German industry. That is a tangible example of the economic relationship, which is only just beginning between Russia and Europe. That's what I think the United States wants to put the brakes on, in order to be able to maintain hegemony. The number one way it does that is through NATO. It has not only put the brakes on, it has created a new Iron Curtain. 2 years ago Greece was supposed to privatize €5 billion of its public domain. Half of this, €2.5 billion, was to be the sale of its gas pipeline. But the largest bidder was Gazprom, and Greece was told, no, you can't accept the highest bidder if it's Russian. Same thing in Ukraine. It has just been smashed economically after the coup, but the US says, no Ukrainian or Russian can buy into the Ukrainian assets to be sold off. Only George Soros and his fellow Americans can buy into this. This shows that the neoliberalism of free markets, of lets everybody pay the highest price, is only patter talk. If the winner in the rigged market is not the United States, it sends in ISIS or Al-Qaeda and the assassination teams, or backs the neo-Nazis as in Ukraine. So, we're in a new Cold War. Its first victims, apart from the post-Soviet Baltics and Southern Europe, will be the rest of Europe. This is just beginning to tear European politics apart, with Germany's Die Linke and similar parties making a resurgence on the left and on the right. The Troika and IMF doctrine of austerity and privatization. Ed, I want to turn back to your book and some other key issues that you bring up. We hear in the news all the time about the Troika, the IMF, the European Central Bank, ECB, and the European Commission. I guess we could call them the political arm of finance capital in Europe. They impose and manage austerity in the interest of the finance capital ruling class. These are technocrats, not academically trained economists, maybe with a few exceptions, but I want you to talk a bit about how the Troika functions and why it's so important in what we could call this crisis stage of neoliberal finance capitalism. Basically, the Troika is run by Frankfurt bankers as foreclosure and collection agents. Former Greek finance minister Yanis Varoufakis and his advisor James Galbraith recently have written that when Syriza, their left-wing radical party, was elected in January, they tried to reason with the IMF. But it said that it could only do what the European Central Bank said, and that it would approve whatever the ECB decided to do. The European Central Bank said that its role wasn't to negotiate democracy. Its negotiators were not economists. They were lawyers. All we can say is, here's what you have to pay, here's how to do it. We're not here to talk about whether this is going to bankrupt Greece. We're just interested in how you're going to pay the banks what they're owed. Your electric companies and other industry will have to go to German companies, the other infrastructure to other investors, but not to Russians. What's happening in Greece today is much like what happened when England and France divided up the Near East after World War I. There's a kind of a gentleman's agreement as to how the creditor economies will divide up Greece, carving it up much like neighboring Yugoslavia to the north. In 2001 the IMF made a big loan to Argentina. I have a chapter on that, which went bad after a year. So the IMF passed a rule, called the No More Argentinas rule, stating that the fund was not going to participate in loans to government that obviously could not pay. A decade later came the Greek crisis of 2011. The staff found that Greece could not possibly pay a loan large enough to bail out the French, German, and other creditors. So there had to be a debt write-down of the principal. The staff said that, and the IMF's board members agreed. But its managing director, Strauss-Kahn, wanted to run for the presidency of France, and most of the Greek bonds were held by French banks. French President Sarkozy said, "You can't win political office in France if you stiff the French banks." And German Chancellor Merkel said that Greece had to pay the German banks. Then, to top matters, President Obama came over to the G20 meetings and they said that the American banks had made such big default insurance contracts and casino gambles betting that Greece would pay, that if it defaulted, that is, if the Europeans and IMF did not bail out Greece, then the American banks might go under. The implicit threat was that the US would make sure that Europe's financial system would be torn to pieces as collateral damage. Ed, Michael, I just want to clarify, these were credit default swaps and collateralized debt obligations. Yes. US officials said that Wall Street had made so many gambles that if the French and German banks were not paid, they would turn to their Wall Street insurers. The Wall Street casino would go under, bringing Europe's banking system down with it. This prompted the European Central Bank to say that it didn't want the IMF to be a part of the Troika unless it agreed to support the ECB bailout, regardless of whether Greece could repay or not. If not, creditors would be back to smash and grab. This led some of the IMF European staff to resign, most notably Susan Schittler, who later acted as a whistleblower to write up what happened. The IMF capitulated to the EB's hard line toward Greece earlier this year. The incorrigible Christine Lagarde said that the IMF doesn't do debt reduction, but would give them a little longer to pay. Not a euro will be written down, but the debt will be stretched out and perhaps the interest rate will be lowered, as long as Greece permits foreigners to grab its infrastructure, land, and natural resources. The IMF staff once again leaked a report to the Financial Times, and I think also the Wall Street Journal, that said that Greece couldn't pay. There's no way it can later turn around and sell off the IMF loan to private bondholders, so any bailout will be against the IMF's own rules. Lagarde tried to save face by saying that Germany has to agree to stretch out payments on the debt, as if that marginal concession somehow will enable Greece to pay. Its assets pass into foreign hands, which will remit their profits back home and subject Greece to even steeper deflation, making the bailout debt even more impossible to pay off. Then, a few weeks ago, you had the Ukraine debt crisis. The IMF is not allowed to make loans to countries that cannot pay. But now, the whole purpose is to make loans enabling creditors to turn around and demand that debtor countries pay by selling off their public domain, and force more of their population to emigrate. Also, technically the IMF is not supposed to be making loans to countries that are at war, and they're ignoring that rule as well. That's the second big violation of IMF rules. At least in the earlier Greek bailout, Strauss-Kahn got around the no more Argentina's rule by having a new IMF policy say that if a country is systemically important, the IMF can lend it the money even if it can't pay, even though it's not credit-worthy, if its default would cause a problem in the global financial system, meaning in practice, a loss by Wall Street or other bankers. But Ukraine is not systemically important. It's part of the Russian system, not the Western system. Most of its trade is with Russia. As you just pointed out, when Lagarde made the IMF's last Ukrainian loan, she said that she hoped its economy would stabilize instead of waging more war in its eastern export region. The next day President Poroshenko said that now that it had got the loan, it could go to war against the Donbass, the Russian-speaking region. Some $1.5 billion of the IMF loan was given to banks run by Kolomoisky, a kleptocrat who fields his own army. His banks sent the IMF's gift abroad to his own foreign banks, using his domestic Ukrainian money to pay his own army allied with Ukrainian nationalists flying the old Nazi SS insignia and fighting against the Russian speakers. So in effect, the IMF is serving as an arm of the US military and State Department, just as the World Bank has long done. I want to interject 2 points here for listeners who haven't followed it so closely. Number 1 is the private army that you're talking about, the right sector, which is essentially a mercenary force of Nazis in the employ of Kolomoisky. They're also part of what's now called the Ukrainian National Guard, a paramilitary organization being paid by Kolomoisky. Number 2, and this relates back to something you were saying earlier, Michael, the recent IMF loan went to pay for a lot of the military equipment that Kiev has now used to obliterate the economic and industrial infrastructure of Donbass, which was Ukraine's industrial heartland. So from the Western perspective it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If they can't strip the assets and grab them, at least they can destroy them, because the number 1 customer was Russia. Russia had made much of its military hardware in Ukraine, including the liftoff engines for its satellites. The West doesn't want that to continue. It wants its own investors to take over Ukraine's land, its gas rights in the Black Sea, electric and other public utilities, because these are major toll booths to extract economic rent. Basically, US/NATO strategists want to make sure, by destroying Ukraine's eastern export industry, that Ukraine will be chronically bankrupt and will have to settle its balance of payments deficit by selling off its private domain to American, German and other foreign buyers. Ed, that's Monsanto, and that's Hunter Biden on the Burisma board, the gas company. It's like you said earlier, you wouldn't even believe it if someone had made it up. What they're doing in Ukraine is quite transparent. Financialization of pension plans and retirement savings. Ed, I want to switch gears a bit in the short time we have remaining, because I have two more things I want to talk about. Referring back to this parasitic relationship on the real economy, one aspect that's rarely mentioned is the way in which many regular working people get swindled. One example that comes to my mind is the mutual funds and other money managers who control what pension funds and lots of retirees invest in. Much of their savings is tied up in heavily leveraged junk bonds and in places like Greece, and also recently in Puerto Rico, which is going through a similar scenario right now. So in many ways, US taxpayers and pensioners are funding the looting and exploitation of these countries, and they're then financially invested in continuing the destruction of these countries. It's as if these pensioners are being used as human shields for Wall Street to justify exploitative policy on the ground that otherwise pension savers will suffer if the 1% has to take a loss. This is a main theme of my book, Financialization Putting on a Populist Face. Half a century ago a new term was coined, pension fund capitalism, sometimes called pension fund socialism. Then we got back to Orwellian doublethink when Pinochet came to power behind the alliance of the Chicago School with Kissinger at the State Department. They organized what they called labor capitalism, with labor as the victim, not the beneficiary. The first thing they organized was a compulsory set-aside of wages, ostensibly in the form of pension funds controlled by employers, who could do whatever they wanted with the money. Ultimately they invested these corporate pension funds in their own stocks or turned them over to their own captive banks, around which their grupo conglomerates were organized. They then drove the businesses with employee pension funds under. Left as empty corporate shells, their pension fund liabilities were wiped out, after having moved the assets into their banks. Something similar happened in America a few years ago with the Chicago Tribune. Real estate developer Sam Zell borrowed money to buy the Tribune, using the Employee Stock Ownership Plan, ESOP, essentially to pay off the bondholders. He then drove/looted the Tribune into bankruptcy and wiped out the stockholders. Employees brought a fraudulent conveyance suit. Already 50 years ago, critics noted that about half of the ESOPs are wiped out, because they're invested by the employers, often in their own stock. Managers give themselves stock options, while ESOP purchases help bid up their price. Something similar occurs with pension funds on an economy-wide basis. Wage set-asides are paid into pension funds, which buy and thus bid up prices for the stocks that managers award themselves. That's pension fund capitalism. The underlying problem with this kind of financialization of pensions and retirement savings is that modern American industry is being run more for financial purposes than for industrial purposes. The major industrial companies have been financialized. For many years General Motors made most of its profits from its financial arm, General Motors Acceptance Corporation. Likewise General Electric. When I was going to school 50 years ago, Macy's reported most of its profits not from selling products but by getting customers to use its credit cards. In effect, it used its store to get people to use its credit cards. The purpose of running a company in today's financialized world is to increase the price of the stock, not to expand the business. Last year, 92% of the earnings of the Fortune 100 companies were used for stock buybacks, corporations buying back their stock to support its price, or for dividend payouts, also to increase the stock's price, and thus management bonuses and stock options. There's a lot of money coming into the market from pension funds. Social Security contributions would fuel a bonanza if they were steered into the stock market. George W. Bush's attempt to privatize Social Security was Wall Street's dream, to turn the plus 15% that FICA withholds from workers' paychecks every month over to money management firms and the big banks. Along with speculators, they would get an enormous flow of commissions in addition to asset price gains, until the American population began to age or, more likely, begin to be unemployed. At that point the funds would begin to sell their stocks to pay retirees. Withdrawing money from the stock market would crash prices as speculators sold out. The savings that workers had put into the scheme would plunge in price. The basic idea is that when Wall Street plays finance, the casino wins. When employees and pension funds play the financial game, they lose. Obama's demagogic role as Wall Street shill for the Rubino Mike's gang. Ed, right, and just as an example for listeners, to make what Michael was just talking about it even more real, if we think back to 2009 and the collapse of General Motors, it was not General Motors automotive manufacturing that was collapsing. It was GMAC, their finance arm, which was leveraged on credit default swaps, collateralized debt obligations and similar financial derivatives, what they call exotic instruments. So when Obama comes in and claimed that he saved General Motors, it wasn't really that. He came in for the Wall Street arm of General Motors. That's correct. He was the Wall Street candidate, promoted by Robert Rubin, who was Clinton's Treasury Secretary. Basically, American economic policies have been run by Goldman Sachs and Citigroup. Ed, this was demonstrated in the first days of Obama taking office. Who did he meet with to talk about the financial crisis? He invited the CEOs of Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citi, and all of the rest of them. They're the ones who come to the White House. It's been written about in books, in the New Yorker and elsewhere. Obama basically said, "Don't worry guys, I got this." Ron Suskind wrote this up. He reported that Obama said, "I'm the only guy standing between you and the pitchforks. Listen to me, I can basically fool them." I give the actual quote in my book. The interesting thing is that the traces of this meeting were quickly erased from the White House website, but Suskind has it in his book. Obama emerges as one of the great demagogues of the century. Ed, so much of it is based on obvious policies and his actions. He came to power at a critical moment when action was needed. Not only did he not take the right action, he did exactly what Wall Street wanted. In many ways we can look back to 2008 when he was championing the TARP, the bailout, and all the rest. That's something that Democrats like to avoid in their conversations. That's exactly the point. It was Orwellian rhetoric. He ran as the candidate of hope and change, but his real role was to smash hope and prevent change. By keeping the debts in place instead of writing them down as he had promised, he oversaw the wrecking of the American economy. Banks, uninsured depositors, and bondholders were saved, at the economy's expense, in terms that brought on depression by leaving the bad debts in place. Obama had done something similar in Chicago when he worked as a community organizer for the big real estate interests to tear up the poorer black neighborhoods. His role was to gentrify them and jack up property prices to move in higher income blacks. This made billions for the Pritzker family. So Penny Pritzker introduced him to Robert Rubin. Obama evidently promised to let Rubin appoint his cabinet, headed by the vicious anti-labor Rahm Emanuel, now Chicago's mayor, as his chief of staff to drive any Democrat to the left of Herbert Hoover out of the party. Obama pushed the Democrats to the right, as the Republicans gave him plenty of room to move rightward and still be the lesser evil. So now you have people like Donald Trump saying that he's for what Dennis Kucinich was for, a single-payer healthcare program. Obama fought against this, and backed the lobbyists of the pharmaceutical and health insurance sectors. His genius is being able to make most voters believe that he's on their side when he's actually defending the Wall Street special interests that were his major campaign contributors. Ed, that's true. You can see that in literally every arena in which Obama has taken action. From championing so-called Obamacare, which is really a boon for the insurance industry, to the charter schools to privatize public education and also become a major boon for Wall Street, for Pearson, and all these major education corporations. In terms of real estate, gentrification, all the rest, literally from every angle from which you look at Obama, he is a servant of finance capital, not the people. And that's what the Democratic Party has become, delivering its constituency to Wall Street. An alternative for the 99%. The problem is how to get the 99% to realize this. How do we get people to talk about economics instead of ethnic identity and sexual identity and culture alone? How do we get the left to do what they were talking about a century ago, economic reform, and how to take the side of labor, consumers, and debtors? How do we tell the blacks that the way to gain power is to get a well-paying job? Deng said, "Black cat, white cat, it doesn't matter as long as it catches mice." How do we say black president, white president, it doesn't matter, as long as they support Wall Street instead of giving us well-paying jobs and helping our communities economically? I think that's important, and I want to close with this issue, solutions. One of the things I appreciate in reading your book is that it is broken up into sections. The final section, I think, is really important. There is an alternative. That is of course a reference to Margaret Thatcher's Tina, there is no alternative. That ideology and mindset took over the left, or at least the nominally left-wing parties. So you're saying that there is an alternative, and you propose a number of important reforms that you argue would restore industrial prosperity. I won't ask you to name all of them, but maybe touch on a bit of what you included in the list, and why it's important to build your alternative. I start with two age-old aims. One is to free society from unproductive debt. People shouldn't have to spend their lives working off personal debt, whether it's simply for living or to obtain a home and get an education, as is becoming normal in today's world. Second, you want to fund industry by equity, not by debt. That is what the Saint-Simonians urged in France, and what German banking became famous for before World War I. There was a debate in Britain over whether it and the Allies might lose World War I because their banks were running the economy instead of subordinating finance to fund industry. Finance should be used to help the economy grow, not be parasitic. Instead, our tax laws make debt service tax deductible. That is why the American stock market has become a vehicle for corporate rating, replacing equity with debt over the past 30 years. If a company pays $2 billion a year in dividends, a corporate rater can buy it on credit, and, if there's a 50% tax rate, he can pay $4 billion to bondholders instead of $2 billion to stockholders. But that makes break-even costs much higher. The other point I'm making concerns economic rent. The guiding idea of a classical economic and tax system should be to minimize the cost of living and doing business. But if you look at what the average American wage earner has to pay, under the most recent Federal Housing Authority laws, the government guarantees mortgage loans that absorb up to 43% of family income. Meanwhile, 15% of wages are set aside for Social Security under FICA, in addition to about 20% that ends up being paid for income tax, sales taxes, and various other taxes that fall on consumers. Perhaps another 10% goes for credit card debt service, student loans, and other bank debt. That leaves only about 25% of what American families earn to be spent on goods and services, unless they borrow to maintain their living standards. This means that if you give wage earners all their food, all their transportation, and all their clothing for free, they still could not compete with foreign economies, because so much of the budget has to go for finance, insurance, and real estate. That's why our employment is not going to recover. That's why our living standards are not going to recover. Even if wages do go up for some workers, the price for trying to join the middle class by getting higher education and buying a home requires them to spend the rest of their lives paying for education loans, mortgage loans, or rent, bank debt and credit card debt, and now also for our expensive and rent-extracting medical insurance and medications. The result is that workers won't end up keeping their higher wages and spending more disposable income on consumption. They'll pay their wage gains to the banks. That has been what's happening for over 30 years now. Ed, you don't have to tell me. I'm living that reality. Interestingly, in that final section of your book you talk about alternatives, like a public banking option that many people are discussing. You talk about paying Social Security out of the general budget, and focus on taxing economic rent to keep down housing prices while cutting personal taxes. Some critics would suggest that these sorts of reforms are not going to be able to salvage the capitalist model that is so ensconced in the United States. So I want to give you a chance to sort of address that argument or maybe rebut it. I won't rebut that criticism, because it's right. Marx thought that it was the task of industrial capitalism to free economies from the legacies of feudalism. He saw that the bourgeois parties wanted to get rid of the excrescences of the industrial marketplace. They wanted to get rid of the parasites, the landowners, and usurious creditors. But then Marx pointed out that even if you get rid of the parasites, even if you socialize the land and finance that he dealt with in volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, you're still going to have the volume I problem. You're still going to have labor/capital exploitation. My point is that most academic Marxists and the left in general have focused so much on the fight of workers and labor unions against employers that they tend to overlook that the huge fire sector tsunami, finance, insurance, and real estate, is swamping the economy. Finance is wrecking industry and government, along with labor. The reforms that Marx expected the bourgeois parties to enact against rentiers haven't occurred. He was overly optimistic about the role of industrial capitalism and industrialized banking in preparing the ground for socialism. Until you complete the task of freeing society from feudalism, corrosive banking and economic rent as unearned income, you can't solve the industrial and labor problems that Marx dealt with in Volume I. And of course, even when you do solve the rentier problems, labor exploitation and markets will still exist. Ed, yes, absolutely. Well, we're out of time. I want to thank you for coming onto the program. Listeners, you heard it. There's so much information to digest here. The book is really brilliant, I think essential reading, required reading, Killing the Host, How Financial Parasites and Debt Bondage Destroy the Global Economy, available through Counterpunch, as well as on Amazon. Michael Hudson, Professor of Economics at University of Missouri Kansas City, his work is all over the place. Find it regularly on Counterpunch, as well as on his website, michael-hudson.com. Michael, thanks so much for coming on Counterpunch Radio. It's great to be here. It's been a good discussion. About the author. Michael Hudson is a distinguished research professor of economics at the University of Missouri, Kansas City, UMKC, and professor of economics at Peking University in China. He gives speeches, lectures, and presentations all over the world for official and unofficial groups reflecting diverse academic, economic and political constituencies. Before moving into research and consulting, Professor Hudson spent several years applying flow of funds and balance of payments statistics to forecast interest rates, capital and real estate markets for Chase Manhattan Bank and the Hudson Institute, no relation. His academic focus has been on financial history and, since 1980, on writing a history of debt, land tenure, and related economic institutions from the Sumerian period, antiquity, and feudal Europe to the present. Since 1996 as president of the Institute for the Study of Long-Term Economic Trends, ILET, he has written reports and given presentations on balance of payments, financial bubbles, land policy, and financial reforms for U.S. and international clients and governments. He organized the International Scholars Conference on Ancient Near Eastern Economies, ISCANI, in 1993, and to date has co-edited the proceedings of 6 academic conferences on the evolution of property, credit, labor, and accounting since the Bronze Age. A selected list of his books, articles, and papers appears at the end of this book. His website and blog can be found at michael-hudson.com. He has been interviewed on Democracy Now!, Marketplace, and Naked Capitalism. Many of his interviews and public appearances can be seen on YouTube. Paul Craig Roberts' bio of Michael Hudson. Excerpted from an introduction to Michael Hudson's book, Killing the Host, originally posted on his website and at nakedcapitalism.com on February 6, 2016. Michael Hudson did not intend to be an economist. At the University of Chicago, which had a leading economics faculty, Hudson studied music and cultural history. He went to New York City to work in publishing. He thought he could set out on his own when he was assigned rights to the writings and archives of George Lukács and Leon Trotsky, but publishing houses were not interested in the work of two Jewish Marxists who had a significant impact on the 20th century. Friendships connected Hudson to a former economist for General Electric who taught him the flow of funds through the economic system and explained how crises develop when debt outgrows the economy. Hooked, Hudson enrolled in the economics graduate program at NYU and took a job in the financial sector calculating how savings were recycled into new mortgage loans. Hudson learned more economics from his work experience than from his PhD courses. On Wall Street he learned how bank lending inflates land prices and, thereby, interest payments to the financial sector. The more banks lend, the higher real estate prices rise, thus encouraging more bank lending. As mortgage debt service rises, more of household income and more of the rental value of real estate are paid to the financial sector. When the imbalance becomes too large, the bubble bursts. Despite its importance, the analysis of land rent and property valuation was not part of his PhD studies in economics. Hudson's next job was with Chase Manhattan, where he used the export earnings of South American countries to calculate how much debt service the countries could afford to pay to U.S. banks. Hudson learned that just as mortgage lenders regard the rental income from property as a flow of money that can be diverted to interest payments, international banks regard the export earnings of foreign countries as revenues that can be used to pay interest on foreign loans. Hudson learned that the goal of creditors is to capture the entire economic surplus of a country into payments of debt service. Soon the American creditors and the IMF were lending indebted countries money with which to pay interest. This caused the country's foreign debts to rise at compound interest. Hudson predicted that the indebted countries would not be able to pay their debts, an unwelcome prediction that was confirmed when Mexico announced it could not pay. This crisis was resolved with Brady bonds named after the U.S. Treasury Secretary, but when the 2008 U.S. mortgage crisis hit, just as Hudson predicted, nothing was done for the American homeowners. If you are not a megabank, your problems are not a focus of U.S. economic policy. Chase Manhattan next had Hudson develop an accounting format to analyze the U.S. oil industry balance of payments. Here Hudson learned another lesson about the difference between official statistics and reality. Using transfer pricing, oil companies managed to avoid paying taxes by creating the illusion of zero profits. Oil company affiliates in tax avoidance locations buy oil at low prices from producers. From these flags of convenience locations, which have no tax on profits, the oil was then sold to Western refineries at prices marked up to eliminate profits. The profits were recorded by the oil company's affiliates in non-tax jurisdictions. Tax authorities have cracked down to some extent on the use of transfer pricing to escape taxation. Hudson's next task was to estimate the amount of money from crime going into Switzerland's secret banking system. In this investigation, his last for Chase, Hudson discovered that under U.S. State Department direction Chase and other large banks had established banks in the Caribbean for the purpose of attracting money into dollar holdings from drug dealers in order to support the dollar, by raising the demand for dollars by criminals, in order to balance or offset Washington's foreign military outflows of dollars. If dollars flowed out of the U.S., but demand did not rise to absorb the larger supply of dollars, the dollar's exchange rate would fall, thus threatening the basis of U.S. power. By providing offshore banks in which criminals could deposit illicit dollars, the U.S. government supported the dollar's exchange value. Hudson discovered that the U.S. balance of payments deficit, a source of pressure on the value of the U.S. dollar, was entirely military in character. The U.S. Treasury and State Department supported the Caribbean safe haven for illegal profits in order to offset the negative impact on the U.S. balance of payments of U.S. military operations abroad. In other words, if criminality can be used in support of the U.S. dollar, the U.S. government is all for criminality. When it came to the economics of the situation, economic theory had not a clue. Neither trade flows nor direct investments were important in determining exchange rates. What was important was errors and omissions, which Hudson discovered was a euphemism for the hot, liquid money of drug dealers and government officials embezzling the export earnings of their countries. The problem for Americans is that both political parties regard the needs of the American people as a liability and as an obstacle to the profits of the military/security complex, Wall Street, and the megabanks, and Washington's world hegemony. The government in Washington represents powerful interest groups, not American citizens. This is why the 21st century consists of an attack on the constitutional protections of citizens so that citizens can be moved out of the way of the needs of the empire and its beneficiaries. Hudson learned that economic theory is really a device for ripping off the untermenschen. International trade theory concludes that countries can service huge debts simply by lowering domestic wages in order to pay creditors. This is the policy currently being applied to Greece today, and it has been the basis of the IMF's structural adjustment or austerity programs imposed on debtor countries, essentially a form of looting that turns over national resources to foreign lenders. Hudson learned that monetary theory concerns itself only with wages and consumer prices, not with the inflation of asset prices such as real estate and stocks. He saw that economic theory serves as a cover for the polarization of the world economy between rich and poor. The promises of globalism are a myth. Even left-wing and Marxist economists think of exploitation in terms of wages and are unaware that the main instrument of exploitation is the financial system's extraction of value into interest payments. Economic theory's neglect of debt as an instrument of exploitation caused Hudson to look into the history of how earlier civilizations handled the buildup of debt. His research was so groundbreaking that Harvard University appointed him research fellow in Babylonian economic history in the Peabody Museum. Meanwhile, he continued to be sought after by financial firms. He was hired to calculate the number of years that Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico would be able to pay the extremely high interest rates on their bonds. On the basis of Hudson's work, the Scudder Fund achieved the second highest rate of return in the world in 1990. Hudson's investigations into the problems of our time took him through the history of economic thought. He discovered that 18th and 19th century economists understood the disabling power of debt far better than today's neoliberal economists who essentially neglect it in order to better cater to the interest of the financial sector. Hudson shows that Western economies have been financialized in a predatory way that sacrifices the public interest to the interests of the financial sector. That is why the economy no longer works for ordinary people. Finance is no longer productive. It has become a parasite on the economy. Hudson tells this story in his recent book, Killing the Host, 2015. Paul Craig Roberts is former Undersecretary of the U.S. Treasury, Reagan administration, and author of The Failure of Laissez-Faire Capitalism and Economic Dissolution of the West. His blog is at paulcraigroberts.org.